All right, so we should be streaming, just waiting for the delay to catch up as usual. There we go. And good morning, one and all. Hope everybody is as well as can be on this 9/11 and 20th anniversary of the day 9/11, which is weird to think that it's been 20 years. Hey, Julesy. It really is weird to think it's been that long. My son was 1 year old. Now he's 21. My daughter was 6. Now she's 26. I was not fat. And was 35. Or 35. Man, see, I can't even remember my own age anymore. That's how bad it is. I'm confusing my age with Star Trek's age. 33. So, yeah, it's been a very long time since that day. And, for me, and let me... Before I forget, I'm going to put the link here. We are doing my house rules open lines today, so if I know you, you can join, but please read the description. I will enforce that rule. All right? I mean it. If you come up here, you start talking about conspiracies, you start talking about Biden, I will kick you without hesitation and without warning. That's not what today is about. Okay? And so, and it's not, I'm not trying to be a jerk, but we're not politicizing this day. Period. We're not. Because, I think it's a little beyond that kind of thing. And Wesley, thank you so much. Throws in a couple of bucks, says make Minecraft go. Thank you, Wes. And let me just, I just want to be clear. It's not that, look, I understand people feel passionately about some of the political topics that surround 9/11, some of the conspiracy theories that surround 9/11, and politics ever since 9/11.
Controls the space, controls the universe.
Number 15, make Minecraft go.
Thank you again. I get it. It's something that resonates with people. For what Cinnabon's saying, and I understand that, but it's we're just not going to do it. You can talk about that stuff another time, or if you really feel passionately that this is the day to talk about it, well, guess what? Setting up a YouTube account is free. So I would suggest that you go ahead and set up your own YouTube account and do it. Just do it. So, but don't expect me to do that for you, because it ain't gonna happen. Biden at Alex Jones flying Bird of Prey 5 plane. Wow, Wesley. And yeah, please no Alex Jones stuff, because for the first time in my life, I listened to Alex Jones last night, and I will tell you, because he was a guest on Friday Night Tights, and I was like, people kept talking about Alex Jones, so I was like, okay, I don't know anything about this Alex Jones character, so I'll check him out. And after listening to Alex Jones on Friday Night Tights for about an hour or so, I can tell you with 100% certainty that is the last time I intend on listening to Alex Jones. yeah, that's all I can say. The man is, yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Sister says, I remember 1 week before this happened, I just landed in Vegas, passing by a New York hotel. Made a comment that it looked odd that they never included the Twin Towers. Wow. I'll tell you my story, and I hope, please, really, I hope someone will come up and talk to me, because I don't want to do this show alone. I really don't. It's an emotional day, and this is the kind of day I really, if nobody comes up here, this is not going to be a long live stream, because this is not one that I feel equipped to just be here and pontificate for hours on end. I thought I had more iron. Well, that's not good. Anyway, so for me, I was working Wes. Well, the link is in the chat. So come on down, buddy. It's right. It's pinned at the top of the chat. And you are, of course, welcome. So for me, okay, so I got some right there. And we got some gold. Oh, okay, so that's right. We needed to put another oven down. That's what I was doing before I quit yesterday. Anyway, so I was working at the time for Comcast. Cable, and I was a field technician, and I was working overtime that day. In fact, I was not scheduled to actually work, and so I was working overtime in my hometown at the time of Benicia, a beautiful little town in California. And so my regular duties, I worked in San Rafael, which was working because even San Rafael, the East Bay area location, included some extremely upscale real estate. Like I did service calls for the likes of Huey Lewis and those kind of guys. I actually did do a service call for Huey Lewis. Really nice guy, actually. But Benicia, while a nice town, not that kind of nice. And so went to my van, because which was parked at my house. And the reason the van was at my house, it was fairly common practice at the time, was that if you were working overtime, you would take your van home, because if you're working overtime at a location other than your home base, because obviously my overtime, I wasn't working in San Rafael. And so you would take your van home because they wouldn't have another van for you at the location where you're putting in overtime. So you would simply bring your van to the location where you were putting in the overtime. And like I said, common practice, was not frowned upon or anything like that. It was no big deal. And so was getting in the van, and these are full-size vans, so they take a little while to warm up, especially because in September in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'll tell you, while San Francisco is not known for super harsh weather, one thing that San Francisco is known for is chilly, foggy mornings. And so that meant that if you ever live in the Bay Area, one thing you really got to have in your car is good working defrosters. It's an absolute necessity. And hey, Wes, I see you joined the game, so don't you dare mess up Turd Town now.
Greetings, birds, turds, and nerds.
Okay. So, now I assume you can see Turd Town from where you spawned. If you look around, you should be able to see the town.
It just kicked me out of the game. Hold on.
Okay.
It probably didn't like that I jumped out of Minecraft to make sure. I spawned in the middle of nowhere. Oh, no, I see
Look
it. I
around.
see
Yeah,
it. I see it.
your spawn point is near the town. All right, so what I want you to do is come into the town. I think you should see a giant cow pasture when you come towards the town. Yeah, I see you now. You see the cow pasture there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Hold on. No, other way. Go around the cow pasture. You'll see the first house you see there has a back door. I built that house. That's not one of the ones that came with the town.
Okay.
There's a bed in there. You can use that bed to set a spawn point there.
That is too far away. You can't sleep. Okay.
But you got and shut that door. So it's because I have the entire town is fenced off.
All right.
So hopefully we can keep monsters from spawning in town.
I can build a cobblestone wall around the whole town.
Well, I got fences all the way around. We just need to get torches everywhere to keep monsters from spawning. But I want you to make sure if the sun goes down, head for the bed. Make sure you know where it is in relation to you.
Yeah.
I have a couple other beds around the town, so I'm working on stuff over here right now. Anyway, and I'm working on making all the roads cobblestone and stuff like that. And so over here is where this is where
like your workshop kind of.
Well, this is where the storage facility is gonna be. You can see I'm building up different labels and stuff for everything. And I just realized I can't see the chat, which is, let me bring the chat up. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. Let's see. Cinnamon says confirmed. Salty Joker played real life GTA. No, I did not. All right, so let me get back to what I was saying. So I'm in the van, letting the defrosters go, because full size vans, while they're great for doing technician work, they are not so good as far as having super fast defrosters. And so the defrosters, I'm sitting there waiting for the defrosters to get the fog out of the window, and I was listening to the news, which is my usual morning routine. And while I'm doing that, the first plane hits. And, of course, the news reporter is, doing the, breaking news, blah, blah, blah. And everybody's in a state of shock because, oh my gosh, there was this horrible accident. And then the second plane hits. And, of course, all of a sudden people start speculating that, we're under attack. And so at that point, I radio into my boss, because I can't see anything. I'm just listening to a radio in the van. And so I radio into my boss, and now let me tell you a little bit about my boss at the time. Really nice guy. I don't dislike him as a boss, but let's just say he's the Alex Jones type. So very much into... sun's going down. Wesley.
Wrong door.
So he's the Alex Jones type, and so he's very much into conspiracy theories and all that. And that's actually a good idea, Bradley. When I go down in the mines, I'm going to take a bed with me so that way, Wes, I want you can keep an eye out for when the sun starts to go down.
All right.
And because I'm going to get some supplies out of the mines, but I won't be able to see the sun. So when the sun goes down, let me know, and I'll place the bed and get in it. And that way we can, because remember what happens if you don't sleep for a couple of nights, you get those things that kill you. You remember that? Yeah, we don't want that.
Although I never actually got to see any.
Well, they're kind of scary because they hit you from nowhere. You're like just cruising along, and then all of a sudden, bam, they got you. Anyway, so my boss, who's like I said, he's the Art Bell, Alex Jones conspiracy theorist type of guy. I radio him and I'm like, what the heck is going on? Because I'm assuming he can see the news. And he's like, just jovial about it. And he's like, it's World War III, man. It's the end of the world. And he's just like loving it. You know, just thinking that it's finally on. You know, he's and
Insane hippie $10. Take it from a Texan, the way Alex Jones acts on camera / air is 90% an act. He is a combo of Rochelle, Howard Stern, and your local conspiracy nut. But all of his
totally
rants have a
agree.
minuscule bit of truth in them.
Well, I'm not going to argue about the truth value of his claims, but absolutely, I think that what he's doing is an act. He's an entertainer. So yeah. See, that's why I put a gate there.
Do you want me to finish building this into?
Oh, that's what I was doing. I forgot.
Into a building, like get more wood and then.
Yeah, well, the reason for this fence here is so we're going to extend out that way as we need more space. So I was gonna leave this fence here as kind of the unfinished border of it, and we're gonna work it out that way as we need more. And I forgot I built this entrance to get into the mines, and that's what I was working on when my tools broke. There we go. All right, and Indy, welcome.
Thank you.
And so let me finish my taking forever to get through a very simple story. And once again, I lose the chat because I do every time I bring somebody on. There we go. All right. And Thomas says a criminal investigation has begun as far as what happened with the Jeopardy last night. It's amazing that if anybody that saw Jeopardy last night, holy moly!
I saw Matthew
crushed that.
What?
I was amazed. I'll tell you, if you haven't seen it, go back and watch last night's live stream. I was absolutely amazed. And Alex is here as well. Hey, Alex, how you doing?
See, I think Matthew's just been playing dumb.
Yeah, I'm beginning to think so, too. And Alex, I assume you saw the rules, so don't you break them, buddy. I know you know.
Hey, Salty. Let's see if my internet works in the park or not.
Well, so far, so good.
Yeah, of course.
Anyway, so my boss is all excited.
Am I lagging?
A little bit, yes. So my boss is all excited. He thinks it's great that it's the end of the world. He's the guy that would be like riding the atom bomb from that one movie, you know, it's
Dr. Strangelove.
Yes, that would be my old boss. So, yeah, I can tell from the cow sounds that I'm directly under the cow pasture, and so I finally get to what we call base, which is just, you know, getting to the head end to pick up what equipment I need as far as digital converters and stuff like that for customers. And then I get my first glimpse of the actual news reports, and I get to see the actual footage of the planes hitting the towers and stuff, which was quite a shocker because I've been hearing about it on the radio. But when they describe planes hit the World Trade Center, I'm picturing like Cessnas. You know, I'm not thinking jumbo jets. And so I was absolutely surprised. And so when I saw the size of these aircraft, I was like, whoa, I didn't realize it was like that. So I knew immediately, okay, so these are because they were all, well, is it possible that these planes were hijacked? I was like, no, these are hijacked aircraft. There's no way that a trained airline pilot, you know, flew a plane like that into a building. This was clearly, you know, some kind of terrorist attack. And of course, my boss is sitting there watching it with a big old grin from ear to ear because he's like, yeah, I was right. It's the end. We're all doomed. I'm like, okay, dude. So I get my worksheet. I go out to do my run, and my first job, I get to this beautiful house, and in the Southampton Hills of Benicia. And there's ring the doorbell, and this sweet little old lady answers the door. She had to be at least 80 years old, couldn't have been 100 pounds soaking wet. And just one of those, it's like she's the kind, if you've ever worked in field work, she's exactly the kind of person you love to get as a customer, because that if you're hot or tired, that she's going to offer you something to drink, that it's just going to be a pleasant stay, all that. And, and of course she's just like, oh, how are you doing, Sonny? And I'm like, well, the best I can considering the news. And she goes, oh, what news is that?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. That just hit me like a ton. I was like, I'm about to tell this sweet little old lady that the United States is under attack. And I was just like, oh, man. And I said, well, ma'am, I don't really know how to tell you this, but, and this, the towers have come down at this point. And I said, the World Trade Center, the Twin Towers in New York? And she's like, yeah. I said, well, they're gone. And she's like, what do you mean gone? And I said, well, I mean destroyed. They're gone. New York was attacked this morning. And she's like, that can't be. I said, well, turn on the TV. She goes, what channel? I said, any channel. And so she turned on the TV, and of course, anybody that remembers that day knows that all day long, every channel was playing the footage of the planes hitting over and over and over, pretty much nonstop. And so so she literally fell back into her couch and started crying. And I didn't know what to do. I mean, I just sat there with her and consoled her as best I could. But that was the rough part of my day. Talking to my wife about it, that was fairly easy. She saw it on the news at the same time I heard it on the radio. I texted her and I said, "Do you see what's going on?" She's like, "Yeah, it's crazy." So she knew about it, and she saw more information than I did because she was watching the news all day long. Since I worked for Comcast at the time, I got free, cable, so she had all the news channels. And, but that lady, breaking the news to her, that hurt. So that's 9/11 story. I'll pass the buck, whoever wants to go next.
I guess I'll tell mine. There's nothing really that interesting about it, but I was in high school at the time.
Oh, thanks. Thank you so much. You are so fired, Wes. All right.
It was 6 o'clock West Coast time, and I was up trying to get ready for
I was
school.
6 a.m. because I was on the West
6
Coast
a.m.
as well. So
yeah, 6 a.m.
Yeah, I was getting ready for work. So yeah.
And my parents start yelling, like, turn on the TV, and I'm not sure if we saw the second plane hitting live or if it was just like a repeat of it. But I mean, it was 6 a.m. when we turned on the TV, so I think it was the second plane live. And at that age, I mean, I couldn't even really comprehend, everything.
How did your parents deal with it? I mean,
so my dad was a technician, kind of like you, and he had to do calls. And while he didn't have to go into L.A., he did have to do Pasadena.
So was he worried about safety, or?
He really wasn't, but I was for him. I remember that. Like, I was telling him, like, just call out work, Dad. Just call. Say you're not feeling well. And I do remember that I was like, do I have to go to school? I don't want to go to school today.
Don't forget to warn me if the sun goes down, by the way.
Oh, it is starting to. It is starting
yeah, thanks for the warning.
It's just
all right.
Barely sunset. Now I have to get to a bed, but I'll just use yours. My first period class was history, and the teacher was like, "This is history. Turn on the TV."
Yeah.
Which I did feel like that was a good move because that teacher respected that we're old enough to at least watch it and comprehend what's going on. And the girl I liked at the time, her birthday was September the 12th.
Oh, that sucks.
And I didn't even know what to say when I saw her. I was just like, dumbfounded, like, dude. And I remember saying, well, at least this didn't happen tomorrow on your birthday.
Wow.
I didn't know what to say. Like, that was the dumbest thing to say, but
yeah, that was pretty dumb.
Knew.
That was pretty dumb. Okay, so head back to the storeroom. Are you in the storeroom right now?
yes,
Okay.
I am.
So come down the stairs. I want to test something here, because I'm going to use your name tag to my advantage. Take a look. See that long tunnel I just dug?
This way?
Yeah, head down to the end of that. I want to see if I've gone far enough yet. And
I hear all the cows.
yeah, that's why I said you could hear the cows because you're under the cow pasture, obviously. But
All right, I am at your end, at the end of the tunnel.
All right, let me see.
So yeah, my story's nothing really, just. But the fact though, it affected everyone in the country. It probably affected everyone in the world.
Yeah. I think it absolutely. I mean, that's why I know that the name of the live stream is all snarky, but it's true that everybody was united for a very brief time. All right, so do me a favor, backtrack on the tunnel a little bit.
How much?
Well, I'm trying to spot you. I assume you can't see me.
Yeah, I can't see your name tag.
Yeah, I don't know what the range is to see another person. Okay, there you are. There you are. Keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going back. Man, I just missed. All right. Keep going back. Keep going back. Keep going back. All right. Stop. Right about there. All right. Let's do this. Right here.
This is near the beginning of the tunnel.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. Okay. So I dug all that crap for nothing. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay.
Do you want me to still hold still?
No. Okay. All right. So yeah, I was. See this. I was trying to. What I'm trying to connect is. This is the main mine over here.
Ah, okay.
So that gives me an idea where I'm going. All right.
Mercer create $1.
And hey, Mercer.
Thanks for the Jeopardy diversion. On the 11th of September I worked at the newspaper, second shift. I had no cable TV, so I only saw the images when I came in at 4 and was inundated with graphic photos from the wire no one would publish.
Mercer, that's rough. So Mercer got to see a lot of the graphic pictures that nobody would publish. I don't think I'd want to see any of that.
No.
Because I know there was some stuff that was out there that was pretty rough. And now Alex is back again. We'll see how long he lasts this time. Jordan was back, but then he disappeared right
Yeah,
when
I found some Wi-Fi.
And so, Indy, tell me your story.
So it was 9 o'clock here in the DC area, and I was already.
Oh, I bet. So you're in DC, so I bet the Pentagon plane hit a little close to home for you.
Yeah, it really did, and we were already at the office because engineers usually start around 8 o'clock, and I was my office was way in the back of the building, and we didn't have internet, and nobody was listening to the radio, so I didn't hear about it right away. But when I did hear about it, the IT guy was trying to set up a TV feed in the conference room so we could check in on it. And, it was grainy pictures and everything. He got it sort of working because, like I say, there was no internet or cable access at all. And so we would check in every once in a while on it, but it was really a strange feeling. Um, in the weeks after is what really got me, where there was, I mean, I was outside of a major um, international airport,
Mm-hmm.
and there are no planes in the air for like weeks after,
Right.
and it's just bizarre. It's strangely silent, and the Pentagon being hit. Obviously DC's a major target. Um, so it was, and I had seen my share of people dying in the Navy already. Um, part of my duties were ceremonial when I was in the Navy, having including burials at sea, and a few people that I knew died for one reason or another. I won't get into, and it's really hitting close to home. Um, when you think about, you've already seen your share of up close and personal um, deaths, and then the Pentagon gets hit.
Right. And not only that, but also to think about, and something for me was like being former Army, is that as a soldier, you think, well, I'm trained to deal with this, but then I think about all the civilians that don't know how to cope with it. You know, the panic, and like when you see the footage of the people on the streets when the building came down, and just the raw terror in their eyes, and it's and which is obviously why we call it terrorism, but uh, it's you don't realize that what military training does for you, and
Yeah.
and so that's something that I think I was very thankful for, because while some of my friends, everybody, especially guys, we all like to talk a lot of game about how tough we are, but when we're faced with something like that, it can melt you.
Yeah, and I remember thinking at the time, you can't terrorize Americans. You can only piss us off.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I still think that's true for the most part today. Terrorism doesn't have the same effect in
Well,
this.
it does, and it does. Like you can terrorize them briefly, but what happens is once it's kind of like the like, if getting a little nerdy here for a second, it's like the Sand People. Once they realize what's happened, now you piss them off. It's like the old the Japanese saying they've awoken a sleeping dragon. That
Yeah,
if once if you scare the American people, and then the American people, once they recover from that fear, oh, you're in trouble.
yeah,
And oh, geez, now Thomas is in the game too. So much for everybody sleeping at once. That's not going to happen anymore. Tom's going to probably come steal all my stuff now.
What time of day is it outside?
Why are you in the caves? You're not supposed to be in the caves. You're supposed to be the one working on the town, remember?
Well, you didn't tell me what you wanted built. Okay, let's go. Okay, show me the. Okay, this building looks half done. What would you like for me to do with it?
What, you don't know how to build?
No, why are you whacking me, Thomas Potts?
That sounded really not good.
Okay, fine. I'm just gonna build this building the way based off of what you have built so far.
All right. So yeah, I
Who
think that
controls the spice controls the universe.
Was in school in Denver, watched TV during class.
Alex was in school in Denver, watched TV during class. Yeah, I hear that from a lot of younger people. That and I gotta say that's kind of a cool thing if like that technology wasn't around when I was in school. How old are you, Indy?
I'm 59.
Yeah, so you and I are in the same age group then. So like when we were in school, it's not like they could just roll out the TV and turn on the news. So
TVs weren't invented yet.
no, shut up.
Yeah, shut up.
TVs were invented, but classrooms generally weren't equipped with cable. And color TVs were very expensive. So it was not, it wasn't something that, it was considered a luxury item back then. So it was not something that just everybody had lying around. Okay, so now we got people in bed, so there we go. Who's not in bed? Let me guess, Wesley. Based on the giggling, I'd say that's a yes.
I got to answer this. Hold on. Hello?
But
so, no, but Wes, I mean, I know. How old are you?
36.
36. So, yeah, in the in the time since from when I was a kid to when you were a kid, basically like when I was little, people having color TVs was actually not that common. Most people have black and white TVs.
I'm going to step away for a while, guys. I got a delivery coming.
Sure, no problem. But come on back if you're up to it. And so but yeah, so most people have black and white TVs, which and so to have a color TV was kind of a luxury.
Okay.
And most schools couldn't afford a bunch of TVs. Because that was, those were expensive. So, but no. Now every classroom's got a projector and have you ever seen like an old overhead projector where the teacher would have to actually draw with a dry erase marker on the thing?
Yeah.
Okay, that was high tech for us. Are you listening?
I'm listening. I'm here.
You just in
I'm
shock?
I'm only partially ignoring you.
Hey, John.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. Nice to see you. I got somebody on the stream other than Wesley, who's being a jerk. So tell me what's up.
Oh, nothing really. I just figured I'd share it too if you need somebody else on the panel.
Absolutely. We're all here to share, support, talk about how we're feeling. I know guys don't talk about feelings, but we're talking about feelings today.
I had just started college when it happened.
You're an old man, not like these kids.
I know I'm feeling my age today. I think, if I remember correctly, I'd actually gone to a class first thing that morning. And when I came back to my dorm room afterward is when I first heard the news about it. I was spending the rest of the day, watching the news on the TV.
Yeah, I think a lot of people spent the day watching news that day.
Yeah, I remember they canceled classes the rest of the day. Also, I was going to college at Florida State, which is in the capital, so there was some small concerns about any kind of attack there because Jeb Bush was governor at the time.
Okay.
Oh.
But no, obviously nothing ever happened.
And then, I remember.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Jordan.
Hey, Jordan.
I remember a lot of people were, and that's the most insidious thing about a terrorist attack like this, is the paranoia it breeds. Is that, are we next? Which is that, that's what hits people the most, is the "are we next" phobia. Because everybody's worried that they're going to be the next target. When the truth is that the odds of you being the next target are actually fairly slim. Even during an active terror attack. But that is the brutal effectiveness of terrorism.
Chrono says Florida is too moist and hot, and I 100% agree.
Well, then why do you live there?
Because I'm, kind of hard to move right now.
Because you're moist. Because you're moist and hot.
Well, not by choice.
That should be like you that could be your new channel name, is Moist and Hot.
If I get more subscribers that way.
You probably would. The Moist and Hot Beard Man.
Wow.
Hey, you know what? With some of the stupid commercials that air on YouTube, Moist and Hot Beard is probably very tame.
It's true.
There you go. Knock yourself out, Thomas. This is the general mining area. All right. Thomas was asking where to mine. So you got your beard all moist and hot while watching the news all day. That was pretty much what I got from you.
Well, I probably would have, since I didn't have a beard at the time.
Oh, you did? Well, see, that's it. So it's your fault. If you had grown your beard by then, we probably would have not been attacked.
Well, I can't really argue with that, can I?
No, you can't. You can't prove it's not true. All right? And you can't prove if so there you go, everybody. You cannot prove that if John DeMarco had not grown his beard in 2000, we would all be safer. But no, John DeMarco, he ruined it for everybody. I'm ashamed.
Good job, John.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. How long did it take you to grow that thing?
Oh, I don't know, maybe a year or two to get to this length.
Really, that's all?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm afraid of what my beard's going to look like in a year then. I've committed to not cutting it for a year. That was just a couple of months ago.
Oh, wow.
So we'll see. Mainly because next year at the there's an annual Renaissance fair here in Tennessee, and next year, assuming we're still here, I'm going to dress as a wizard.
Very nice.
And so since I already have the hair for it, I figured I need the beard. Now, granted, I won't quite have the epicness of your beard because I'm not growing the full, the full beard on the sides and all that, because the wife hates that stuff. But
Yeah.
And wife has veto power over all, stylings. Sorry. But that's just the way it goes. And of course, Wes never shows himself, so for all we know, he's just completely.
I have no beard.
How do we know?
You'll just have to take my word on
You say you have no beard, but for all we know, you're made up entirely of beard hair.
it. I'm like cousin It.
Exactly. In fact, you could be like so hairy that cousin It's like, dang. I wish I could be that hairy.
You got an avatar picture right there, and Yitza drew that based off on my real pictures. So
Sure.
That's what you'd like us to think.
Yeah. You know, everybody says that. I mean, granted, I know that John DeMarco's picture is, in fact, just all Yitza did was literally trace a picture of John reading the Bible to a dolphin one day. Because that's what John does in Florida, is he has a ministry reading the Bible to dolphins on the beaches of Florida.
It's a very underrepresented ministry.
What, do you have a name for it? Blowholes for Jesus or something?
Something like that. Yeah.
That would be like the best minute. You know what? I'll bet you if you go to one of those big televangelists, you might be able to get some support.
It's possible.
all right, it's almost sunset. Not quite, but
So, are you going to give to Blowholes for Jesus, Wes?
I need to see some of their videos of them converting dolphins to Christianity first.
How many dolphins have you successfully converted, John?
All right, you guys want to hit the beds?
Let me see here.
Unfortunately, due to the rules of our organization, I'm not supposed to disclose specific dolphin conversion stories.
Well, you don't have to tell me the specific conversion story. I'm just wondering, like, basic numbers. You can't tell me that?
It's really hard to say.
I'll bet it is. And place the bed. And
All right, laying down in the bed right next to the cows is
annoying. Yeah, but I don't know if Thomas is anywhere near bed. We'll see.
Wait, can Thomas hear us?
I assume he can hear the
Live stream?
Yeah, the live stream. So, Thomas, if you can hear this, get to a bed. Kronos says dolphins are jerks. They can rape you. Well, all the more reason to convert them to Christianity.
That's a very good point.
Yes. It's like, the true story. There was a man who was about to be eaten by a bear, and just before the bear was about to maul him to death and eat him, he got on his knees and prayed, Lord, please save me. And all of a sudden time froze, and Jesus Christ appeared before him and said, you have not followed me your entire life. Why should I save you now? And the man, and this is where you have to humble yourself before God. And he said, you're right, Lord. You're 100% right. I don't deserve your forgiveness and your grace. So if you won't save me, will you at least make the bear a Christian? And so Jesus said, very well. And then time started back up, and the bear stopped and then knelt down and said, thank you, Lord, for the food that I'm about to receive.
That's very touching.
Yes. All right, let's see. There's the original staircase. Trying to get to here. Right? Yeah, that's where I was mining before. Yeah, these caves are pretty serious down here. Oh, look, a zombie. I'm sorry, a Kurogan.
Same thing.
Yeah. Oh, and a skeleton, which is just a Kurogan archer.
If only there was a mod where every single time you saw one of these zombies,
They
it
go-
said, "Hello, world." No, wait, no, do that to the creeper.
Yeah, the creeper would be Bird himself. Actually, no, the creeper would yell "SO."
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, when they blew up. The thing is, you have the zombies, then you have the baby zombies. The baby zombies would be obviously the Krogan orphans, which horrible that Kroga does that to the children, but that's what you gotta expect. So now, John, do you consider yourself what nation do you ally yourself with?
I'm pretty much neutral.
Well, you see, you can't be neutral. I mean, don't you read the Bible? You can't just be neutral on everything. It doesn't work that way.
Well, not on everything, no. But if I had to align with a nation, that would be with the old alpacas.
Really, you would choose the alpacas.
They're still around. They're just hiding.
I hadn't heard much from them recently.
I see. And why the alpacas? Why not the Turdistanis?
Well, just I believe in peaceful resolution of conflicts. That's I figured it's better not to take sides between Turdistan and Kuroga. Although I will still mercilessly mock Kuroga, which it does definitely deserve.
I shall mercilessly mock you with all the power at my disposal. Okay, that's where we're heading. But it seems like you're trying to do the old have your cake and eat it too, then.
Possibly.
Yeah. What do you mean possibly? I would say definitely. All right, so made it all the way down to here now. So close. Now, the funny thing about this game is that what's going to happen, mock Kuroga, mock Turdistan, mock alpacas, says Professor Brainy Specs. So he just wants to mock everyone. That's a mockery of justice. Or something. I mean, doesn't it seem wrong to mock everyone?
Well, I guess you consider that the fair way to go.
Well.
Well, speaking of mockery, Bird of Prey is here. Kapla.
Oh, hey, Bird. You want to come on and talk? We're just hanging out, talking a little bit about 9/11. Don't worry, we're not accusing Kuroga of doing it.
Bird was like, I was in the towers.
However, we are strictly enforcing we are not talking about conspiracy theories rules today.
Well, then he can't share a story.
Why? Are you saying that Bird's not a conspiracy theorist on 9/11, is he? I mean, maybe he is. I don't know.
Oh, shoot.
I just don't understand the whole conspiracy theory mentality sometimes. I mean, other than making for good movies. I don't understand people that genuinely believe it.
I don't know.
And it's not even that, don't get me wrong. I think that there are sometimes I can understand why people might believe in a conspiracy. What I don't understand is people that believe every conspiracy. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like people that think that everything is a conspiracy. Which, I mean, I can certainly believe that, okay, there are things that look awfully suspicious from time to time, but I do not believe that the government is constantly trying to kill everybody.
Yes, I don't think they're competent enough for that.
Well, besides that, and I do like what Bird said, that, if it's, if you don't attribute to malevolence what could be incompetence or however, I agree with that, because if it just doesn't make sense to me that why would the government want to kill everybody? There's no logical reason for it. And even if it's aside from having a supervillain,
Spice controls the universe.
How do you think 9/11 should be commemorated?
Oh, shoot.
What's
Why
wrong?
are creepers out during the day?
Because creepers don't despawn when the sun comes out. They're immune to sunlight. So you just gotta, hit them and run. So,
Or close the door and tell them we don't want any.
yeah. So basically, even if you want, outside of a true supervillain mentality, like the idea that I want to be evil just for the sake of being evil, it doesn't make sense. I can understand that the government, if you follow, okay, the government wants power, and so you could follow a conspiracy that leads to the government getting more power. But I don't follow conspiracies that lead to the government annihilating people for no reason.
Well, I think in our society,
rhetorical?
Huh?
Sorry, John.
that's all right.
Is what rhetorical?
Was it a rhetorical question?
Okay.
Why would the government want to kill people?
Why? Well, not necessarily kill people, but kill massive numbers of people. I mean, I understand, like, some people think it's population control. But I thought you didn't believe in massive government conspiracies.
I don't believe in massive government conspiracies related to 9/11.
Okay. You just believe in other massive government conspiracies.
I'm pretty sure there are others out there, yeah.
I mean, you should get Darren on here. I wonder what he has to say.
How did I know that Thomas was going to find diamonds in like 30 seconds? That's just wrong.
He's got a diamond detector.
Hey, do me a favor, Thomas. What I need is a little bit of redstone would be nice. Not a ton, just need a little bit. I want to make a couple of clocks. All right, let's see. I don't know how he does it. Oh, nice. So the lodge looks pretty good so far. Well, the storage, although we will need to expand it outward, just so you know, because.
Is it still raining?
Yes. Why?
Is the creeper still outside the door?
Which door?
The one that leads to like the fields, the forest.
I don't see him.
Okay, he went away then.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thomas Bond's like, take your redstone.
He's just puking them up.
I was out here trying to build a fence. And a creeper just came by.
Ah.
So. Oh, see, there he is again. No.
You do know how to fight a creeper, right?
Yes, but by the time I could even... Hey, there's some iron.
And Indy is now outdoors.
Hi. Yeah, I'm sitting on my balcony. Beautiful out here.
You're in your balcony. Are you plotting against us? I think Bird thinks you're plotting against us.
Yeah, I have a view of everything from here, so I can see what everybody's doing all the time. So
Oh.
you're in trouble.
So yeah, I think I don't know. I just get a little I get a little testy about people that think everything's a conspiracy. I don't mind if that's the logical answer, but I don't think it's usually the logical answer. I think more often than not, the government screws things up because the government screws things up.
Yeah.
Well, I think in our culture there is a deep-seated distrust of authority in general, and the government in particular, which is where all these theories come from, I think.
Yeah. Well, and part of that, I think it comes from the fact that our country was born out of revolution.
Yes.
You know, we are a naturally rebellious people. And
do you guys want to hit the beds to make a day?
Oh, yeah. So you know, I think that there's the fact that unlike, like, if you look at the European nations, I think part of the reason that they are more trusting of their leadership is the fact that their countries, for the most part, were born out of loyalty to either royal families or some kind of leadership that they saw as some kind of divinely held right. And as opposed to us, where we just said "F you all," and you know, and we're breaking off from you guys because you're a bunch of idiots. And while I think that we had I think that our initial revolution was a good one. I think that because of that, it sometimes works against us because we're so mistrusting that even when it's the right thing to do, to to shut up and put a mask on or something, we won't do it because we're just so ingrained to not trust the government.
I mean, it's not like the government hasn't used people for medical experiments in the past.
Well, but it's also not like the government is constantly using people for medical experiments. You know, that's the problem. Yes,
I will grant you that's true,
Right.
but
you make it sound like they're always doing it.
After 2 or 3 times of them using people for medical experiments.
When was the last time that the government used people for medical experiments?
Well, when was the last time people were kept as slaves?
Yeah, and you know what? Do you think the United States federal government is keeping people as slaves?
Virtually in prisons, yes.
So you think prisoners in the United States penal system are slaves?
There are people being used for slave labor, yes.
Okay, and you know that is constitutional, right?
Yes, I do. It is constitutional. You're allowed to be a slave if you've been arrested. But it doesn't change the fact.
So then you need to change the Constitution if you want to be upset about that.
I'm not being upset. I'm just stating a fact.
Right.
You're telling me that because this didn't happen within the last 50 years, we shouldn't be upset about it.
Well,
but on the other hand,
because it hasn't happened in the last 50 years, it's not a likely answer. I don't think that they're experimenting on people by injecting them with an untested vaccine. I think that.
Well, actually, I mean that is the definition of injecting somebody with an untested medication.
But it's not an untested medication, and that's the problem. People are spreading these lies about it, and people are believing it, and so
there's zero testing. There's some testing. And then there's extensive testing.
Right. And
there was no extensive testing.
Right. Wait. But now you're moving the goalpost. Untested doesn't mean there hasn't been extensive testing.
I'll grant you that. And I'm not somebody who's ever said they're putting in untested medications into us.
Right.
But it is also clearly not something that could be extensively tested. And I was okay with that. Don't get me wrong.
But the problem
I
is
understand the
that
fact that, hey,
people are out there
the
saying,
problem's now.
But
If we wait for extensive testing, it'll be too late.
right, and so but there are people out there, like Alex Jones and his ilk, that want to say that basically the government is sitting there putting poison in your arms because they have nefarious plots against you, not because it's what we have to do given the circumstances.
Okay, but you understand Alex Jones has reasons for his opinion.
Yes, because he's making buttloads of money doing it. That's his reason. No, I'm sorry, Bird. You can try to defend him all day long. Alex Jones is a grade A nutcase. I listened to him on Friday Night Tights last night. The man is a nut job. And you know what's great is that he was out there on that show saying, hey, this is all true. Look it up yourself. And so you know what I did? I looked it up, and what he said was a bald-faced lie. So yeah, I don't buy it. Okay, he was giving numbers that were exaggerations and half-truths. And so I don't buy it. He's doing it for money. That's why he does it. He's a showman.
More often than not, when he is called out and looked up by competent fact checkers, they find what he was saying is true.
I found what he was saying was a half-truth.
Where did you go to? Okay,
he said, I did what he said to do.
A mainstream media source?
Because if it comes from what you consider a mainstream media, they must be lying because that's.
I'm just saying it's been known to happen. Yes.
Okay. So that and that's the beauty of a conspiracy theory. Because here's what you do: you say, "Oh, well, of course that's going to contradict me because they're the people you can't trust." So if I sit there, wait, I'm going to tell you, Bert, you know what? You should give me all your money because that's the only way you can be happy. You're going to say, well, that doesn't make any sense. Of course you're going to think that because that's what they want you to believe. Well, if I ask a psychiatrist, they're going to tell me that makes sense. Of course that's what they want you to believe. They're lying to you.
Well, if he ever told me that, I would be very suspect of it.
Because that doesn't fit the narrative. I get it.
Because that doesn't make sense, but...
Well, it doesn't make sense, a lot of the stuff he's telling you, but you want to believe it because it makes a good story.
I don't want to believe any of this. It's terrible stuff. I don't want to believe any of the stuff he says.
When he says things that are demonstrably
what scares me is that some of the stuff he says that sounds batshit crazy is, if you look it up, there's, maybe it's not perfectly true, but there is kernels of truth to it that are just too scary.
Kernels of truth is not the same as true.
But it's close.
Yeah.
Anyway. Are you breaking your own rule?
I know.
Yeah.
I blame Bird.
That's why I'm an alpaca.
Just blame it on someone else.
I'll blame Bird, yeah. Well, because it's Bird's fault. That's look it up. It's Bird's fault. That's what you could Google it. The problem is that when people start saying look it up and verify it, then you look it up and verify it, and you say, oh no, that's not true, and you say, well, that's because you have a corrupted source.
Well,
and that's the thing about conspiracy theories. You find confirmation bias because that's what you're looking for.
Right. You're literally just telling people to only look at sources that verify what I'm telling you.
Are you familiar with Joe Rogan?
I've heard the name.
Okay. Well, when Alex Jones did the first Joe Rogan podcast, after Joe Rogan moved to Spotify, and it was a big deal because they didn't even know if that was going to be allowed to happen and all this stuff. But Joe Rogan literally stopped him every time he made a crazy, wild, statement. And he said, "Now, where's the proof of that?" And Alex Jones, who has pretty damn close to an eidetic memory, if not an eidetic memory, would remember some part of the headline Okay, I watched it.
Right.
And they would bring it up, and Rogan was trying to prove Jones wrong, but they would always find the study from about the year he said he read it, and sure enough, there was a study that said this is happening or that's happening. Now, granted, one study doesn't prove it's true.
Right. You know, you
but
can
it
find a
does
study that
prove-
shows literally anything.
But you see, no, you can't.
You absolutely can.
Okay, and you can find a study that tells me the Pegasus was a real horse that flew through the sky.
You know what I mean.
That's
Bert.
well, no, because you just said literally
anything that is not logically inconsistent. You can find a study that says that that the cold is deadlier than the flu. You can find a study that says that black people are dumber than white people. You can find a study that says that black people are smarter than white people. You can find a study that says that Asian people are smarter than white people. You can find a study that says that Asian people are dumber than white people. You can find a study that studies penis size of different ethnic groups and tells you that there is in fact a big difference. You can find a study that says that there's a direct correlation between penis size and intelligence. Yes, you can find
I don't know why you spend so much time looking up studies
Bert,
about penis sizes.
You know what? I don't spend a lot of time on that. But
You seem to. You just rattled off 4 of them.
My point is that you can find a study on these things because, one of the stupid things about academia is that that's something that people in academia do, is that they find things, they'll be like, nobody's done a study on this yet, let's do that. And if there's very few studies on a particular body of work, such as the correlation between penis size and intelligence, then all of a sudden the one study on the subject becomes the definitive work on the subject. Because
you can also cherry pick those studies to find things.
Exactly.
This is something that flat earthers do a lot of. No offense to Darren, but they will find one sentence in a study that supports their statement that the earth is flat, and 2 sentences later or in the next paragraph that sentence is contradicted in that same study, but they just find that one sentence that they need to make a point.
And to say, that's why, notice, Bird, that you'll see, like, do you remember that what was that stupid product, Extends? Remember that one that was out for a while that was supposed to make your junk bigger?
No, I don't.
Really, you don't remember that? They advertised it all over the place, man. It was hilarious because they even had like some NFL guy that was promoting it for a while. But Extends was supposedly an herbal supplement that would make your junk bigger, and they would say that studies have shown that it actually makes your junk bigger, and they would cite the study, of course, with the little disclaimer at the bottom that the FDA has not, of course, approved this particular product for any type of treatment, blah blah blah. And because you can find a study, and by the way, if you pay the right money, you can get a study to say pretty much anything you want it to. So the fact that, and if Alex Jones does in fact have an eidetic memory, like you were saying, then that makes it so that it's extremely easy to cherry pick studies because, there are literally hundreds of millions of studies out there. And so all he has to do is find the right ones to support his whatever conspiracy theory of the week is. And then bam, he can put it together and like, look, I got this study here and I got this study here and this study here. What do you got? And of course, if you don't have an eidetic memory and hundreds of hours a week to put into researching this stuff, you're like, and you look like an idiot because you think, oh my gosh, this guy must be brilliant because he knows 17 studies that prove that the COVID-19 vaccine is just poison that they're trying to kill people with.
I'm saying, so what is your that he'd be better off not being able to quote studies?
No, I'm not saying that at all. And in fact, I will tell you, I think that I think Google and Facebook and all those companies were dead wrong for censoring him. I think that them kicking him off their platforms was absolutely, it was immoral, it was unethical, and it should be illegal. All right, I absolutely have a problem with that. 100%. I'm not saying that he should be censored. However, I am also going to say the man is Batwoman crazy. That what he's saying, and that the fact that people throw money at him like they're panties at a rock concert is sick to me.
Who's throwing money at him?
Did you watch Friday Night Tights last night?
That money doesn't go to Alex Jones.
I know, but they were throwing the money. I mean, I'm sorry, but the money that was being thrown at that
money
show
gets thrown on Friday Night Tights. It goes to the
I know it goes
Friday
to
Night Tights
Nerdrotic.
people.
I know it goes to Nerdrotic, but my
because
point,
they make quality entertainment for hours at a time.
I'm sorry. A bunch of guys stroking each other about how awesome they are, and then stroking Alex Jones's ego for a couple hours isn't quality entertainment to me. But if you like it, great. You can knock yourself out watching it. Throw them all your money. That's awesome. That's why they make all the big bucks. But to me, watching that is a symptom of how sick our society has become. It's absolutely disgusting. Because to me, we look at what's happened since 9/11. 9/11, we all banded together, trying to deal with a nation that was attacked. We were completely caught with our pants down. We didn't know what to do. For the briefest of times, we were truly a united country. Now we're freaking paranoid nut jobs. And on both sides of the political aisle, we're paranoid nut jobs. Everybody is either a right-wing wacko or a left-wing nut job. There's nothing in between anymore. No, because if you try to be a sensible human being, for whatever reason, you get ostracized by your political peers. And that, to me, is just wrong. I don't understand it. I don't understand why is it that being a thinking individual has suddenly gone out the window. Why is it that we don't want people to actually just sit back and think about, maybe not everything is a conspiracy. Maybe not everything is, some kind of plot from aliens from another world or whatever. Maybe not everything is insane. And what the heck is that?
What?
That's your Walmart. Don't recognize your Walmart?
I'm not sure what this is. I'm assuming Thomas is building it because it's made of a material I don't recognize. I wonder if he's making the virtual pub.
That might be it.
That could be cool. Yeah. Because we were talking about making a virtual pub in Minecraft.
It's like,
That's
Yeah.
Salty's ranting.
Yeah, I'm
Thomas
sorry.
Potts is building a whole town.
Yeah, I'm sitting there ranting on and on and on about it. But, and so, it made me some tools. Thank you, I guess. Are you leaving or something, Thomas? Or are you just, throwing stuff at me?
Thomas is very generous.
So now he's staring at me kind of creepily. Doesn't he
He's
look like he's like Santa Claus the rapist? That's what he looks like there. Look at that. I mean, he's just like, hey.
pick up the tools and follow me. Let's go.
He's looking for his extends.
Yes. Oh, okay. So, thank you. But so he was making more because I hadn't built up a supply of tools, so I assume he's been building tools. And Random Menace, thank you. Hey, Yosef, come on to the panel. Yosef
Bird Jones
says
is a con man
Jones
selling
is a
junk
con
to
man
Dumbos.
selling junk to Dumbos.
So the thing to combat what we're talking about is if you're on one side of the political aisle, read what the other side is saying and vice versa.
Right.
And don't expect the extreme right and the extreme left to have any answers, because the answer is in the middle, just like any mystery where you have different points of view. The answer is somewhere in the middle of those viewpoints. It's not one person's viewpoint or the other person's viewpoint. It's always somewhere in the middle.
And you know, Bert, I consider you a good friend. I know you and I disagree politically a lot, and that's all right.
Yeah.
But I consider you a good friend, and even though we'll probably never see eye to eye politically, I would never let that get in the way of our friendship. But it just, to me, I have a problem with the fact that, I'm glad that you and I can get past that we can argue, and sometimes argue very loudly and all that, but still be friends. But there are so many people in this country that can't do even that, right? That, like, I will tell you, and I hate to say this, but and especially on a 9/11 stream like this, I have not talked to my sister in years. And the main reason that my sister won't talk to me is because I've tried to reach out to her several times. She will not talk to me. And the reason she won't talk to me is because I'm not liberal.
The spice must.
You're not liberal?
Yeah.
Judge Aaron Sati $1.
Man,
The first
maybe she
link,
should check
the chain
again.
is forged. The first speech censored. The first quote forbidden.
No, and
the first freedom denied. Chains us all irrevocably.
And we got what? Who rang the bell? Somebody rang the bell? I didn't know you could ring the bell. So censoring Alex Jones turned him into a martyr, is what Alex says, which I do think that there's some truth to that.
The spice controls the universe.
Censoring Alex Jones turned him into a martyr.
That unfortunately, let me see. Let me get the stream up here. But then the other chat that I didn't catch was, where was it? Man, can't read that down there. All right. With the first link, the chain is forged, the first speech censored, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, the chains all you got it. So the Captain Picard speech. But, and yeah, I do think Alex Jones was martyred by what YouTube did. And that was a mistake. But yeah, my sister won't talk to me because I'm not liberal. I should say I'm not liberal on specific topics, namely the environment. My sister is a geologist, and she is something of a liberal activist when it comes to the environment. And she was absolutely appalled by me having the nerve to call her out on the fact that, especially since she knows full well, being a geologist, what the definition of an ice age is, and we were arguing over global warming. And I was like, well, wait a minute. Aren't we still in an ice age? And she was like, what are you talking about? Of course not. And I said, well, isn't the definition of an ice age? And then I went off the actual geological definition of an ice age, and she got really mad at me, and that was one of the last times we spoke.
Wow.
It's sunset game.
Yeah, I'm in bed. I don't know if Thomas is back. He said be right back.
Thomas is standing over your bed, watching you.
Oh, that's creepy. It's very disturbing. But yeah, so she is now, and it's funny because she actually just, I'll tell you, like I said, she's a geologist. She works at the University of Alaska, and she discovered an earthquake fault, and she refused to do so, but I still affectionately refer to it as it's Patty's fault. But the politics of the simple politics of being liberal or conservative on the environment, where basically, and it's not even that I deny the idea of climate change, I've just said that I put people first. That when it comes down to it, I'm not going to destroy the economy in the name of the environment. I wouldn't do that. That people have to, we have to look after the survivability of the human race first, And then the environmental concerns come after that. And she has a big problem with that, as do a lot of, people on the far left. That's why, people on the far left like to write essays on how humanity is a disease on the planet. So because of that, she won't talk to me. And she's family. That's how sick we become as a society, that we let politics get in the way of relationships. And I'm sorry, but I consider any one of you on this panel more important than my political ideology. And, everybody on this panel, I've only met via the internet. You're not family.
Thank you.
But
appreciate it.
Yeah, no, I mean it though. It's human relationships are more important than political ideologies. Period.
Yes.
Yeah.
And and that's something that, and in fact, and I know that it's silly. We're not doing a religious stream, but I think that's even a Christian principle, and I'm sure John would agree with me on this.
Yes.
And Wes probably as well. But I don't know where, I know Indy, you're not a believer, but, and Bird's kind of in his, believes he's God. But it's a fundamental Christian principle that the number one tenet of being a Christian is to love God and to love your neighbor. In other words, that relationships are what are primary. And the older I get, the more I realize the truth of that statement.
The spice must flow.
It's something that actually is
Mercer $1.
difficult.
Harry Dunn.
And
Nice
in a way,
skills.
that's why I
Bobby
am an
Moore's woman.
atheist, because
Yes, Harry Dunn.
a
Both
lot
of
of
them.
Christianity is about hate. Well, not Christianity, but religion in general is about hate, and it's why I'm an atheist.
It's okay. You can say Christianity because there's a lot of hate in Christianity. That's all right.
Yeah.
We got to own up to it.
Yeah.
And Mercer
People are more important than beliefs.
Well, but here's the funny thing. And by the way, Mercer drops $1 and says, "Harry Dunn, nice skies, nice skis. Are they your Harry Dunn? Nice skis. Are they yours, woman? Yes. Harry Dunn. Both of them. I don't quite get that. Anybody get that reference?
I don't know that one.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
Yeah, you lost me on that one, Mercer. Chrono says, at least you're not old. Well, yeah, I am. But so no, the truth is that Christians are supposed to view human relationships, their relationship with the divine and their relationships with their fellow man is supposed to be what drives them. But instead, and this is a natural human instinct, is what we all tend to do is we want to feel superior to others. We want to be right. And we feel that that's more important. And that's why we get into fights. That's why we get into arguments, because it's fun to be right. It's not fun to, humiliate yourself and say, well, maybe I was wrong about this. That's never fun. And it's never fun to be a bird either, but that's a whole other story. But I think that Christianity, unfortunately, what happens is sometimes we have a tendency to look at what people are doing wrong and focus on that rather than focus on the
Mercer
person.
$1. Quote was from Dumb and Dumber.
Oh, it's
a
from
movie
Dumb and
you
Dumber.
guys should watch on movie night.
I've never seen Dumb and Dumber. I'll be honest with you. I tried to watch it, and I guess you can ring the bell. I didn't even know you could do that. All right, so I tried to watch Dumb and Dumber, and honestly, I thought it was dumb. I know that's. I thought the movie was just stupid, and I know some people will hate me for that. Oh, and
Alex O'Prey.
Alex
$1.
O'Prey.
I bought a book on conspiracy theories, and now it's missing. BTW, Trekkum is spelled brief.
Alex O'Prey donated $1, said, I bought a book on conspiracy theories and now it's missing. By the way, Trekker misspelled brief. Well, I misspell things a lot. Jerk. Everybody's a jerk. That's my theory. My conspiracy theory is just everybody is a jerk.
You've been saying that for years.
Yes, and I maintain that I think that is the one conspiracy theory that is absolutely irrevocably true. Prove me wrong. Everybody's a jerk and everyone's an idiot, which I actually wrote a thesis paper on and got an A+. So...
Well, I imagine you have a lot of evidence to support that.
I actually did provide a lot of evidence to support that everyone is an idiot. It was a wonderful paper. So the my professor absolutely loved it. It was, but the idea was that not everybody has a an IQ that would put them in the category of idiot, but everybody is woefully ignorant on something.
He who controls
And
the spice
usually
controls
something
the
that is
universe.
painfully obvious
Agent
to
Smith
someone
in The
else.
Matrix was an environmentalist rolling on the floor laughing.
And Alex puts Agent Smith in The Matrix was an environmentalist. I don't know if I would agree with that. I know that he didn't like the smell of the Matrix.
I think he's talking about how Smith compared humanity to like
a virus.
Who would like wipe resources and so on.
Well, in that case, I think you could argue that Agent Smith is a liberal.
Yeah, probably is.
Yeah. I do think that sometimes, like, filmmakers do this sometimes, especially like more liberal filmmakers, they will make, in order to try and make, how a good villain, a truly great villain, is a villain that is relatable, right? A villain that you can understand their motives and sometimes even identify with their motives, right? Like with Thanos, the reason Thanos was a good villain was because you could totally buy why he was doing what he was doing. And even though you knew, the guy is completely nuts and he wants to kill half the life in the universe, when he explains himself, you're like, okay, I get why he feels that way. And Agent Smith's explanation of man basically being like a virus, I can kind of see that, right? You can understand why he's saying that, because it's true. Unlike most creatures on the planet, man doesn't establish equilibrium with nature. Man alters nature to suit his needs. And so that is an interesting observation from Smith. But the interesting thing about all that is that why is it that these mostly liberal filmmakers have to almost 100% of the time make it the villain of the story that is their person that basically is reflecting their liberal ideology? It's not a rhetorical question. I'm opening it up for...
I have no idea.
I have no idea.
Have you ever noticed that? It's like it's always a villain, but the villain is always reflecting their liberal ideology, whether it be Thanos or Agent Smith or the Batwoman crazy lady from the first from Godzilla King of the Monsters. It's always a villain character who's usually an eco-terrorist, and feels that humanity is destroying the planet.
You've given this a lot more thought than I think any of us have, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, You know, I love writing in film, and I think it's an interesting pattern, and I think it's because I think it's because they want to insert their liberal agenda, but I think they know that if they try to make humanity, the human race, and the villain of a story, generally speaking, people are going to walk out of the story saying, well, that sucked. Because they don't want to view themselves as the villain. But if you can have Agent Smith say it, or have Thanos say it, or something like that, then
By the way,
you're planting...
It's fully nighttime in the game.
Yeah, I'm in bed. I'm waiting on you guys.
Well.
Dale Carnegie did say that everybody is the hero of their own story.
Yes.
So that is something to consider when making a film, I suppose, you know. And being the action hero is kind of the fantasy of a lot of men. And, you know, me included, I wouldn't mind going out and kicking butt and taking names. Why not?
Sure. But the interesting thing is, why is it that, like, the filmmaker, like, we if you've ever, the Wachowski, or how do you, is it Wachowski or Wachowski? I always forget.
I've always heard it as Wachowski.
Yeah,
that's what I thought.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody keeps yelling at me that I never get it right, so I'm always paranoid that I'm butchering the name. But however you say Lana's name, because the other Wachowski is not involved in the new Matrix film, apparently. But she's clearly, if you've ever seen her, she's a very liberal filmmaker. She would, I'm sure, be more than happy to have the liberal agenda be the heroic star of the film. But I think that if Agent Smith's perspective was the correct one in the first Matrix film, nobody would have liked that movie. Like, if the machines were ultimately right, would anybody have wanted to see that movie?
Well, no, because the machine is nobody wants to be ruled by machines. That's
right.
Just a natural instinct. Even Spock said it,
Right.
Machines make good servants. I would hate to have to serve under one.
So if that's the case, then why, why do they do it the way they do? That's, I don't know. Go ahead.
And as I remember, the machines tried to make a perfect utopian world,
right,
for the humans, and the humans kept waking up from it thinking, "Oh, this is just too good," which I think is another human trait. It's like, if things are going too well for too long, you begin to suspect that something is wrong.
You see, now that, I think, was also an interesting, and almost if for lack of a better term, a backfire on what, and something that many theologians argue as far as with the classical problem of evil argument, is that the problem of evil argument is that if you truly did have a world with no evil, then you would also have a world with no good, and that nobody would want to be in that world.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the more subtle points of.
Yeah, I think that is
this side of paradise. That episode in TOS, it's like one of the subtle points of that episode is that it's boring and you don't accomplish anything when everything is provided for you and you don't really have to work that hard to get anything.
Right. Dang, how is Thomas doing this?
Doing what?
He just came by and just dropped off a compass. It's like, dude.
I think it's because he's busy crafting instead of ranting.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to stop my camera for a moment and switch positions so you guys can see the view from here.
All right.
If you don't mind.
Sounds good.
Yes, we're all jealous of you, Indy.
Don't be jealous. I'm just, a little bit of a Zen moment, maybe.
just wait till I get a chance to move to Metropolis.
Okay, so I can't see what you're seeing right now, but this is sort of...
I see what looks like a building and, your arm.
Yep. And then they're building new townhouses. And this is the view of the city, the little village that I live in right now.
Wait, you live in a village? Are you in Slovakia?
Well, no, I live outside of D.C., but this place is a very small area with only about 1,200 people or 1,100 homes, so probably more like 2,400 or 3,000 people or so. So.
And thanks, Thomas. We need to, and Thomas, since you're running around crafting stuff, you could build a few clocks and like post them in strategic locations. That would be cool.
Anyway, this is my view.
I don't know what he just gave me, but he threw something. Oh, a compass.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess he knows how much you guys get lost.
Yes.
He's like, y'all got to find me now. I give you all compasses.
I'm not even sure what the compass points to exactly. I think it points to your spawn location, if I remember correctly.
I think so too.
Because it's pointing me towards the cows. Yeah, I think that's what I mean.
It always points towards the cows.
Yeah. Anyway, that's my view.
Very nice.
Nice.
Well, I plan on once we move to Metropolis of inviting everybody to come to the annual Superman festival.
Well, that sounds good.
Yeah. Not that you can stay at my house or anything, but you can.
Aw.
What?
Hey, I didn't say I was giving you room and board. I'm just.
All right, let me see if I can. Oh, there you are. All right.
I'm not really sure when they do the Superman festival. I just know they have one.
Right. Thomas, if you can hear me, if you can bring me as much cobblestone as you can bring.
You know there's plenty of cobblestone, right?
Not enough.
What are you trying to build? Where are you?
I'm going to build a cobblestone wall that goes around the entire town.
Well, I've got a bunch of cobblestone, but I'm using it for the roads. But I suppose I'll stop with the roads and get back to mining for a little. Whoop, wrong one. Let's see. There. All right. So, and he said Wes stole it all. No, I stole it all, but I just put it back. There, I'll finish working on a town square later. Thanks to Wes wanting to build a frickin' stone wall. What are you, now you're Donald Trump? You want to build a wall around the town?
Yeah. Keep those creepers out.
You do know that the creepers will spawn inside the town if the town's not properly lit.
No, my wall is perfect. My wall is beautiful. Everyone loves it.
And Joseph, why didn't you come on the panel, buddy, if you're still here? Yeah, I see you're in the chat. Come on. No excuses. Unless you're doing your duties.
They must be getting ready for the Pope to visit. He says he's coming to Slovakia tomorrow.
Is the Pope really going to Slovakia?
That's what he said.
The Vatican must be slumming.
And it's better than Prague.
Well, not by much. I mean, that's like, Your Holiness, what do you want to do? I don't know. You got any plans? How about Slovakia? All right.
This random man says, yeah, 4-day stay. That's why I'm leaving the country for a week.
Well, no excuses. If you're leaving the country for a week, then you need to come here now. Because this may be our last chance to talk until you get back. So, I don't want to hear your Slovakian whining. Or as they just call it in Slovakia, talking.
When you're leaving in 12 hours, well, that's plenty of time.
Yeah. I'll stream for 12 hours if you want to come on here. I don't think I'll be streaming for 12 hours, but I'll stream for a while. Depending if we have people talking, then I'll keep streaming for a while. But it depends on you guys, because I ain't doing this by myself. So, Indy, what do you do exactly, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh no, I don't mind. I'm a civil engineer. I live in Woodbridge, Virginia, and I work in Fredericksburg, Virginia.
So tell me, because look, I forgive my ignorance.
Yeah.
But what exactly is a civil engineer? Because whenever I hear the term civil engineer, what I think of is an engineer who's not rude.
So not Bird for sure.
Yeah.
There's an easy way to remember the difference between civil and mechanical.
Yes. Go ahead, Bird. I know the joke you're going to tell.
Civil engineers build targets.
Mechanical engineers build weapons. Civil engineers build targets.
Gotcha. Okay.
The elevator pitch for a civil engineer is everything outside the building is designed by a civil engineer. The roads, the storm sewers, the sanitary sewers, the water lines, the bridges, the water treatment plants, the wastewater treatment plants.
So I was actually supporting the civil engineering department when I was working for Comcast.
Yeah.
Are you near your bed?
I have one with me. Is the sun going down?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's why you just always keep a bed on you.
Is that an insult to me?
Yes, Bird. Yes, because Bird always stays on his bed.
You'd be a natural at Minecraft, Bird.
Yeah. That'd be great. Like, you should do that. Make a mod for Minecraft where you just cruise around in a hospital bed. That would be great. So that makes it, because I was for Comcast, I was in charge of the entire network plant for 3 states.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't actually do the design work myself. I was more on the maintenance side of it, but and I had to design repairs for it, which was
and my pitch is a little bit of an oversimplification. There are structural engineers who work specifically for civil engineering firms. There are landscape architects who work specifically for civil engineering firms, but there's also structural engineering companies
But you see,
know.
like when I work directly with engineers in the company, but we didn't call them civil engineers, and so we just called them engineers, and so I did, you know. So I heard when I hear someone say, "Oh, I'm a civil engineer," I was like, "Okay, well, I've worked with engineers, but I don't know what's a civil engineer." So I was working with civil engineers.
Yeah, well, yeah, that could be true, and you know, there's I've done quite a bit in my career. I've designed subdivisions and sites, you know, like gas stations and commercial spaces, and then I've also worked for 2 separate natural gas companies doing design for them, and then for Dominion Energy as well.
Oh, you work for the Dominion?
I worked for the Dominion, yes. You know?
Whoa. Yeah. I don't know. Where's the Catch Yourself White? Yeah.
They probably pay pretty well.
It's right here. You know, they take it out after a while, you know, when we lost the war. Wow. They took it out.
Okay.
And it just turns out we didn't need it at all.
But now you no longer look like a Jem'Hadar.
No, all the scales.
You lose your scales when you stop taking the white. That's how it works.
Yeah. You're basically just a human being with a scaly shell exterior. That's
Now, okay. Here's a question for my for anybody who's a huge fan of Deep Space Nine, because this is something that bugs me about Deep Space Nine to no end, and and I'm sorry, I do love Deep Space Nine, but this is, like, to me, an absolute fatal flaw for the entire Dominion War series, and that is what happened to the Jem'Hadar having superior physical strength. Because why is it that at first they're like, oh yes, they have, they're genetically engineered and have superior strength and blah blah blah, and then we see Dax throwing him around.
Dax is super strong.
No, she is not.
Well, what happened when Worf got tossed around by Deanna Troi?
I mean, come on. We have Dax throwing him around. We have Major Kira throwing him around. We have
Dax has training in Klingon martial arts. Kira has training as
I'm sorry, you know what?
freedom fighter terrorist.
I get that, but you know what? And this.
You're right. It's woke.
No, it's not just. It's not that it's woke. It's that
woke.
It's BS, and it's something that I really hate in television and movies. Martial arts are not superpowers. Okay, martial arts does not mean that if you are 30 pounds, you can throw around someone who weighs 300 pounds.
I don't know. Have you seen some of those kung fu masters who can stand on their fingertips? Who can do handstands on their fingertips?
You mean all the fake martial art people, or are you talking? Those are funny. I love watching those people that hold their hand up and people just fall down. Those are hilarious. Oh man, I just love laughing at it. No, I'm sorry, but even the best of martial arts has to give way to physics. All right, and just because you're very good at martial arts does not mean like one of the great martial arts fights in history is Bruce Lee versus Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, because Kareem just sends Bruce flying across the room, right? Because it's physics. If you are a 120-pound guy fighting a 300-pound guy, the 300-pound guy has a distinct advantage if he's a skilled fighter.
The problem with the Dominion and all of these are they're too overpowered to begin with.
Right, and then they got to dumb them down somehow.
Yeah.
Well, truth be told, I mean, the Jem'Hadar are probably not particularly heavy, since all their nutrition comes from Tetracell White.
But we're told that they're physically stronger than humans.
So they're helium balloons, is what Bird is saying.
Yeah, they can be stronger, but if they don't weigh as much.
But they don't demonstrate that they're any stronger. We never see. I mean, honestly, outside of when they first show up, we don't really see them do anything that would indicate that they're any more capable than a typical human, except for the fact that they do not need to eat or sleep. That's about the only advantage that I see in a Jem'Hadar, is that they don't eat or sleep.
Well, that's for the whole
Kirk,
martial arts thing. Yes, I think the Jem'Hadar definitely look heftier than a human character, but they might be less skilled fighters compared to somebody who has had a lot of training. Because some of them will be fighting as they're like 8 days old or something. So
Right, but keep in mind they're also genetically programmed to fight. So
well, that's true.
And so it's hard to argue that the Jem'Hadar are not skilled warriors, especially when you saw, like Worf in the training pits with them. And now Worf is considered a skilled fighter. And yes, Worf did beat a lot of them, but he was beating basically noobs. And it's not like Worf didn't take a huge beating in the process.
Well, the Klingons themselves are
Right. Well, and the Jem'Hadar have respect for Klingons. But then we see the Klingons, when the Klingons invade Deep Space Nine. Oh, look, Major Kira's beating the crap out of 10 Klingon warriors, as is Dax and everybody. I could see if you have a one-on-one fight with Major Kira and a Klingon, and she gets a lucky, palm punch, because Deep Space Nine, patent-pending palm punch for whatever reason. But, it's fine. So we get a lucky palm punch in on a Klingon warrior, right? And they take him down. Fine. But when you have Klingons invading the station, and you have characters like Kira and Dax taking them down left and right like they were freaking cannon fodder, I'm sorry.
If I recall, Kira was severely injured.
Yeah, she got stabbed.
In the Klingon battle. Yeah, she was going to die if not for the fact that.
Yeah, but how many did she take down in the process?
One.
Really? She only took down one Klingon? Are you sure?
I don't know. Brian got knocked down, was about to get killed before somebody phasered the Klingon off of him or something along those lines.
Right.
Well, Klingons too. They're not necessarily the warriors that the PR department claims they are. They're just hard to kill. It's just that's the kernel of truth. Getting back to Bird's argument, the kernel of truth in the PR department's Klingons are badass warriors.
Well, Klingons are supposed to be badass warriors, but
they're not.
But they're not. They're just kind of wusses. They're cannon fodder. We never. It's funny because I know Bird's gonna get mad at me for this, but we see Worf get his butt kicked over and over and over because we want to demonstrate how tough the bad guy is. So we have Worf get his butt kicked by them, and so it becomes a trope that the bad guy can assert themselves by beating the crap out of Worf. I mean, it's almost like I would love it if just once in Star Trek The Next Generation is like if a bad guy shows up and Captain Picard goes, "Red alert, quick, bring the shields up before somebody beats up Worf." Because that's just how it goes there. I mean, it's like, somebody's, the Packlids. Oh no, Worf's in trouble. We make Klingon bleed.
Oh no, it's a 98-pound girl.
We are strong. That would be so fun. We are Packlids. Yeah. So, and I get it. It's a way to try to make the bad guy appear strong by having them go against who you think is the toughest. But if you make your toughest lose all the time, it's no fun. That's where I think they did a good job with Hulk in Infinity War, because when Thanos curb stomped the Hulk in the beginning of Infinity War, that caught people off guard. Nobody was expecting the Hulk to just get absolutely smashed like that. They might say, okay, this is going to be a fight, and people were probably expecting Thanos to win that fight because he had a couple of Infinity Stones, but they weren't expecting it to be that one-sided. Nobody was expecting Thanos to just completely devastate the Hulk. And that's what made it a great fight, because it's like that made it so now we know Thanos is a serious threat. All right, so look, there's Bird of Prey. See him there? He's jumping around.
Hello, world.
Yeah, hello, world. So, Bird, would you prefer death by explosion or death by lava?
Or death by snoo snoo?
Death by snoo snoo is not really an option in this game.
Oh, too bad. I'm going inside, guys.
And Bird's sleeping, it sounds like.
The Piano Dean is here. He says Klingons are warriors in the same way that stormtroopers are marksmen.
Well, yeah. Wow. You know, the funny thing is, you could argue that that's, you know, stormtroopers, it's because people have done videos on the fact that stormtroopers actually do have good aim. They just have horrible aim when hitting main characters. And so, but if you look at the actual track record of Klingons, of stormtroopers, they actually, for the overall, they hit their target more often than not. Like, if you look at the opening sequence from the first Star Wars film, they wreck the rebels in that opening sequence. They come in and just completely annihilate the rebels, and the rebels only take down like 2 or 3 stormtroopers, but the stormtroopers take down every rebel on the ship. So I think that there's and let's see, looks like it's bedtime, huh? All right. Shoot, figures. It's like, do I sleep in the water or in the lava? Neither of these are particularly good choices here.
I would do the lava.
Yeah, I'm sure you would. Let's see. We'll build a little platform here to sleep on, so that I don't die when I wake up. Because the problem is, if you set your bed next to the lava and then you wake up and you like spawn in the lava, that would be very bad. All right. And Piano Dean, if you want, come on for a little bit. Old Media Guy's in the house as well. Says that and Thomas killed Loki inside a minute. Or Thanos killed Loki inside a minute after the Avengers took an entire film to subdue. Yeah. But I think they did a great job of basically setting up the stakes. Where in Star Trek, unfortunately, since Worf basically gets beaten up every other episode, it's like it kind of lost its sting if somebody beat up Worf. You know, it's like, oh no, they can beat up a Klingon. You know, that's like something that everybody can do. And let's see. Oops, that was stupid of me. There, we'll just block off the water. Valor says, let me try this. I know, let's do this and put that there. There we go. Now I can actually see the chat. However, according to my Sensei, you can't throw them halfway across the room like in the movies. Just send them on their backs. Yeah, well, if you're, I didn't catch what you said earlier, but yeah, if you're talking about like if martial arts, you can, depending on the style of martial arts, there are different, you know, and that's another thing that, you know, obviously in movies and TV shows, martial arts are just generic superpowers, right? So somebody studies any form of martial arts and they have now mastered all forms of martial arts. But in as far as the wow, where's okay? We'll get rid of this. I hear a llama in here somewhere. I don't like llamas.
Llamas don't like you.
There we go. Well, llamas are evil creatures. Ever since that one llama pushed me into the lava, I'm sorry. That's... Did you see that when that happened? That actually did happen, just so you know.
I didn't catch that one.
Yeah. Yes, a llama actually did push me into the lava, and I was very pissed off. There we go. Anyway, so there's grappling martial arts, and there's throwing martial arts, and then there's punching and kicking martial arts. And so depending on the type of martial arts that you practice, give you different methods. Wes, look above the mine entrance door. Oh, okay. So there's something above the mine entrance door.
I'll go look at it. It's like, what does he want?
Yeah, no, I'm curious too.
He's staying on the bed. Okay. Okay.
Resonate mine.
Does Thomas thinks he's funny now?
Thomas is hilarious. What, the joke didn't resonate with you? Come on.
Thomas is like, yeah, you better run. Ah, you jerk. Ah. I see. Well planned, Thomas. Well planned. Yeah, see, Thomas runs to the llamas for protection, like a coward. All right, so I can't remember what I was talking about. Thanks. Where was I? Now that Thomas has completely messed with my head. Let's see. We'll put this in here. And so, anyway, but in Star Trek, they just kind of make it so that when they start out, they make something stronger, but then they got to weaken it up so that, the Federation has a chance. And I think that's what happened with the Borg. That's why Voyager completely nerfed the Borg. And with the Jem'Hadar, they did it on Deep Space Nine, because when we first saw, and it's like even with the Vorta, because remember the Vorta had telekinetic powers, and then all of a sudden they just didn't. And then people say, "Oh, it's just that one special Vorta." Really? That's what it was? She was just special? Because that makes no sense. But, I don't buy that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think that she was just a special Vorta, or do you think that... Holy crap, you weren't kidding about building a wall. Wait,
I mean, yes. So you have the theory about her being a special Vorta. I mean, yeah, that's the typical fan conjecture to explain why it never showed up again. But I think the writers just kind of forgot about it or something.
Dang, Wesley, would you go into creative mode? How did you get this much cobblestone?
Thomas spots.
Wow, that's a lot of cobblestone. Yeah, but I don't like that fan theory, because I kind of like the idea that the Vorta just have that innate ability. And I just think that Weyoun is just too much of a jerk to use it.
Well, I could see that as well.
Yeah. By the way, you should make that an iron door. Because a creeper or even a zombie can bust down that door.
Thomas Potts, build me an iron door.
Really? You're going to say Thomas build me an... Was he like your whipping boy now? Dang. Thomas, build me this. My slave. Oh, look, we got a beehive.
Well, he'd build it faster than I would even get back to a crafting table.
Bunch of cheaters here. But I like that's what I liked about the Borg in Best of Both Worlds, is at that point they weren't nerfed. Like, you notice that even like Picard, when Picard was Locutus, Data had to struggle to keep Picard in place against his will. And so they did not nerf the Borg's strength. The Borg completely demolished the fleet at Wolf 359. They completely shrugged off the massive attack from the Enterprise Warp Core, which unfortunately set the precedent for the deflector dish can do anything, unfortunately. That just became the beginning, like somebody from Voyager saw that and like, hey, if they could do that, let's just say the deflector dish can pretty much do anything. But they never nerfed the Borg there. But then, of course, for First Contact, that's when the nerfing began by bringing in the Queen and making the Borg drones just kind of mindless zombies. At least to me. I don't know. What did you guys think of, like... I know I'm the one that's famous for hating First Contact, but do you think I'm off base? Anybody?
Well, I thought First Contact was entertaining to watch.
Right.
But yeah, I don't like some of the stuff they did to the Borg there either.
Right. I'm not saying First Contact is a bad movie. Oh, Thomas says... I have to go. Thomas has left. He's like, bam.
He got tired of me bossing around.
I did like what that Picard was still suffering from effects of being a member of the Borg. And it took somebody who didn't know what the Borg were to kind of bring him back down to earth a little bit.
I could see that, Indy, but I guess my problem with that part of the story is the fact that they dealt with that in Home. Was it Home or Family? I mean,
a Family, yeah.
Is that Family was all about the PTSD, and so I understand. I get the PTSD, especially after being a Borg drone, is a powerful story, but the problem is it was powerful the first time they showed it. And so for me, First Contact felt like a wash, rinse, repeat on that.
Yeah.
Well, for that particular part, I think it would have been better if it was somebody who knew instead of a character he literally just met.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons that I've argued for, like, if Cisco were there instead of Lily. Because Cisco is someone that, okay, here's a character who doesn't know Picard intimately well, like the crew of the Enterprise, but knows him from the Battle of Wolf 359. And so can confront him on a perspective from the Borg on a very unique way. By the way, it is nighttime, Wes.
So in Picard, one thing that bothered me was the fact that...
in Picard, they bring it back again.
And what really bothered me about that was that, of all people, Jean-Luc Picard should have called 7 of 9 by her given name, not 7 of 9. And she would have understood that, I think. That would have been them being human, not being Borg.
Well, and I don't understand why she goes... Now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't watched Picard since it originally aired. And one of the blessings of MS is some of my memory is fading on that. But
one finally is blessed with a fading memory.
Yes. So there's the good part of MS. No, but 7 goes by 7, right? She says she's not Annika, she's 7, right?
Yeah.
And that makes no sense to me from her perspective. Is that because in Picard she's clearly fully human. Like she's no longer the stiff robotic character that she was on Voyager. She is comfortable with her emotions. She's just feels like a fully realized human character now. And which, for better or for worse, you can say, well, that's a good, growth of her character. Some people argue, and other people argue that that's just not 7 of 9. But what I don't understand about that is why would she insist on calling herself 7 of 9? Because once she, because if her whole goal in life was to become human again, wouldn't she call herself Annika?
You would think so.
Right. Once she was able to get the Borg out of her, as far as the Borg, the whole idea of being a Borg, and she was able to embrace her humanity, which is what she was trying to learn on Voyager, then why would she hold on to her Borg name or Borg designation? I don't understand that at all. I understand that after the traumatic experience of losing the true love of her life, Chakotay, why she suddenly became a lesbian, because that makes perfect sense. But I don't understand.
How did Chakotay die, or what happened to him?
Nobody knows. Nobody cares.
Anyways.
The Sky Spirits.
Yeah, he just joined. Was it the rubber tree people? He just rejoined. He just rejoined the rubber tree people.
Well, my problem with her becoming a lesbian is she could do so much better than Rafi.
Well, apparently not.
No, apparently yes, I would say.
No. Here's what we learned. And actually, no, here's the thing. This is what you're missing about the 7 of 9 arc and why it's 7 of 9 is, man, I wish I had more energy and felt better, because I keep thinking of these ideas for videos. I would be more snarky than Lore Reloaded with some of these ideas for videos. I'd say like a video of why 7 of 9 is secretly the most genius character ever. So very simple. 7 of 9, when we find out through flashbacks, and I can't remember the name of the episode, but I look it up, when we see the Raven. That Raven was the name of the episode.
That's the Raven,
yeah. So when we see the Raven, we find out that her parents were basically just trailer trash that were living in an RV and chasing down, they were basically groupies for the Borg, right? And so that was their whole, they were like deadheads of the 24th century, right? And so then what happens to 7? Well, you know what kids tend to do is follow in the footsteps of their parents. And so she finds trailer trash to shack up with. Bam! Applause, applause, applause. Thank you very much.
You just need to write them down and get somebody to help you with
I'm
these.
telling you, I wish oh man, I wish I was on better terms with Mr. Miles to help me edit videos, but seriously, that's the secret genius of 7 of 9 right there. is that she needed trailer trash. That's what she needed.
Mm-hmm.
About that thing with her name, I went back and looked because I thought I had remembered somebody calling her Annika. In fact, the only person who calls her Annika is like evil Deanna Troi that they were trying to rescue Bruce Maddox from. Which I thought that was ironic. Everybody else called her 7.
Oh, she called her Annika. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so apparently evil former lesbian lover called her Annika. So maybe Rafi will call her Annika.
Maybe.
So maybe only people she has sex with can call her Annika, which would make sense because Chakotay called her Annika.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, but wasn't that just in a holodeck fantasy?
No. And actually, the first time Chakotay called her Annika was in Scorpion.
Oh, okay.
Was when they hooked up the neural transceiver to Chakotay, he called her Annika in that. So Chakotay, and so apparently the people who can call her Annika are people who have sex with her. That's the new piece of canon that we've learned today. Because that's what Star Trek is now, folks.
Oh yeah.
But at least hey, you know what? Say what you want about Kurtzman. At least it makes sense with past history. You know, you can't say that he's butchering the past on this one because it's consistent with past Trek.
Well, he's just butchering the past and everything else.
Yeah.
In this one area, he's good.
Yeah. So let's give credit where credit is due. Is that yes, it is true that Annika is the name for that character to people who she has slept with. Period. End of line, as the Master Control Program would say. Which makes no sense, but that's a whole other discussion. But yeah, so
You should come out and check out the wall.
Yeah, I see you're working on the wall. All in all, it's just another brick in the wall. Although, you should start to get, here's the problem. There's like these really cool new bricks in the game that you can only get by mining really, really deep. And you should make the wall out of that.
That sounds like a lot of work just to get those bricks.
Yeah, it is. But it would be a really cool looking wall. So what you'll have to do is, once we start mining that brick, then you can like replace each section of wall with that. Now that will be
sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah.
Just build a wall outside the wall. You have a fence, then a wall of stone, and then a wall of brick.
That's actually a good idea. Yeah, so we'll have a triple layered defense there. Of course, we also have to have torches and stuff everywhere and that's going to have to be your next.
Build a lava moat.
Okay, I don't know a lot about this game, but if he digs deep enough, doesn't he hit lava and die?
Well, not necessarily. There's lava underground, but it's not everywhere underground. Now, if you go to the Korogan Mines, there is a specific area called the Korogan Mines. In the game, it's referred to as the Nether. But if you go there, then there are oceans of lava.
Wow. I'm going to take off, guys.
Oh,
y'all
sure.
have
We
a
start
great
talking
afternoon.
about the Korogan Mines, and then he's got to leave. I see how you.
Well, I got to go. I'm supposed to be supervising the mines right now. Bird might.
I didn't know you were
upset with me.
Korogan. Oh, man.
I'm not. I'm just a contractor for hire. I'm a hired gun.
Try not to fall into the lava.
See you guys later.
Later.
Take care.
So yeah, so now we've learned that that Annika is actually let's see. Do we know where's she from? Do we know where she was from originally?
I don't know.
Minnesota.
Minnesota. It must be some native Minnesotan tongue.
No, I'm kidding.
Okay. Somebody check Memory Alpha. I want to know where Annika's from. Because I'll bet you anything that Annika translates literally to the one who lives in trailers.
Yeah, the thing that I think with Annika and her picking 7 throughout Voyager was down to she barely remembers her being Annika, and because of the impact the Borg had on her.
Oh, in Voyager, I agree.
Yeah, but what they did with her in Picard, I question how much of Voyager they watched.
Yeah, that's the problem. And Wes, I'm
running.
All right. Yeah, in Voyager, I totally get that. She was still trying to rediscover her lost humanity. And so since she only understood herself as Seven, then I could buy that she called herself Seven. But in Picard, since it appears that they're trying to say that in the 20 or so years since then, she has fully realized her humanity, which I'm fine with if they want to say she's gone through that level of growth, then they need to say then she, why would she still call herself a Borg designation? That just does not add up.
About to answer your question, according to Memory Alpha, Annika was born on a Federation colony and she never visited Earth.
That's what it is then. On that Federation colony, in their native tongue, Annika means she who lives in a trailer.
Sounds right.
I'm calling it right now. That's my official fan theory. So yeah, Annika Hansen, she who lives in a trailer and listens to Hansen. Don't leave the gate open. You're gonna let the cows out.
How'd Jeopardy go last night?
Shocking, absolutely shocking.
Matt did an excellent job.
Yeah, Matt. So here's what happened. The first round was a close round. But then, out of nowhere, Life with Matthew came on and dominated. And not even kidding. I want to say I'm joking that he came on and got every question wrong and looked like a complete idiot, like we all expected. But no, he came on and crushed it.
He did.
And
all the nerd.
all
the nerd questions just wrecked him.
Yeah, I was like, it's so funny because I'd ask him the question and I would actually be moving the mouse to the take points off button because just waiting for him to screw it up. And he got it right. And he just kept getting all the hard ones right. And I was like, what? Where's this Matthew been? So I was absolutely dumbfounded. I was, I've never been so shocked in my life.
The fact he was doing so well, he said we need to make the questions harder.
Yeah, Matthew actually suggested that we make the questions harder next time.
Oh, man. The whole 2-hour time difference was just enough. I had a ton of errands to do this morning. So
it's all good, man.
Yeah. I watched a few of them back probably in the wintertime. And they definitely seem like some good fun, and
I highly recommend you watch the replay of this one. It was
yeah okay.
When Matthew comes on, I think was it the third round that Matthew joined in? No, it was, yeah,
he's in the third and fourth.
Yeah, so the third round is when Matthew joined in. So the first two rounds are enjoyable. Don't get me wrong, but when Matthew joins in on the third round, then the shocking, it's like what.
Nice. Yeah, the last one vacation we were on a cruise, and they had a Trek trivia day in one of the bars, like in an Irish style bar. So it actually sort of worked because of that. Mm-hmm. And I was my wife had goaded me to go do it, and I was actually surprised at how much stuff I managed to get right.
Although a bar Trek trivia, I'll bet you any of us would probably do pretty well at.
Some of it was pretty crazy. The assistant cruise director that was in charge of doing this was legit Trekkie. Like he actually had the uniform and everything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So he had some pretty tough questions.
So it wasn't all like softball stuff. Like
No.
What
Some of
Star
them.
Trek show took place on a space station?
Yeah. No, he. What was? There was one where.
Like I actually saw someone post on YouTube. You can find it on a quick search on YouTube.
Can't think of it.
But where on the actual Jeopardy show, the Alex Trebek Jeopardy show, there was a Deep Space Nine category, and it's like, and so this person who is obviously a little bit of a nerd ran that category, and nobody else even bothered to buzz in. And it was like they were all like questions that I guarantee you any of us could have answered like half asleep. You know, it was like, really? That's your Star Trek category? You know, that it was yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty sad.
And this is on national television?
Yeah, I mean, if you're getting into Jeopardy like actual Jeopardy,
Yeah.
like you should. I mean, these are people that sit around and just memorize by rote, just books and books and books,
Right.
and you know, I don't have uniforms and badges, but I've got, you know, the Enterprise D technical manual and the DS9 manual and the Klingon dictionary. So, like, from where are my bona fides? They're there. But
I've got the DS9 Jeopardy categories.
Oh, did you find it?
The station is located next to the first stable one of these.
Yeah.
Quadrant to quadrant shortcuts ever known.
Yeah. What is a wormhole?
So hard.
What's the next?
Oh, the guy started at minus 200.
Yeah.
And that was a $300 question.
That was $300.
So,
Did he get it?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, he runs
$100. This Ferengi runs the bar on the promenade. Yeah. Man, this guy really looks like he needed this help.
Yeah, this is like the easiest questions ever.
Okay.
This
one's
Canadian
a little-
actor, born in the 30s, has a very distinctive way of delivering his lines.
No, it's all deep space
This one's
stuff.
a little. This show is set in this century, the same as Star Trek: The Next Generation.
What is the 24th?
Yeah, but some people would say 23rd. Oh wait, he's way behind. He's still going to be behind when he's done.
Yeah.
Okay. 400. Rene Auberjonois plays this shape-shifting security officer.
Who is Odo?
Wow. So even if you didn't know Rene Auberjonois, you know Odo.
Right.
Hmm.
If
The
you've ever
hard question would have been, Odo is played by this actor.
Right. And by the way, you got to pronounce it right or you don't get the points.
Oh, man.
And for $500, the symbiont in the body of this Terry Farrell character was previously in a man's body.
Who is Dax?
Yeah.
That's,
If you were only a light watcher of the show, you might not pay attention to that, or you might not clue
Yeah,
into
they're
it.
clapping. He got 1,300 now.
Mhm.
He's in a distant second place.
right. But yeah,
From
but,
the $3,100 leader.
but come on, those questions are not. I'm sorry. Any of the questions that we asked last night were tougher than those.
Oh, yeah.
You saying Renee's name properly?
No,
I'm
but
half.
they didn't
I'm
make you
half
say his name.
French, and I don't even dare try to say that guy's last name. I just chew it out
I
every
suck
time.
at his name. Yeah, I
No, this was
sometimes get it right, but it's just luck.
A
Yeah.
1994 game. So this was when DS9 was still on the air?
Oh
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, so it was a current show at the time. It wasn't even ancient like that. That would be a somewhat challenging category
Wait,
if it was today.
because this was only like season 1 or 2. DS9 at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have been a relatively new show. That's probably why it was difficult.
I don't think it was difficult at all.
Hey, folks.
As long
Hey,
as
Mercer.
you've seen the show, I mean, granted, I mean, because there's nothing there. If you've seen the show, if you are more than a couple of episodes, like if you've watched the show, even as a casual fan, every one of those questions you should be able to answer.
I think I did okay last night, for a little while.
You did fine. You just got crushed by the juggernaut that was Matthew, which nobody saw coming. Nobody saw that coming.
No.
Not even Matthew.
Yeah.
Now, if he got the Sharon Carter question right, but who is the other Carter? What was her first name?
Peggy.
Peggy. Oh,
That's-
okay.
yeah,
I forgot
so-
about that.
Aunt Peggy.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that, and I don't watch enough MCU to remember.
Peggy
the
Carter.
original.
Yeah, Peggy Carter was the original Agent Carter, and Sharon Carter was her niece, and so which is kind of creepy in that Captain America ended up marrying Peggy Carter and dating his own niece. Yeah. Yes, it's like, boy, that Luke Skywalker Leia thing doesn't seem quite so bad now.
You should have a creepy relationships in pop culture category.
Yes. Yes. Oh man,
That would be good. Just
I mean,
like
that was downright disturbing when you start thinking about it. It's like, okay, so Cap.
If I'm ever on Jeopardy and Star Trek is a final Jeopardy category, I'll know to risk everything.
And then they're going to ask you a question you don't know, and you're just going to yell.
Which planet did they go to?
He's going to go on the UPS rant right there on Jeopardy. That would be so great.
Which planet did they go to in the episode Transfigurations from season 18 of TNG?
Oh, Bird, I got to tell you, my favorite rant is your UPS rant.
That was
absolutely
so
awesome.
Every effing time.
Yeah, I absolutely love that rant. Yeah.
What the fuck does that even mean?
I sent it to a couple of friends of mine, and they absolutely agreed with your rant too. They're like, "Yep, he's right on the money."
Yeah, that is the Bird Opre 5 rant right there. That is.
Yeah. Your
never
second
know
runner-up right now is your con rant. I watched it finally this morning. Oh man,
Although you see the problem with the con rant, and don't get me wrong, I'm not disagreeing with it necessarily. It's just that we don't know yet.
No,
we
but
do know. God damn it,
man! If it
don't
isn't,
tell me we don't know.
I can't wait to see the pretzel shapes they twist themselves in to make it not.
I don't know what they're going to actually end up saying she is, but
it's supposed to be a homage to the fact that Roddenberry always named his characters that because he had a friend.
I don't care about Roddenberry's friends, though. You know what? Roddenberry's.
But that's why he named characters that
I
way.
don't care. Roddenberry's been dead for decades.
But they're doing it as a tribute to the fact that he did that.
You know what? I'm tired of them tributing things to a man who doesn't deserve to be tributed. I'm done with that crap. You know what?
I'm just saying
you're gonna get me going on a rant here, Mercer. Don't start.
She could be related to Nudie and Sung too.
No, she couldn't.
No. I checked the spelling. The spelling doesn't match.
Yeah, it's spelt like sing, not soon.
Yeah.
The point is, both names are a homage to somebody in real life.
I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. And this is the thing. I do not care about how much people want to worship at the altar of Gene effing Roddenberry. Gene effing Roddenberry means
he was the great bird of the galaxy.
I don't care. Gene Roddenberry is the great bird of crap to me. I don't care. All right?
I just thought of a great twist that goes with the Ricardo Taliban pew 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 resonate debacle.
What's that?
They screwed up. Camera's over here. They screwed up, and they actually meant it to be Sung, as in
not,
Data,
not Sing, yeah.
and they actually put in Noonien Sing by accident.
That would be hilarious if
I
name was
would
actually
die.
Sing.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it could be related to Eric Sung, who was in Enterprise.
Well, that would make
no,
more
I'm just
sense.
going. I'm just going for they really don't know what the hell they're doing, and
Right.
and they just kind of donkeyed it, thinking
Well,
they
the Facebook
were
group,
doing it right.
The Strange New Worlds Facebook group started lambasting me for complaining about this on one of their threads, and they're all trying to kick me out.
Do you know how much I care about official Star Trek social media sites? Zero.
It might not be an official site. It might be a fan group.
Oh, I don't. You know how much I care about fan groups on social media
come in a
sites?
white SUV.
Yes.
There's one backing up.
Uh-oh. They're coming for you, Bird. They're coming for you.
Yeah, I probably got to go.
What, you got a doctor coming or something?
Yeah.
All right, bud. Hey,
I hope you feel better.
When you're done, if I'm still streaming, please come back. You know you're always a...
Yeah, I'll just mute.
All right.
I hope you
I don't
feel
think
better.
it's going to take the whole time.
Don't forget to fix your cloaking device, man.
Right. Thank you.
So, yeah.
They always are the first things to go. The gravity never goes, but the cloaking device, they always go like as soon as the ship gets hit.
So
yeah, that's true. And I've thought about that in other franchises too. It's like, I get it that it's just because it's easier to shoot. Because talk to the Expanse guys and they'll tell you how hard it is to do 0G shots.
Right.
But it is hilarious that the gravity plating is the most durable stuff in the world.
Well, it depends on how you write it. You know, I actually thought about writing that into, because I was working on a treatment for a sci-fi universe of my own. And the way that, because the way you usually start out with sci-fi concepts is, okay, what is the technology that changed the world? And then you build a universe around that, right? So, like in Star Trek, you might say it's warp drive, or because warp drive made it so that mankind could now explore the galaxy and meet new races and stuff like that. And so, what are the repercussions of that? Well, we start signing treaties with people like Vulcans and all that. So, for what I did was the development of artificial gravity. That was the thing that changed everything, and. So the gravity plating would be the only way for gravity plating to fail would be if every system on the ship was dead. It would literally 100% power because all the power of the ship is routed through the central core, which activates the gravity plating. And so that way it would have to be the last thing to fail.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Although
it would be cool though to watch a Star Wars movie where they had no artificial gravity, and when the Falcon is doing barrel rolls, everybody in the cockpits is like little marbles,
Star Wars.
That would be funny to see.
Star Wars doesn't make any sense, but that's
because
but it would be funny to see that though.
Yeah. Star Wars. They literally
just the image of Han and Chewie rolling around in the cockpit would be hilarious.
Star Wars, they literally go outside in the vacuum of space by putting on a face mask, and that's it.
When they were on that asteroid.
Yeah.
No, they were in a creature though. They were
they didn't know that. They thought they were just in a cave in an asteroid. And
and don't forget, even in New Hope, when they were running the trench, it's like eject, and everyone's just got a bloody helmet on.
Yeah. And it's like, oh yeah, so don't worry, I've got an oxygen tube on my mouth, so I'll be fine. And it's like, wow, space must be really
well. According to the manual, the X-wings, the entire compartment ejects.
Well,
not according to LucasArts games, because in Star Trek or in Star Wars X-wing, if you ejected, you're just a dude floating in space and you don't die.
Star Wars is just My Little Pony in space.
I always wondered could the ships the gunships, can they fly in space with those big open doors? The ones that they used during the Clone Wars. Attack of the Clones.
Sure, you know what?
They look like junk. They just literally look like junk to me. They're awesome.
They might as well be allowed to, because the Clone Wars cartoon and Bad Batch and Rebels basically makes it canon that those outfits that the clones wear are a form of life support. So
yeah, they work really well against teddy bears.
You know, and people make fun of Star Trek in the first couple episodes when they wore like shower curtains for spacesuits from the naked time. You know, it's like, come on, it was the 60s, you know? At least they thought about it, you know? They thought, you know, let's design a spacesuit.
They barely had figured out how to make proper spacesuits for real at that point.
Yeah. But then when they came up with the Tholian Web spacesuits, they actually looked really good for the time.
Yeah.
And if you notice when First Contact, when they went onto the hull, the spacesuits there, which I thought looked great, they looked similar to the Tholian Web spacesuits in a lot of ways.
But, you know, Ricardo Taliban, unfortunately, will not be back.
No.
And those two girls have got to do more stuff with Star Trek.
Oh
you
yeah,
know.
they so need to come back. I'm with you there, Mercer. They should just, you know, Paramount should just hire them to be the official hosts of all things Trek for now and evermore.
Yeah, they should do the Ready Room instead of Will Wheaton.
Oh man! Oh yes, yes. Oh, you are so right. The Ready Room with Mamby and Bambi.
Oh man, that would just be.
Oh, you're talking about the most beautiful work of art ever.
Yeah.
Come on, cows! Time to get your babies on. Let's see. Here's one for you. There's one for you.
On a serious note, I once saw an interview with Seth MacFarlane where he was talking about the cosmos, and he was actually on an Orville set, and I'm like, how cool is that?
Well, that would make sense. It's his show.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it's cool that, like, in some ways, I feel like that show is more connected to cosmos and science than Star Trek is. Which
I don't.
Which is just
I wouldn't go that far.
I'm sorry. Orville is just as much space magic as anything else. I just think, Orville. Look, don't get me wrong. I think Orville is a fun, entertaining show, but don't try to make it more than it is. It's just a fun, entertaining show. It's a good show, but it's not science.
I wasn't saying it was.
No, but it's not. It's, you know, like, the problem is, and this is something Trekkies are so guilty of, because Trekkies constantly saying, well, you know, the difference between Star Wars and Star Trek is based on science. No, it's not.
Well,
no, they're both fantasies.
No, it's not. It's not based on science. It's based on technobabble.
In the day, and maybe throughout the early part of the 80s with the movies, they were definitely more based on science than about anything else. Like, they actually would reach out.
Heisenberg compensators, pure technobabble.
Oh yeah, but that's how you deal with a serious problem,
right? But don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that's a bad thing.
Yeah.
But because what they do is on Star Wars, they just don't bother, right? They just say, well, hey, we're just, you know, nobody cares about how the engines work. We just want to, you know, have space wizards.
No, and that, I think from a storytelling perspective, that's because in Star Trek, the Enterprise was a character.
Right. And the Enterprise felt like a character.
And in Star Wars, everything that's technology is there to service the characters.
Right.
You don't think the Falcon was a character?
I was going to say the Falcon is
the closest thing.
Yeah, the only exception, maybe.
Yeah.
And that's only because the Falcon is so unreliable.
Yeah.
But is the Falcon unreliable because the Falcon is a character, or is the Falcon unreliable because Han is so lackadaisical about maintenance? You know, and that's really what it really, you know, because it kind of boils down. Like, the Falcon is unreliable because of that scene we see where Han is trying to get Chewie to understand how to fix the dang thing.
Yeah.
Right. We don't, you know, the Falcon's not unreliable because of the Falcon being an unreliable ship.
No. And I think if anything, you could even put an argument that not so much that the Falcon is close to being a character, or maybe a character like the Enterprise is a character,
right?
But that because so much of the backstories of several characters are tied to that ship, and especially before we got the prequels and the sequels and the Han Solo movie, there was a lot of mystery to it. All you knew is that the Falcon was one off of Lando, and Lando doesn't feel that it was one off of him legitimately, and yeah, I mean it's enough, especially with like you say, with all the MacGuffin, like the Millennium Falcon is like an eternal MacGuffin. It's just like
and it's a great one.
Oh, it's terrific.
Yeah.
The thing I will give Star Wars credit for, though, is that the R2D2, who is like a tool, like an iPhone to these people, he is a character. To us, he is a character.
Right,
but
R2D2
those droids are considered just tools.
No,
to that.
well, here's the problem with R2D2. I do think R2D2 is a fine character as far as robot characters are concerned. However, let us not forget that droids are slaves. In the Star Wars universe, slavery is perfectly okay.
See, they're tools. They're not slaves. They're tools.
No, they are absolutely slaves. They are 100% slaves. Droids are
because they're tools.
No, droids are sentient, thinking beings with self-awareness and free will. And in fact, the proof of their free will is the restraining bolt.
Yeah, I was about to say,
because
the fact that those exist.
Yeah. If droids didn't have self-awareness and free will, there would be no such thing as a restraining bolt. And so droids are slaves.
We are getting into some geeky territory.
Yeah, that's okay. Hey, you know what? I love getting into geeky territory on this stuff. But here's the thing.
But I like the fact that there's a society that we don't have to agree with, but still makes for an entertaining.
I kind of have a problem with it. That's a big problem I have with the Star Wars universe, because people try to say, "Oh no, they're straight up slaves." And even to the point of racial discrimination in the first, we don't serve their kind. And it's like, wow, really? You're going to straight up go racist on them.
But the fact that none of us like slavery, but the fact that we don't like it, we don't have to like everything in a fictional universe to make it, to enjoy watching.
But nobody cares about the droids. Nobody gives a crap. No, you yourself were defending it just a second ago. So yeah, nobody gives a crap about the plight of the droids. They just think, oh, come on, they're just tools. They're just machines. But in the Star Wars universe, the way that the Star Wars universe is written, they are, in fact, slaves. And we are taught as viewers of this media that it is perfectly okay for one race of sentient beings to enslave another.
And then, of course, you see all kinds of stuff. Even throughout the Wookiees. The Wookiees were enslaved. The Twi'leks were enslaved, and whether it was on Kessel or anywhere else,
and the Republic was very tolerant of the slavery. They didn't step in and to free the slaves. They only stepped in to stop the Empire.
Yeah, it's almost I mean, this could be a big reach, and it could be way more other people and not actually Lucas doing this, but it almost feels as though Star Wars has some of that in it to act as an allegory for the utter misconception that is the history of slavery on Earth. Because we tolerate effectively, and if not effectively, but straight out slavery that still exists today in India and in Russia and in some parts of Africa still, and throughout Southeast Asia in weird little pockets. Right. But nobody really says anything. I mean, everyone virtue signals about this or that, but you don't see people rising up against slave wages, it's not just slave wages, sorry, because that's actually kind of a broken term. But
I don't understand.
Straight up, but straight up
is an oxymoron.
Yeah, that's a dumb thing. Yeah, but straight up slavery, like the Uyghurs working in factories in northwest China making things, and people not having a clue that that's who's making their stuff. Then they find out, but then they don't change their behavior if they really care about it. So that's why, like I say, it's a bit of a stretch, maybe, and maybe I'm attributing a little bit more world knowledge to some of these writers, or even to Lucas. But
I just think it's a way to make their world a little different than ours. I mean, you could point out the similarities, but I think that they just had droids and to make their world different than ours. That's
it's not just the droids though, because they have slavery across the board, whether it's droids or sentient beings. And maybe it's just purely for color. Maybe they just do it for color to make sure that the universe is not this monochromatic existence as far as a storytelling template.
They didn't really talk about slavery in the original trilogy. I think in the prequels he tried to bite off a lot more than he could chew thematically.
The original trilogy, that's where we got the restraining bolt. We don't serve their kind.
Yeah, but that was droids. Like I said, it was only droids. There was no human slaves.
Yep. Well, wait. Okay,
what do you call the green chick in Jabba's palace?
Mercer.
Well, that was Jabba. That was Jabba.
She was a slave.
It's a mobster. Yeah, but it wasn't like it wasn't like a normal thing. It was just the fact that he was a mobster.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to drop out here, but thank you for having me on the panel. I appreciated it.
I see how you are. Hey, Wesley, can you come back over to the main storage building? I want to show you something.
See you later, John.
Later.
I say Twi'lek lives matter there, Mercer.
Yeah,
well, I'm not saying they don't. I'm just saying, they.
What is it?
Jabba wanted a prize. It was about Jabba less than it was about her.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you just stick with original Lucas stuff, there was
a lot of injustice in the galaxy across the board.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, you want me?
I mean, the Ewoks are much nastier.
Well, I'm going to be mining it for you. I'm just letting you know. So you can store it in that chest for now, but the outer wall you can make out of that stuff.
The Ewoks will eat you. They'll eat you alive.
The Ewoks, absolutely, they are vicious. And by the way, if you ever read the novelization of Return of the Jedi, the Ewoks are straight up vicious. But they couldn't get as vicious as that in the film, which is too bad because that would have been hilarious if we actually saw the Ewoks chewing on stormtroopers.
That would have been precious.
But yeah, the Ewoks straight up. I mean, and think about it. The Ewoks, they even say it in dialogue that Luke, Han, and Chewie were going to be the main course at an Ewok banquet.
Yeah.
That is in dialogue, right? So the Ewoks were absolutely the eaters of sentient beings.
And I love at the end when they're playing like the heads of stormtroopers. It was really cool.
I like to think that they did get themselves a little bit of
they got
imperial.
We know they had some stormtrooper meat. We know it.
Yeah.
But the Ewoks definitely like to eat stormtroopers. We know, and humans. And it's not like they didn't say anything about it. And in fact, notice when Leia came out, no, these are my friends. We don't eat people. No, these are my friends. She's okay with eating people, just not her buddies.
Yeah.
Now, where did her outfit come from? Who did they eat and leave that outfit for her?
Probably one of the stormtroopers' wives.
That's like a story that we need to have in a comic book or show or something.
I think that the stormtroopers and Wesley's of course ignoring the time of day as usual. But yeah, I think the Ewoks definitely the Ewoks were definitely vicious little creatures, and was totally tolerated by Luke and company. That the slavery was generally ignored in a galaxy far, far away. The only thing they cared about was what they considered the battle between good and evil, which really just boiled down to the people who used the light side of the Force versus the dark side of the Force.
I watched the last movie only once. I seem to remember an Ewok in the movie, but I've only seen it once.
Rise of
the one.
Skywalker?
Yeah, I've only seen it once, and it was pretty bad.
Well, they were on Endor. I don't remember if they had an Ewok. I don't remember specifically.
Like where in the movie?
Like at the very end, like they showed Wicked or something. They showed like a couple of actual Ewoks.
Yeah, I think they do show some Ewoks at the end.
But I barely remember because I could only tolerate that movie once, mainly because of all the strobe lights, which were terrible.
I did not hate that movie as much as some people, but I understand why some people hated it.
I'll tell you why I liked it. There's one thing I really liked about that movie, and that's why I like it the best out of the three, is because although the way they brought him in was contrived, I really liked how they handled Lando Calrissian, which is let him be the one to give the new characters very basic advice. Like, how did you survive? Well, we had each other, Poe. I think that's how you use a legacy character. You don't ruin them. You give them their dignity, and you let them keep their dignity, and you just have them, just give very basic advice to the heroes. And they did that with Lando. They didn't do it with any of the other legacy characters. So
what? You didn't like the way they handled Luke? Come on, what's your problem?
Oh my gosh, I didn't like any of the sequels. I can't wait for Mahler to finish his Force Awakens review.
Well, I thought The Force Awakens was actually not a bad film.
Oh, it is. It's pretty bad.
You know what? I think that the Force Awakens has one fatal flaw for me. And that flaw,
failure to write, failure to come up with anything original.
No, hold on.
Yeah, there's only one, and honestly, people say, oh, it's just a repeat of A New Hope. Well, first of all, you could make that same argument for Return of the Jedi. You can make that argument.
No, you can't.
You absolutely can. They had a freaking Death Star in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, but at least there was a good story reason for it.
There's a good story reason for it in Force Awakens, and so that you just don't like it. And the problem is, and this is what people do. This is the bias that we throw at these movies. Is since we don't like the movie, we reject the idea that it could be a creative idea to bring in something like Starkiller Base. It's because we don't like it, we automatically say, no, that's a bad idea.
Don't you do that with Star Trek a lot?
What are you talking about? We're not talking
when you don't
about
like something. But
when
you don't like something in Star Trek, you do that too.
Well, we tend it's a thing called confirmation bias. We tend to do it all the time as humans, and we need to fight that. But as far as saying, oh, this is just a retread of this. No, it's not. It's real, and to use that as a critique of something is completely bogus. That's not a critique of something. That's just you saying I don't like it.
But I just mentioned Mahler's review, which is like 5 hours long. He's only halfway through, so it's obviously much deeper than just a retread.
Mahler's reviews are, hey, I've got a nice English voice and I can cuss a lot. That's I'm sorry. Mahler's reviews have turned into a joke to me. He
has one good point though that actually kind of leans in both of your opinions of The Force Awakens, and that is The Force Awakens only becomes a bad movie because it was never dealt with.
Right. Force Awakens could have been the first of a great trilogy. The problem was that The Last Jedi broke the Force Awakens.
Yeah, like I don't like Mahler. Some of Mahler's like extreme long walks around the park to try to make a point on certain things. And yeah, I told you the other day, I think it would have been under my gaming pseudonym there, Joker, on Twitch, but I think I pointed out that he's just as mouthy as always, but he has a lot of good points, but unfortunately he pushes it to such a degree. Like I watched because it was the one I told you I watched the 4 hours. He did 4 hours for
Black Widow.
For Black Widow. I watched it. It took me a couple of days to get through it. And there's a lot of good points in there, but you're really, really reaching if you're putting 4 hours for a 2 hour movie.
And
see, I disagree with you there. I mean, I totally the length of time should not be a measurement of how good or bad an opinion is, because, like he says in his TFA review, you could talk about a single line of dialogue for 10 minutes, whether it's good or bad. So the fact that the length of a review is longer than a movie is nothing it's a weak argument.
Right, but you know what's also a weak argument? To talk about something to death just to try and accentuate that it's a bad thing. And that's what Mahler does, and he does it exceedingly well. He makes people think, oh, this is just so horrifically bad, because he can talk to you for a half an hour about how one line of dialogue was really, really bad. And he does it, and don't get me wrong, Mahler...
But as a writer, I enjoy that stuff. I enjoy examining...
Hold on! Mercer, stop jumping the gun, okay? I know you get excited about this stuff, but let other people finish. All right. Okay. You have this tendency sometimes you don't want to let people finish their thoughts. But what he'll do is he'll sit there and he'll drag a point out ad infinitum, and it can get tiresome when the point is a minor one. And that's what he does. He will take a relative... I understand you care about the writing, but sometimes, and you do this all the time, Mercer, and I love you, man, but you do this a lot, where you will act like a movie has got the best writing ever, and you just say, this is so great, this is the best writing ever. I'm like, okay, I don't see it, but whatever. And I'll say, well, I don't see that it's that great. And you'll say, oh, yeah, it's just great. Well... okay, tell me why it's so great. Well, because the characters are great. Okay, that's kind of the opposite of Mahler, right? That's where you don't just tell me it's good, but what Mahler does is he'll sit there and he'll spend an hour and a half saying, give me an effing break about how stupid he thinks the fact that, say, Black Widow survived the jumps back and forth when the Red Room came crashing down. Yeah, I get it. I summed that up in one sentence. I said that if I was CinemaSins, I would have spent the last 20 minutes of this movie saying, she survives this, she survives this, she survives this. And that's it. That's all I got to say. Because, yes, it's over the top how well she survives all that crap, but I don't need to go on for the next 45 minutes about how stupid it is.
Yeah, when he established it on the bridge with her not dying from the rocket attack, you could pretty much say, okay, this has been established. Yeah. They've turned her into a super as opposed to just a semi-super.
Right.
But there was one part, for example, where Mahler was talking about what he calls throwaway lines of dialogue. In particular, when Han Solo was talking about how the other factions caught up with him, like they must have caught me at Nantoon or something like that. These little throwaway lines of dialogue that he was referring to, and he went on to a diatribe that lasted about 30 minutes about just throwaway lines of dialogue. And the reason he did that is because when you're writing and you want to use lines of dialogue that are just there to fill in your world, you should write those particularly well, so that way it actually holds the universe together and is not just tossed off. Because Abrams has no talent for writing dialogue.
Let me hold on. So I'm going to stop you right there, because you know what? That line that you just cited is almost identical to when Han Solo in Empire Strikes Back said, "Well, you know, that bounty hunter we ran into in Ord Mandel changed my mind." Okay, so. It's the same thing. You're just
because it's different. It's totally different.
Mercer,
it's totally different.
You're doing
and
it
I'll tell you why it's totally different.
Mercer, you're doing it again. Let me finish.
Yeah, it's totally different.
It's not totally different.
Yes, it is.
In both cases, Han just makes a passing remark to some other.
Right, but I'll tell you why it's totally different.
Because
I understand
you like
why you
Empire
think it's
better. That's why you think it's totally different.
No, because in The Force Awakens, you have a lot of circumstances about why these guys, are they working for the First Order? Are they not? Why is Han at Jakku or near it? Like what Mahler is saying is that that throwaway line of dialogue could have helped tie those scenes together and not just be a throwaway line of dialogue. He could have used them to explain why everybody was there when they were there at that time, instead of just saying, "Oh, it's a coincidence." Whereas the line in Empire was something that happened long before the movie and was literally
Both
just
of them are events
talking
that
about
happened before the movie.
Hey,
right.
I'm good. I'm back, and I got to go. But thank you. Sorry.
But what Mahler is saying is that if you write them well, you can actually build your universe out a little bit.
Right. But you know what? Neither one of those lines is particularly well written, and neither one of those lines is particularly poorly written. Both of them simply fill in that that the circumstances here are relate to something that happened before.
Yeah, if anything, what they are is an explanation for motivation. The
Right.
Ord Mantell line has to do with why he's still there, and the line from Force Awakens explains why he is there.
I'm not saying that it doesn't explain that. What I'm saying is it could have explained more about all the coincidences.
Both of them could have explained more. So what?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is what's the real level of importance? And that's where... let me put it to you this way. I just did a check just to be sure. Mauler has literally all of 2 videos where he titles them an unbridled praise.
Waiting on you to join the bed here there, buddy.
So he only has 2 videos in his entire library where it's an unbridled praise. Now, I keep Mauler subscribed because I like to make sure that I go through enough stuff to keep me on my toes, and not just thinking with regards to pop culture stuff, but thinking in general about critical contextualization of anything. And the big reason why I actually will put Mauler ahead of Critical Drinker is because if you actually look at Critical Drinker's body of work, he actually has a lot more videos where he will come out and actually either admit that something was nowhere near as bad as what he thought it was going to be, or that he actually really found that he enjoyed this, as opposed to just absolutely going after every little low-hanging fruit to, go and make a rage video about this or that. And yeah, he nuked it. So yeah, and Mauler's not stupid, because he's feeding the algorithm and he's feeding what everybody wants, or at least the audience that is now gelled to him. But I absolutely will put Critical ahead of him because, for multiple reasons, because the body of work supports me saying that, and the fact that, what's his name? And his name is listed. So I remember the other day, I wasn't on the stream, but I was watching the stream, and you said don't put his name. I think it was when you were on Twitch, but his name is public knowledge. Critical Drinker's real name, because he's actually a published author. He's got like a series of 9 or 10 books.
I just prefer, if I don't know the person, not to put names up there.
Yeah, but anyway, he actually has credentials behind some of his criticisms that he has on stuff. So when he does a breakdown on a movie, it's like 10 to 20 minutes tops, and honestly, that's all you need, because if you want to get picky about certain movies, there are some movies that I absolutely love that are some of the worst movies ever made. Like, I could sit and watch Battleship on repeat, and maybe it's because
a bad movie.
Oh, and it's a terrible movie. I tried to get my friend to watch it, and he couldn't. He got like 20 minutes in. He said, "No, I couldn't finish watching it." And then the other day,
come on, Rihanna, come on, that's.
Oh, I know. So he was over at the house, and I said, "No." I said, "Okay, you're over here at the house." Because I got a big home theater set up downstairs, and I said, "Okay, let's go downstairs. We're putting this on the 100 inches." I said, "Let's go," and I put it to all the parts that actually mattered. So all the throwing out the anchor and turning the ship and firing the guns all crazy, and his brain melted. He's like, "How can you watch this movie? There's so much dumb in this movie," and I said, "Because it's just crazy. It doesn't matter whether this movie sucks. It's just so much fun because the movie didn't take itself seriously from the word go." And another good friend of mine, when I'll criticize a movie, he will sometimes get a little annoyed, and so does my brother, because my brother's I'm just there for the entertainment. there's this thing for me, and sometimes it's hard to find, sometimes it's easy to notice immediately in a movie. But if a movie wants you to take it seriously, then it deserves a serious amount of criticism. But if a movie comes off as obviously not taking itself seriously, then enjoy the ride. And if you liked it at the end, great. And if you don't, then don't buy another ticket for it. And then that's all there is to it. Like when I went to Prometheus at the theater, I was not happy at the end of that movie. And I never went to the theater for whatchamacallit,
Alien
the
Covenant?
follow-on, Alien Covenant, yeah, because I knew it was going to be even worse. But I never got to see Fifth Element in the theater, and I would have loved to have seen the Fifth Element in the theater.
That's some good grade A cheese right there.
Oh, man. I own that on Blu-ray, and I just absolutely love that movie. And I've probably watched it 20 or 30 times, and it doesn't get any less stupid or any less awesome all at the same time, because it's just ridiculous and yet cohesive at the same time. And I can see for sure why someone would get really upset about, well, the classic problem, right? Kathleen Kennedy, we didn't have any content to work on any of this stuff that existed before. What?
Yeah.
No, you don't get an excuse for that. And that's one of the things that I said to someone who asked me, this was a few years ago, obviously, when Discovery first came out or came on TV, and I was watching season 1, and I couldn't believe how absolutely atrocious the show was in pretty much every way. And the funny thing is, and now this is, of course, this goes back to the whole, the thing that I was bringing up on the infamous power outage night.
And I was so mad about that. Oh.
And that was the whole, everyone feeling like, more people are upset about bad movies than are genuinely actually in the position to even care. And that being that, 60 to 80% of the population just wants to be entertained and do their thing in life. And then that's it. Right. They don't care about the rest of it. As much as, groups of people like us do. Man, I all of a sudden just lost my train of thought there. Whee! Off the tracks. But yeah, you make a movie and you want people to take you seriously, then you need to put Discovery. You need to put your work into it, because the body of work that existed before Discovery came out is so expansive, regardless of who is it? Triangulum up here in Canada, his YouTube channel. He's pointed out that there's a lot of inconsistencies in Star Trek, and it's like, well, yeah, sure, of course there is, because it was a serialized show, and they only started trying to put serious storylines into things halfway through TNG, and even then those were more like nuggets here and there. And then, of course, when DS9 was on, they really started to push the envelope with that.
Right.
So yeah, you're going to have issues here and there. There's not going to be a perfect alignment of everything, but you've got so much content available that does agree with established facts, or at least you can pick the things that make the most sense, even where there is a conflict in the way the universe has been built. And then you can take that and you can expand on that. But the fact that they just, Ricardo Taliban, I'm going to use that as my new excuse for everyone that doesn't know anything about any franchise. When they go full on Ricardo Taliban, then that's it. They don't get much support from me at that point.
Yeah, the fact, oh man, Ricardo Taliban. That just hurt.
Yeah.
That was one of the most painful moments for me.
Yeah. Well, especially considering, I suppose now, let's start showing our age. I mean, I was going to say Fantasy Island, so it's it's kind of a shame that they donkeyed his name, and he's way more than just a person who showed up in 2 things of Star Trek. I mean,
right. But yeah, but the problem, when we look at I think one of the problems we have in our society right now, I mean, I know I started out, we were talking about some of the crazy conspiracy theorists out there. We have the rise of the YouTube critic that I think is symptomatic of it as well. is and Mercer, can you not jiggle your camera, please, or your mic, because it's making a lot of noise. But the is that we have this overwhelming tendency now for people to just want to let the hate flow, right? It's like we just want to. I think people are frustrated. COVID has aggravated this. Politics, all the way back from, and honestly, 9/11, big part of this. You know, here we are 20 years later. 9/11, people got angry, against an enemy that for the first time we couldn't just point the finger at. Right? We didn't have a country to blame. We have this nebulous power that we couldn't just say, there's the bad guy. And so, and so everybody's angry, everybody's frustrated, and we want to vent our hatred. And so how do we do that? Well, the rise of the YouTube critic, the rise of the conspiracy theory in the modern context, all this stuff starts becoming more and more popular to obscene levels now, to where now people are literally making millions of dollars off of just being hateful people.
Yeah, I was thinking not maybe exactly along these specific lines, but just in general. Just the other day, I was thinking about how different things were even before 2007. Because 2007 was the public release of Facebook.
Right.
And I recall that Facebook at first actually was a really peaceful, quiet, everybody that you had lost contact with over the last X numbers of years.
How cool was it? You could find your friends. Yeah.
Yep. Classmates, friends, people. Because, I mean, people move away. Like, for me, like, just as an example, and why it's too bad it didn't stay this way. I've got one classmate who lives in Miami. My sister lives in Texas. I've got one person who, the guy who's a vice president at Acreon. Or Asurion, sorry.
Asurion.
Yeah, he lives.
They are of the devil, my friend.
He lives right there in Nashville, right by you.
Back spawn Satan.
But yeah, I mean, everybody's scattered out. I know people that have moved. They live in Vancouver because they're with the Canadian Navy, and I know people that live in Calgary and Edmonton, and of course, obviously Toronto. But
I thought the Canadian Navy was called the United States Navy.
Well, it usually is, especially if it involves submarines, because
the Canadians are still trying to get the screen doors to work.
Oh, friggin' right, yeah. But actually, you know what's a really sad story about that? The joke of the screen door is the 4 subs that we bought from the Brits, which were lemons. One of them, when it was coming across, someone didn't follow proper procedure, and they didn't close one of the hatches on the sail, and that let seawater in during a high wave situation, and salt water and electronics usually ends up in fire, and it caused smoke, and there was I think it was either 1 or 2 people died because of that. But anyway, I mean, in 2007, 2008, I'd even say probably even up into 2009, Facebook was actually a pretty good place. And then all of a sudden, people started realizing, oh, wait, I can mouth off in here.
Right.
And the same kind of thing took a while to even happen on YouTube, too. Like, I agree that the events of 20 years ago today really started to change a lot of things. I mean, you can always use the cliche, it changed everything, but it didn't change everything. It changed enough that it modified a lot of trajectories. But yeah, even YouTube, because YouTube was 2006.
Yeah, it was about that.
And then
I was on YouTube in the beginning, and it was and early on YouTube. The funny thing about YouTube is because in the early days, it was a place to generally just put videos, like like I used it for putting silly, like videos that I was working on for my college for film school, for college film projects, like to put for my visual effects class. I would post it online, ask people to take a look at it and see what they thought. And now, of course, it looks terrible, but back then it was like people were like, "Wow, you did that," Now it's like people said, "Wow, you did that."
Well, I mean, even remember the first video that the creators made was like a trip to the zoo or something like that.
But then even when debates started on YouTube, it was like I became a part of the original like atheist Christian debate groups out there, and it was done with something of a moniker of respect. Yes, there were people that were crazy, but for the most part, people had fun debating these ideas and talking about the big ideas. And I made some very good friends who were atheists because we had real conversations on these topics, and we weren't just being dicks to each other all the time. But now it's like it's all about pouring on the haterade, right?
Well, yeah, because in that particular genre of debate and discussion, it started drawing in people like Skippy there from the UK that lives in mainland Europe. Oh,
I'm not sure who Skippy is, but
the guy that just doesn't even let up even to this day.
I think about like Venom Fang X and Thunderfoot.
Thunderfoot, that's who I'm thinking of.
Oh, yeah.
He does good breakdowns on things that are very, very science related. So like anybody,
but nobody watches those videos because
they're not nearly as they don't draw
I
in.
like Aaron Raw and Matt Dillahunty.
I don't, but I understand that some people like that kind of confrontational pop culture atheism. I prefer more conversational. And
I tried watching some of that stuff a little bit here and there. I watched a little bit of Armored Skeptic here and there, but it just didn't work for me.
Right.
So I just kind of shied away from quite a lot of it. There was that really short stretch when Shu seemed to be like a young person that kind of maybe had a chance of realizing things could be different, but then she went full on BreadTube in the last 3 years, and now
I haven't talked to the guy in years, but it was funny because there was one guy I used to talk to a lot. He was called Abusive Anti-Theist, and I used to laugh at him all the time because he was not abusive, nor was he really an anti-theist. And he was an atheist, but he was a really nice. He was a younger guy than me, but he and I used to have some really good conversations, and it was a lot of fun because, we could have these interesting and deep theological and philosophical conversations. But unfortunately, then, like with all platforms of social media, it devolved into basically dick measuring contests. And, and I think that people are looking for an enemy to hate. And the people just can't stand not hating someone.
Oh, it's hard. Like, I mean, I gotta say, last year, I mean, I've been watching. Alex was asking me when he and I just went solo on the power outage night. Was we stayed online?
Alex Bogey
Alec, from Ukraine. Yeah, we were talking a bunch, so we talked for like 2 hours afterwards, just chewing the fat. But I've been watching your content for, I don't know, probably 4, maybe 5 years, something like that. Like
you are a glutton for punishment.
Yeah. Sometimes it would be like I'd come and go, but I've watched more than I haven't. That's for sure. And but then last year when you were doing the something live stream on Sundays.
Yeah.
Hi, algorithm.
Gosh, I can't believe that, but yeah.
So I started watching those at the start of the pandemic because I already knew generally your background, and I was like, okay, this is going to be good to watch because, of course, our church was closed as well during the initial stages because, of course, everyone was like, oh, what's going on? I don't know. Let's close for a few months. And there was a number of times that you brought up some really obviously pertains to me because, hey, like you said, if I claim to be a Christian, which I do, then these are the rules I need to abide by. And you brought up a number of times things that I'm like, yeah, okay, no, he's right. It's like, I'm coming towards 50 here. I need to, start actually being a little bit more, what it is I say I am. And most of the time I could say most of the time I seem to be, but there's been times, when you struggle, when you get into these really heated debates or flat out disagreements with people that you've had in your life for a very long time, and it makes it hard these days. Like, I remember we used to be able to sit around as a bunch of us in our 20s, so like in the middle of the 90s, so like 93 to 96 era, when we were all young, and we would talk about all kinds of stupid things, and we'd get boisterous, but we'd be all in the same room, a whole bunch of us, and like right across the spectrum too, like there was no echo chamber going on. It's like everybody had an opinion one way or the other, and yeah, like everybody was like, yeah, okay, well, see you tomorrow, we'll hang out tomorrow. But today, man, like you said, it's just this situation where
I'm right, you're wrong.
Yeah, and that's all there is to be said about it, and no one ever wants to actually deal with having to change their mind or make admissions about things. Like, it's just super hard. People have become so polarized on so many things that when they find something new that they might be more than likely right about, they really glom onto those things, and it's tough. Like, it's like, how do you stay in discourse? Like, I mean, we've got the election.
It's
like
really difficult.
Like, we've got the election going on. I went and voted at an advanced poll today, and our really complicated, here's a circle, put a check in the one that you like. I love our federal elections. There's no messing around.
No, well, see, not knowing much about Canadian politics, I just assume that you guys vote for whoever is the most American.
Well, right now it's unfortunately become quite a bit of a mess because the Harper was pretty good, but no one's perfect, so let's just start with that. Harper was pretty good. Stephen Harper was the prime minister up until 2015.
Okay. I apologize for my ignorance, but I do.
Oh, no, that's okay. I mean,
I'm an American. We think we're everything.
Oh, well, the funny thing is there's a lot more people that know a whole lot less than they think they do that aren't Americans. It's pretty funny. I'm one of those odd ducks. I tend to know a lot of stupid trivia or information about the strangest of things. Yeah, like he was all right and all, but the typical shelf life for a prime minister in Canada, if you don't get booted quickly, is usually around 10 years. So it was about right.
So you don't have term limits or anything like that?
No, in any level, in any house, for any kind of position. And of course, the other thing that's always super annoying for us is you don't get to vote for the prime minister. You vote for a representative. It's the whole Westminster system. So you vote for a representative that goes to the House of Commons, which is very much the equivalent. And then whoever gets the most representatives for their party, the Crown, so by way for us, that would be the Governor General, the technical head of government, then presents the opportunity for the person with the most representation to be put forward as the prime minister. Wow. Not technically the leader. See, this is why, as much as there may be issues, like, I don't like the fact that in the States, and I get to say this because I've got lots of family and friends in the States, I really do not like the fact that the federal elections do not use a unified system.
And by the way,
I agree that it needs to be agreed upon between the 50 states because I understand how the U.S. governmental system works, which is really funny for a Canadian. But I don't like the fact that everybody has a different setup for how those elections work, because it makes what happened last fall such a problem, and it gives so much fuel. And it doesn't matter, because I remember 2000 with the hanging chads and everything. Like
every election, somebody's cheating.
Yeah,
and the problem is, it's not everybody. Oh, there's proof that there's cheating, and it's because there's no unified system.
Exactly, and in most cases there actually is cheating to some extent, but it's so hard to prove.
Right, and unless you can come up with overwhelming evidence,
you're out.
You're not going to get anything, and you're going to need serious. And here's we have overwhelming evidence. Look at this video of this person wheeling a dolly of something.
Man, you'd have to basically have someone killing the child in the middle of Times Square level. Like, it has to be.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot more than
it's gotta
someone
be
with a dolly of something on a video. But people don't understand that, and so they get angry, and then we get more of the hate. Right? And look at what happened on January 6th.
That was.
I think that was. I'm not arguing about whether or not it was egged on by certain parties. I'm just saying that I think before 9/11 before 9/11 that couldn't have happened.
No, exactly. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, so for us, the prime minister, and to use the meanings of the word, so it's the first minister. So whoever's elected as the leader of said party, provided that they actually win their seat, because that can actually happen. You can actually have so right now, Mr. Trudeau is a MP in a riding in Montreal. Mm-hmm. If for some bizarre reason the people in his riding, and now what's typically done is the leaders are assigned to the safest riding. So you guys have physical gerrymandering. We just have people moving around gerrymandering. So if Trudeau was to actually lose his seat, he can't be the prime minister anymore.
Oh.
Like, even if the Liberal Party got the most seats, if he loses his seat in Parliament, then he's out. Now, in theory, what happens is you could actually have another party member who won a seat step aside and let Trudeau have his seat, and that's probably what would happen in that kind of a scenario. But yeah, it's really funky. Like, the Canadian system, like, because it's Westminster, so you can even say, like, the Canadian, the Australian, the British.
I'm still weirded out by the fact that you can say the Liberal Party, and it's like not a bad thing to say.
Well, actually, the sad part is that for the longest time, short of some really nasty stuff that went on before Trudeau's dad, Pierre Trudeau, the Liberal Party wasn't that bad.
When I say that, I mean, like, you're not using the word liberal as like a negative term or something like that. You're just saying you're just describing the part. That's just the name of the party.
That's the literal. Well, first off, it's the literal party name, and then for my own self, if I want to, now we'd be down to, like, ant effing at this point. But if we want to be specific about it, most of us are actually liberals by the definition. Like,
you want to argue about what liberal? Yeah,
like, if you get down to it, like, if you want to use like a little bit more archaic language, we would all be classical British liberals,
right?
And
we're
the Liberal Party,
not into the monarchy and all that.
No, like we're pro individual rights and all of that kind of stuff, and personal liberties. Whereas today, the Democrats in the States and the Liberals and the NDP, which are the two, and the Green Party in both countries, are definitively to the left. They're not. They're not liberal in any true sense.
Liberal in the modern context.
Yeah, and that's that fun thing with words, right? Like, if you don't make sure that you're all talking about the same thing with the same meaning, then that's what causes everything to also get a little weird too. Like, there's a lot of
liberal in front of someone from France, they're going to get mad at you.
Hey, guys, I'm gonna head out. I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, Marshall. You have a good one, buddy.
But
sorry about before.
Oh no, dude. No. I'm not angry. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with certain things. Okay. But it's all good.
Just giving time for everybody. Yeah.
All right. See ya.
All right.
See you, man. So yeah, it's Yeah, it's twisted in one other way too that I don't like, and that is like the system, the Westminster system, and that is if a government is established as a majority government, it's a de facto dictatorship until the next election.
Because they have complete control.
Absolute control. Like, believe me, you do not want to deviate. Well, the sad part is you guys already deviated with, what was it, the 17th Amendment when the Senate became elected by the general populace. That is a mistake. Like, the slowest government is the best government. The second that government has the ability to go fast, it just gets crazy. Like that's the last thing you want. Well, I had messaged and I can't remember if it was on YouTube or on Twitch, but I was kind of messaging a couple of crazy things about what went on with that massacre in Halifax area, or in Nova Scotia in general last year up here with that crazy gunman. So there's this thing within the Westminster system called the Privy Council, where there is representation from all of the parties that have representation in the House of Commons, but it's typically proportional to what's in the House of Commons. So that means if the Liberals are dominant, then they get the most votes, and so on within the Privy Council. So a number of people are brought in, and they are the same. They're the MPs from the actual lower house. But when you're in there, if the council decides on something and enough votes carry it, it's called an order in council, or an OIC, and it carries the force of law. It doesn't actually go through Parliament. It goes from
they can just decide whatever.
Yeah, it goes from the Privy Council to the Governor General's desk, and the Governor General signs it into law. So, like I'd mentioned, I know I don't expect you to remember this specifically, but I'd mentioned that they had banned all kinds of firearms, and then also banned rocket launchers and all kinds of crazy stuff.
Right. So if you oppose it, they say, "Oh, you want rocket launchers."
Yeah, like they sabotage it in the same way. I mean, politics is politics. They sabotage it in the same cracked out way that you'd see happen in the States, like with, oh, well, this is for the kids, so if you don't say yes, then you hate kids or whatever. Right. Because that seems to be one of the biggest motivators for stuff in politics in the States.
It's always for the children.
Yeah. And so for us, like for the election that's going on right now, there's a new party that's had its second go around in an election, because we had an election in 2019 as well. This is what happens when you fall into the minority government situation. Governments get knocked over fast. Except in this case, Trudeau just thought he had the will of the people to give him a majority government again, which pretty much at this point everyone knows that's not going to be the thing. And now the question is just going to be, if they lose, just how much they're going to lose. That's danger. I'm looking at the redstone down there, like, no, don't jump.
Yeah, almost did.
So he decided that he could pull this off. So he decided to pull what's called a snap election, where he requests the Governor General dissolve Parliament, and then they go to the polls to see if they can establish a majority mandate from the population. So the new party on the map is called the PPC, which is terrible. It's the People's Party of Canada. It's the most not communist party ever, with the most communist sounding name ever. I was going to say, that
sounds straight up communist right there.
Oh yeah.
Join the People's Party.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dare Canuckistan, join this party. Anyway, they're the real conservative party, and if you want to call them anything, you could actually call them conservative libertarian or conservatarian.
So, because more along the lines of where I stand minus my stance.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, very much. And the press has been going wild trying to make them sound like the Proud Boys and stuff, which is crazy, because a bunch of the candidates that are running are like first tier immigrants, so they're fresh off the boat, so to speak. Like they only moved.
How do you get to immigrate to Canada? I want to move there.
Well, you actually have to act. You know what's actually crazy?
Don't you have to have like a bunch of money?
You know what? Either you need to work for somebody that's an international or transnational business, or you have to have serious money. And then even the serious money part isn't a guarantee. The working for a transnational, international company is the easiest route. The mess that it is to move an American or a Canadian to the other side of the border is ridiculous.
Yeah,
and if you want to talk about broken immigration rules, of the two countries in the world that are as close to being just like two neighbors on the same street, we're it.
Right.
And because we share the same parent country, we share so many similarities in every level of heritage imaginable.
Many of the same values and
exactly. Like I'm Irish, Scottish, Welsh, French, Acadian French, so original settlers from like 1560, and there's probably some native blood in there because the Acadians had good relationships with the locals back then. So I'm just like a great big mixed up meat pie. Yeah, I mean, why it's so hard to go between, it's unbelievable. When my sister got married, she married a guy from New Mexico, and when they tried to go back home, like everything was so weird, she ended up stuck in Canada effectively for a year and a half before she could actually move down there.
How old are you, Jason?
46.
See,
so just a few years younger.
You should be able to remember this then, because well, you're a little young.
If I don't remember it, I might know it because of my bizarre interests.
You grew up just after the era, so for me, it's a little fresher. But it all goes back to Vietnam, because during Vietnam, tens of thousands of Americans ran north to avoid the draft.
Oh yeah, the draft dodging. Yeah.
And so, and my parents were, by the way, all set to ship me north of the border if the draft was still going when I came of age. They were like, my parents were, well, they're dead now, but they were big time. Hey, Wesley, what is your problem?
What?
Sleep time.
Yeah. Not ever paying attention.
It's mining time.
It's planting time.
Yeah. Stop standing over me and.
Yeah. So actually, I just got to get going.
All right.
Hold on. Let me just dump all my crap in this box. Let you figure it out.
Anyway, so yeah, my parents were like, they were big supporters of dodging the draft, which I'm not a big fan of, but that was just, and that's why I said earlier, like my sister won't talk to me because I'm too conservative. I am so, even though like some people think I'm a crazy liberal because of my stance on healthcare.
You crazy liberal.
Yeah. And that's only recently, just because I've gotten to see how getting sick in America will bankrupt you. But the simple fact of the matter is that it does. It's people in the 60s were running to Canada, and I'll bet you that Canada at that point was like, we're not taking Americans anymore.
Probably, yeah.
Thanks for having me on, but I have to run. I have to go to work.
That's all good, Wes. Have a good one, man.
Don't ruin my wall.
We'll burn it to the ground.
And that could well have been it. And there tends to be a lot of commensurate actions in both directions. Like a lot of the agreements between Canada and the U.S. tend to be very copacetic. So if they're gonna not let a lot of Americans up into Canada, it tends to go the other way a little bit.
And then America's like, oh, fine, then you're not coming down here.
Yeah, yeah. And I say if you've got a job with somebody, then oh yeah, that's always annoying. If you got a job with somebody big, then it starts to become really easy. Like I work for a huge Fortune 50 US based company. So if it ever came that they wanted me to live down in the States someplace, it would either be New Jersey, Louisville, or Georgia. It would be the likely candidates if that ever became a thing for me. It would just happen. Like the paperwork and everything for that would just be be like a non-starter issue, and I'd just be able to go. But yeah, like my sister marries an American, and it turns into a freaking adventure on the worst game of Zelda you can imagine to try to figure out how to get her down there. And
I get it. I mean,
it's a real pain.
I seriously, like, a lot of my friends are like, "Oh, why don't you just move to Canada because that way you get free healthcare." It's like you do realize that Canada's a little hip to that. They don't think that you're just going to move here and get free healthcare.
Yeah, you don't just come in easy. That's for sure. Yeah. Plus, yeah, because it isn't free, they want to make sure that you've showed up and paid at least some kind of tax for a while.
Right. Which, I can't fault them for that, but,
yeah.
It'd still be nice if I could figure out a way to make that work.
Yeah. The thing that kills me the most, and this is why I was saying to Alex, I said, that night, a couple weeks ago, I said, I am not against having some form of government system of payment, and I'm very specific about saying it that way because that's something a lot of people don't understand about the Canadian system. Is the Canadian healthcare system?
You mean like payment for services?
Yeah. We don't have a Canadian healthcare system. I have a hospital, or I have a healthcare. There's a healthcare corporation that operates in New Brunswick. The trick is that by law, they're only allowed to be paid by the government. So when I have services rendered to me, then they submit for payment to the province of New Brunswick, not to Ottawa, not to the federal government. And that's like if anything like that were to be implemented.
So what happens if I'm visiting New Brunswick and I break my arm?
They'll take care of you, but they'll make sure that the bill goes someplace. And the funny thing is even within the country, if I don't bring my Medicare card with me for New Brunswick and I'm in Ontario and something terrible happens, that's a whole other problem too, because it's at the provincial level. It's not a federal system. So if I got in an accident and whatnot, or if there's some kind of service that they don't cover because the government in Ontario decided that they don't want to cover whatever, doesn't really matter, but just some unique thing that I happen to all of a sudden need during that crazy incident that got me at the hospital, then if New Brunswick won't cover it, I might have to actually pay for it out of pocket. And then the other thing too is a lot of people don't realize that maybe 60% of the medical stuff in Canada is actually covered under the Canada Health Act. Like
hey, Deej, how you doing?
Hello.
Hey.
I think I'm here.
Yeah, you're there.
No, you're not there. Oh.
Okay, I'll leave.
So what happened to you on Wednesday? I sent you the link, and then you started your own stream.
I didn't start no stream.
Oh, someone said you were streaming at the same time that I was. Were they lying to me?
No.
They were lying to
lied
me.
You. You can actually go back and look at my
All right.
YouTube
I'll
page.
believe you before. I think it was Thomas that told me that. Thomas.
It's a Kurogan disinformation.
Yeah, it must have been a plot by Kurogan spies. All right.
Yeah. But yeah, I actually have, anybody in the country actually has to have, it doesn't have to, but it's a good idea to have, you still have some kind of medical insurance program because we don't get drug coverage. We don't get,
I couldn't afford Canada then.
No, you don't get drug coverage. You don't get medical devices. Like my wife has a CPAP. That's how I actually know you have one because you get the same morning mark as she does.
And by the way, my CPAP broke, and I called.
Oh no!
And so I called the company, the Murfreesboro Sleep Center, And they're like, oh, well, we can't help you. I'm like, what? I was thinking, was there a problem with my insurance? And they're like, no, that device is now under a recall.
Oh.
And so I had to register the machine with Philips, the manufacturer.
Yeah.
And now I have to wait for them to replace it, which could take months.
Frig.
And so what happened in the chat there, Deej? I think I see you deleted
He was spelling out a racist word 2 letters at a time.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you getting rid of that. Did you time that person out or anything like that? Or
No, I put him on a ban hammer.
Okay.
He ain't coming back.
All right, thank you. I didn't know. Oh yeah, I see it was hidden. Okay, very good. And that's, you know what, I gotta say, thank you for that, Deej, and the rest of my mods. I got the best mods because you guys are usually on top of that and see it before I even do. So I appreciate that. And that's something that I was laughing at the whoever are the mods at Paramount, because
that was so bad.
They did not moderate their chat because they kept getting the hey hot sexy pics and links and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's like, really? Do you guys not have any mods going? And it was horrible.
Mm. But yeah, I was gonna say and this is why it was so frustrating that the power went out, because I've been ever since you've got your diagnosis, I've been wanting to talk about the healthcare aspect of things, because one of the funny things for me is, with as many people as I know that now live in the States, family and friends, like my sister's got a terrific example of the difference between, well, obviously not something catastrophic or life-altering like MS, but she, like a lot of people, actually has hip joints that aren't perfectly spherical on the inside of the ball socket.
So she need to get a partial hip replacement or something?
No, there's this procedure that a doctor figured out how to do in Texas, because of course there's a lot of military bases and a lot of sports that goes on down there, and a lot of people that have this lack of perfection in the hip joint have over the years needed quite a lot of work done, and I'm sure at some point they would have done hip replacements. But what they do is there's this interesting process where they can actually dislocate the hip without having to completely tear all the flesh apart, and then they can get in there, and then they can either smooth something out either on the cartilage side, on the actual in the pelvis, or on the head of the femur.
That sounds horrible.
And the crazy thing is that for as long as she lived up here, this issue was a thing, and nobody could get it figured out, or they didn't want to put the time into it, or whatever. And down in Texas, they managed to figure out, actually there's a couple other things too, but I'll get to those in a second, but they figure out what's going on with her hips, and within less than 16 months, she has both hip surgeries taken care of, and the copay for each incident was only, I think it was like $3,200 US for each one. And what's crazy is I can guarantee that if they had have lined her up to even have just one procedure done on this side of the border, it would have been at least 3 years just to get one of them done. Yeah. And one of the killers for stuff that's not terrible, like cancer or MS, or like my dad's got Parkinson's, and that took them 3 years to figure that out. And
it's the wait times, right?
Oh yes, the killer. It's the wait time. It's that quality of life aspect. But on the same time, and like I was saying, like I said to Alex, because I know Alex is like super pro, like mega free market.
Right. He's like, screw them, if they don't have the money, let them die. Yeah,
but the original Canada Health Act was designed to prevent exactly the kind of thing that you're experiencing. Now, the drugs aspect, of course, is not really covered because of the way that system works. But yeah, the whole point was if you fall off your bike because random reason and you tear up your arm, that it's not going to cost you $8,000 all of a sudden out of pocket. Or if you get in a catastrophic car accident and you're stuck in traction for 2 months, that you don't come out the other side with a $500,000 hospital bill or something like that. And for the most part, the system works phenomenally well for a lot of that stuff. But man, when it gets down into the stuff that really is more, there's a term that like people like Ben use.
Preventative care. Or
no. Like when
routine?
it's the amount of availability for that kind of a service is cut down with
rationing is what you're
yeah. And there's a lot of that. Like my wife's grandmother very much likely died from cancer because of the fact that there's a lot less interest in dealing with the elderly for things of that nature. Because she did pass away from cancer, and they're quite sure
they have to make hard choices on that.
Exactly, because there's only so much money. Because like they can only even though the healthcare system itself is technically a private system, the government that pays for such things is only got so much money to pay out. And then, of course, it kicks that rationing level down to the actual delivery point as opposed to up at the money side. Whereas in the States, a lot of the HMO garbage that causes a lot of problems, the rationing happens way up at the administrative level.
Right.
The
problem there can just be that major healthcare decisions are being made by administrators and politicians as opposed to doctors.
Exactly. And there's a lot of doctors that wish they could do a lot of things a lot more readily up here. And there's been some progress in certain things. Like New Brunswick is a tiny province, 750,000 people. It's nothing. So to be able to get some state-of-the-art, better processes is difficult. But in the last 10 years, they've made some huge strides with the cardiac care system in the province. And fortunately, they have, because a good buddy of mine, he had congestive heart failure. Congestive heart failure. Yeah. Anyway, he had a heart attack when he was only 33.
DJ, an expert on that. What's the right term?
Cardiac.
Is it congestive or congenital? Congenital is when it's in the womb, I think, and then congestive is the one where you get the fluid in the pericardium around the heart.
Yep.
He had a relapse because his regular doctor that he had was an idiot, but he got to enjoy the new cardiac care system with this more recent incident. And he said, man, they were just like right on it. It's like, here's the diuretics. Don't go too far from the bathroom because you are going to pee like a bloody racehorse. And he said they weren't kidding. He said they put me on an IV drip of this stuff. And he said, next thing I know, it's just like, oh, gotta go. And they had him regimented, and they had him right off of work right away. And of course, he works for the same company that I do. Unfortunately, our medical leave system, which I think is kind of caused to be as good as it is because of legislation, at either a provincial or federal. Well, it would be federal level because we're a federally regulated company. So, for instance, you described that you get really good coverage and everything for 2 years from your employer, but you won't have a job at the end of that 2 years because of this.
As of the 30th of this month, I will be unemployed.
Yeah. So here, if you put in for long-term, the job position is actually held for you ad nauseum, which is, on the one hand, I could see is super frustrating for an employer, but on the other hand, for the person, that's terrific.
Right, because if you manage to get better in that 2 year period, you can get back to work. Which see, that's where I would love it, because I mean, short of an act of God, a direct miracle, it's very unlikely that in the next 19 days I'm going to be fit for work. I'm doing what I can. I'm taking my shots, but just got to be real. I certainly don't relish the idea of going on a permanent vacation. and thinking about, okay, so selling the house, what are we going to do there? The hassle of moving and getting into another place that's going to cost less. What are we going to do there? Okay, how's survivability going to be? And then also at the same time dealing with the healthcare, quality of life. At least I got friends online I can talk to,
and you're making new ones.
Yeah. And on the bright side, I know what honestly, I know what I'll be doing if but I just because the worst thing that happens to people when they go on disability or something is they literally just die of boredom. Right.
I can believe that, because I know even my friend, when he was off this last time, he was itching to get back to work, and he was only off for 6 months, and it was driving him crazy.
Mm-hmm. And it's been difficult for me, even though I've been live streaming a lot and hanging out with you guys, but I've still been man, my work computer is literally right there,
Yeah.
And I want to get back to work, but I also know that I can't do it. And so it's hard to describe, but one of the worst affected parts of my body are my hands. And so doing things like moving the mouse, I can do fairly well. But I have the mouse sensitivity racked up to maximum so that I'm minimizing the amount of movement I'm doing. So before, I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, I could not have used a mouse with these settings. I would have been going crazy with how, why is it that I barely move the mouse and I'm all over the place,
Yeah.
Going crazy? You've been crazy since I first met you.
Fair enough. And I have to play games where the use of the keyboard is minimal. I prefer, things like Minecraft. I can do almost everything with just the mouse. The only thing I really do with the keyboard is hit the up arrow button.
Yeah, and even then, even if you wanted to add a few more key presses on the keyboard, E to bring up your inventory, or to bring up your on-hand crafting or whatever, it's not. Yeah, it's not hard. It's a nice, and of course the pace is good too.
Right, because
so
I can just
nuts.
if it gets too much, I can play it on, peaceful mode and take the monsters out. But
yeah, exactly.
But although I like having a little bit of pressure, so the monsters are on, but I'm not on insane difficulty.
Yeah.
I used to play Minecraft on hard, which if you haven't, Minecraft looked like such a basic, easy game, but try playing Minecraft on hard and tell me about how easy it is.
My son started playing the game, and then I watched him. I thought, okay, this looks interesting, and then I got a copy. I got a license of it, and then got on and played and got addicted. But man, yeah. I started playing back when it was version 1.4, so that would have been 9 or 10 years ago. And yeah, you turn that thing to hard and forget it.
Yeah, as soon as the sun goes down, you die.
You want to know what? That person I just blocked.
Yeah.
I did some investigating and looking around. I think he's mad because you're playing Minecraft.
Really?
What?
Because he has a Minecraft channel and he has 26 million subscribers.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Really? Let's go. Oh, I forgot to tell Mercer where it was before he took off, but that bit with the Ewoks, I brought up Disney Plus, and it was during all the not actually ISD-2s crashing. And they show the Ewoks over the moon, the Endor moon, looking at one of the ships crashing. So it's just one of those fade to black type things again, kind of like what they did when they added the stuff. Oh. Did everybody get muted?
No.
Oh, just you looked up for a second, Mike, and your mouth moved. And I thought,
no, I was looking.
I don't hear anything.
I was looking up at that person's comments and just making sure that I reported it so that, If that person is actually there's a great way to be successful on YouTube.
Yeah, 26 million subscribers. Channel is Dream, and it's that icon, like you said, Deej. And yeah, he's got Let's see. He put up a
And
video
he's
a month
worried about
ago.
and he's worried about me live streaming with my what? How many people are watching right now?
16.
16.
Yeah, he's worried about me and my 16 people.
And I count as one of them because I still got the YouTube page up
Okay,
right now.
now it might not possibly. It could be a poser.
It could be a poser. I mean,
Maybe. But if it is,
well,
it's
I flagged that comment. I'm not going to his channel to flag.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm not going to go to his channel and say, "What are you doing, man?" Because I'll just flag that comment. You know.
Well, there's the V beside it, Deej.
Yeah, I highlighted the entire thing, and that's what I looked up, and it took me straight to this guy's channel.
Because that V indicates verified, and the Dream channel's got a check mark for verified on it.
Yeah, that's what I used was the entire name with the V, and it took me straight to this channel.
Yeah, this guy's just crusty for no good reason.
That makes no sense. I mean, because if you are a channel with, and I don't know, is he active on his channel?
Last video was a month ago, and this guy's getting monster views per video, which makes me wonder what's going on there. 38 million views on a video from 6 months ago.
I don't know. His latest videos, he did one 2 months ago, 24 million.
Yeah.
He did another one after that, 45 million, and then his latest one a month ago was only 17 million.
Yeah.
So his channel is struggling.
Maybe.
Well, if he's dropping like that, what were his views like before?
39, 55, 42, 48.
He's had views of 99 million, 80 million. He's kind of all over the place. It bounces up and down.
Yeah, let's go see what Social Blade has to say.
Sounds like, and someone's saying it's not the verified check mark. I can barely see it with my weak eyes, but.
Well, if it is a letter V, so maybe someone snuck an escape character into his name to make it look like it was the check mark. I mean, I know it is a V, so for those in the stream, I could definitely see that it's the letter V.
I found another one that just says Dream with that same picture with only 58 subscribers.
Does it have the V in the name?
But no, it doesn't have that. It just has the Dream name and that icon and a couple of little Fortnite videos on his too, and they're like 28 views.
There's Dream and Dream Shorts, which I'm assuming is just a follow-on for the main Dream account, and then Dream Teams, Dreams.
The 26 million subscriber, because I just did a search. It is the Dream with that
mark.
With that mark, when I search for it, that's the first thing that comes up. But
yeah, I mean his Social Blade score is terrific, so I don't know why he's coming in here raising trouble.
I am probably somebody's just trying to
it could be, but
through this channel, because I'm finding all kinds of. I found another one, Dream, same picture, everything.
Yeah, here's one, the Dream, 16 subscribers.
8 subscribers.
Hey, look, and there's me.
Yeah, that's weird.
But yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
So I hope it's not him. I would be, that's weird.
Yeah.
But and if it is, it doesn't make a lot of sense.
No.
Because why would someone with 26 million subscribers give a crap about someone with, that's live streaming with 16 people?
Yeah, like this guy's. Well, I mean, looking at his Social Blade score alone, I mean, it sounds good. But if it really is this guy with all the subs, he reached a peak of 195 million views back in August of last year, and he has been continuing to trend down, and he only hit 34 million views in the month of July.
Yeah, but I don't think him going after someone my size.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Like,
so it's
I could see him going after other big Minecraft YouTubers.
Yeah, exactly.
But
it's probably a little poser that just wants to try to cause this guy grief.
Right.
That could easily be true as well.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I'm not a threat to anybody.
No.
That's for sure.
Except maybe the Phantom Menace. Apparently,
We just kick your cane out from under you.
Shot
goes for the cane.
Oh man! All right.
Hey, as one person with back problems, I can pick on Salty because he could do it right back to me too. So,
all right, I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom real quick. So, keep.
All right, he's on a 10-minute break.
Yeah, keep him happy for a minute.
Yeah.
Hell. Oh, shit. We've been left in charge. This ain't good.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we can't take over his computer, so we can't get into that much trouble.
We might be able to figure out a way. Bridget, come to the computer. Push some keys for us.
Do the following, and then don't ask questions. No.
Just keep pushing F12 until everything disappears.
Oh man. Yeah,
he's been playing this long.
Well, it's not hard to get lost in it. When I was really deep into playing Minecraft, man, I could go for 4 or 5, 6 hours straight, and then do that almost every day. But
we've got an update about the Dream guy in the chat. It says Dream was caught cheating and speedrunning the game.
Ooh.
That's why his views dropped.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
Cheaters never prosper, just acts bird to prey.
So now he's just being salty. Yeah.
We already got one salty person on the screen.
I do actually like the name change. It kind of works a lot better.
Yeah, but I'm noticing people can't figure out where he is anymore because they're not subscribed. I was watching a stream yesterday.
Oh, really?
With,
yeah.
Rob Slomo.
So they're all used to seeing it as anti, and then now that it's salty.
I'm watching Rob's stream yesterday, and there's people in the chat still going, whatever happened to Anti-Tracker? I don't see him anymore.
Oh, see, that's why people need to use the subscribe feature. I even tell my son, he's like, why do you have so many channels sub, Dad? I'm like, because if they change the name or anything else.
And the weird thing is, if you click on a person's channel too much, it'll automatically unsubscribe you.
What do you mean?
We tested that out. We went, like, if somebody went to my channel,
yeah,
just the main page, if they went to it a whole bunch of times in a row, automatically it would unsub you.
Really? Well, maybe that's interesting, because there was so much unsub controversy going on for a while on a lot of channels. Maybe that's what it is.
We did a few experiments on it, and we were trying it. We'd refresh the page, go right back to it.
Damn.
After a few times, boom, it was unsubbed, and it's like, what the hell's going on here?
That's crazy.
So that might explain some of the unsubbing that people get.
Yeah. See, I rely very heavily on the subscription system. So I've never had it that any of the channels I'm subscribed to has unsubscribed me. And that's, well, lifelong IT guy, systems programmer, designer. So I look at this thing and all I see is a gamification of what they want you to try to do. And I'm like, nope, I'm going to do this the way I know I can make it work. So a lot of people just, for whatever weird reason, think that the algo will take care of them for them. And I'm like, no, that thing will steer you right into a ditch if you're not careful.
And another issue I found with some people, especially with my channel, if they don't go to it for the longest time, they'll tell me it's been unsubscribed.
That kind of doesn't surprise me, and I think for someone like myself who really leverages the subscription system, activity of watching the video probably counts as interest continuing. You weren't on. I don't know if you heard the other day. When I was on the live stream, I was telling Mike that the Spiffing Brit had figured out a really weird hack for taking advantage of anyone who has a YouTube Premium account that watches your content. If I download a lengthy live stream from the Salty Trekker channel, because I have the premium subscription, so I can download content onto my my Galaxy or wherever it is that I want to have it. It actually treats the download as an entire view of that stream.
Oh, you're talking about your...
Yeah, we were just talking about weird things with YouTube channels, and he was saying about unsubbing happening possibly because of over-visiting to the main page or a lack of traffic. And I was just telling him about the crazy thing that I was telling you about with if you download the whole thing, that anyone who can, of course, that counts as a strange pile of the YouTube Premium view time account money, whatever math that they do. Power of math, people.
It's the power of math.
Man, when
math equals mental abuse to humans, damn it.
You know, I gotta say, I almost considered watching season 3 until I watched you do the video for episode 3 when they completely borked the whole how much time it takes to go from the outer edge or Jupiter or whatnot all the way to Earth.
What was it that they did? I can't remember now.
Episode 3 was the one there with the humans that weren't humans that were hiding on Pluto or whatever, that wanted to just come home.
Right, and I remember Discovery jumped in, and I remember, didn't I use footage from TMP?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, the whole bit with where they could only run at high impulse to leave the solar system, and it's 6 hours or 3 hours. Right. And then I think you even made a comment about
if only we had an example.
And I think you might have mentioned Best of Both Worlds as well, because of course in the second part of Best of Both Worlds,
yeah, they go by Mars.
Yeah, they actually come in around Saturn, and then they travel at high impulse the rest of the way. But after that really hurt. That, I was like, no.
That's right. They jump in, right next to Saturn, and then 10 seconds later, that Earth.
Yeah, it was just ridiculous. Yeah. Like no understanding of just how big the solar system is, let alone existing. Yeah,
even
story.
At warp, they couldn't do that.
No, yeah. It's 8 minutes from Earth to the sun. You can't. And then the distances get massive once you get outside of the inner planets. So, it's okay. You want to go Star Warsy about it, and then just change the title of the show.
Yeah. Now you reminded me of that. Yeah, I remember now. It's what was that? Because and people were trying to argue. Oh well, some time transpired. They just didn't show it to you, and it's no. Watch the scene. I showed you the entire scene. I didn't cut anything out of it.
Yeah.
They literally just go straight from here we are in the solar system, and there's Earth.
Yeah.
Isn't Earth pretty?
It was pretty rough dealing with the spore drive just out of season 1, but then when they made that catastrophic of a storytelling mistake, I just
yeah, it was. Oh man.
Yeah. And some people might look at that and say, okay, now you're being too nitpicky or whatever, but the fact there is that it affects how you tell your story as far as whether or not peril is actually a thing.
Right.
And that's exactly why when you read through the Enterprise D technical manual, where you see the conversation in that book about how they had to deliberately nerf the warp scale, because how can you put your characters in any kind of risk if you can just go from one side of the galaxy to the other in instant, or in some trivial period of time that matters for nothing.
Right.
And
but of course here comes Discovery. Hold my beer. Yeah. We can get anywhere instantaneously.
Yeah. And the course, that also leads off into all kinds of other stuff, and I don't know if you guys have ever talked about this in the past, and because I don't catch all the live streams, because of course with the 2-hour time difference between you guys and here. But the problems that you can encounter especially in sci-fi, where certain kinds of technology, if you don't find at least a plausible way to restrict its abilities,
yeah,
like transporters. Like I remember reading in the tech manual that they made the comment about the huge mistake that was that that season 2 episode when they went through that energy cloud, and then they beamed Picard around or something, and then he ended up having one of these energy beings get into him, and then they didn't realize what was going on, and he had himself beamed back into the cloud as pure energy, and then they used the last transporter scan of him and pulled his energy signal out of the...
means they cure death.
Well, it was, yeah, like it basically turned the transporter into a resurrection machine, and the
which they
technical
also
manual...
did with Dr. Polanski, by the way, as a de-aging machine.
Yes, yeah. But yeah, that they'd said that they were going to disallow that in the writer's guide for TNG from that point forward, because it's dangerous.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is I'm actually surprised, and I know they were trying to do this just to add that new layer of technology to the storytelling compared to TOS, but as time has gone on and I've thought more about this, I am really shocked that they actually thought having replicator technology was something that would be a good idea within the storytelling universe, because...
Yeah, now they can have anything they want anytime they want it. And
yeah.
like on Voyager, they kept having to come up with flimsy excuses as to why something can't be replicated.
Yeah, and that's just weak sauce. It's like you either have this stuff or you don't. I mean...
Right.
Infinite energy effectively, and the ability to turn it into matter. I mean, frankly, Utopia Planitia should just be a giant replicator box.
Right.
And so that's why I really am surprised that they actually went through the process of leaving that in there even before they started filming the show, because, like, man, that's the worst kind of Deus Ex Machina ever.
Wesley put an iron door here with no way to open it.
So you just have to smack it with your pick. It'll just drop, and then you can pick it up.
Yeah, that's a real efficient way of...
Yeah, you need a floor plate or something, yeah. Floor plate for the safe side and a button for the not safe side.
A button?
A button. Nah, I'm just being goofy.
You've been drinking?
No. Only coffee.
Sure.
Well, at least you don't have Thomas in the game leading you on chases that you can't catch him on.
Hey.
Yes, I was watching them too. I've been here a while.
If it wasn't for the fact that he cheated.
I was being Kronos there for a while, just lurking.
But yeah, I think that's one of the reasons that, and I know that people get on me about it, but that's one of the reasons I really do think TOS is the best of Trek, because the technology isn't magic. You know,
yeah, you've talked about that a few times,
right?
Yeah.
Because when you get to TNG, you get all these ridiculous, goofy levels of tech that just, like, you know, it really does break the drama barrier, because, you know, okay, so we can cure death with the transporters. We can do literally anything we want in the holodeck. You know, there's no reason why. Hey, you know what? We want to do a story that takes place in the 19th century. No problem. Computer, 19th century England, please. You know, it's like,
yeah.
And boy, look at this. He just created a giant cave just perfect for monsters to spawn in.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's dangerous. Yeah, I mean, one of the things, I can't remember he's European. I can't remember which channel or what country he's in, but it's the channel's The Nitpicking Nerd.
Yeah, I've seen.
He did a video talking about Picard, and he said all this stupid holographic floaty stuff. He said it would have been way cooler for them to have the bridge on the La Serena actually be just a hyper customized hollow deck configurator.
Right.
So that, like, because floating displays are just dumb, but how cool it would be to be able to have the console be able to mold around you and just be exactly the right length, arm's length and everything. So they missed out on a good opportunity there. But
and it would have been a logical extension of holodeck technology that we've already seen.
Yeah, exactly.
Salty, I'm going to pass along a message from Thomas Potts. Salty Trucker, I sent you a picture of my Minecraft 9/11 memorial. Deej, in case Salty doesn't see this comment.
All right, let me see. Bring up Skype and Thomas. Oh, very nice. Let's see. There it is.
Oh, cool.
Full screen it there. That is, well, of course, and again, I would expect nothing less from Thomas, who is quite the creator in Minecraft. I can't quite read what the signs say. I'm sure it's something about how Kuroga sucks. No, and Thomas, you can put in the chat. I don't know if the signs have any special significance, so, but I assume it says something to the effect of what the memorial is for. But that is really nice. I like the red, white, and blue beacons in the background, the American flags, all that. That's a really nice one, man. So now you just need to come into my game and make that in pure survival mode in less than, let's see, it's 3 o'clock. So, how many hours you got left in the day? Yeah.
Go.
Oh, crap, it's nighttime.
Yeah, you don't want those flying things. Those are annoying. Oh, I don't know if you know this, but the floor pressure plates work for those gates. So if you put a pressure plate on the outside, it'll just open the gate for you and close automatically behind you.
Well, but then the cows.
No, on the far side from the cows.
Oh, I see.
Just to make your getting in less fighty.
Well, then monsters could get in. Although, then again, we have the wall for the monsters. So
yeah, there's one of the pressure plate types that doesn't respond to monsters, and I can't remember if it's a gold.
Is it called like a heavy pressure plate or something?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. But there's one that won't. There's one that won't respond to it.
Stone pressure, weighted pressure plate. Is that what it is? The weighted pressure plates?
I think. Yeah, I think.
Polished blackstone pressure plate. Wow, that's
impressive. Heavy weighted pressure plates are similar to light weighted pressure plates, but measures groups of 10 entities. So I think, anything that would be heavy weighted.
There's only one heavy weighted pressure plate. Let's see. And for that, you need iron ingots.
Yeah, I think those are the ones that don't react to a single. Yeah, you'd have to have 10 mobs sitting on it of some kind before it would actually actuate.
Okay. And hey, Mike Richards is in the house. Hope.
But he is saying that you're fat enough to engage it.
Well, thanks. I don't think that's exactly what he was saying, but you're a dick.
Hey, I'm trying to get a war going between Canada and the United States.
What? We don't want Canada to be taken out right now, do we?
We want all their bacon and maple syrup.
Hey, if you take all the maple syrup, you get to take out Quebec. So then that solves that problem.
Well, you can have the bacon and maple syrup. I'll just take the poutine and moose meat.
Oh, poutine is just wicked.
I really want some poutine. I've never had it.
I figured you'd done all the free weed.
Well, yeah. I will tell you that I genuinely, that's the one thing about moving to Illinois that I am truly looking forward to is weed.
Man, I cannot get over the fact that
yeah, it
that
seems
the
like
Fed
the mobs are.
Oh, okay. So maybe the heavies. Man, what is it? Okay, so you don't want to put that there.
Yeah, a baby cow set it off.
Set it off. I'll have to dig around. I don't know. Anyway, I was pretty sure there was one that
I just
wasn't.
wasted 16 iron ingots.
Well, I'm on the bad list for a while now, aren't I?
Canadians are evil.
Yeah, making you waste your iron. I'll give you a 16 iron ingot bonus whenever I finally get around to finishing putting together a big Minecraft server.
Well, way to go. Step on the pressure plate while a cow's there so it gets away.
I think he was doing that to see what would happen. It looked intentional.
But I just want to see, when the cow came through, it set it off again. I'm just making sure it wasn't a weird fluke.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys know that the 90% of all the maple syrup in the world actually comes out of Quebec, eh? It's crazy.
All right, we don't want the maple syrup now because we don't want to have to take Alexander.
Well,
yeah, they actually have cartels even. They've even had heists of maple syrup. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Somehow that doesn't surprise me that the land where Alexander comes from has maple syrup cartels. That I don't know why, but that just does not surprise me.
And it was the worst one that ever happened. It was like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of 50-gallon barrels of maple syrup taken off with. It's just crazy. Yeah, it's just like only in Canada, right? It's not some crazy bank heist like the 97 LA shootout of insanity. No,
that sounds something that you would hear about on The Tick. And now I shall control the world's supply of maple syrup.
Yeah.
Somebody just wanted to fill a swimming pool to have a harder swimming regimen.
That would be insane. Could you imagine trying to swim in maple syrup? Wesley says, just kill the cows. Well, if I kill the cows, then, I already have quite a bit of raw meat here. Oh, who cooked all that beef? Oh, man, it's ruined. Man, Bird of Prey is going to be so upset.
Oh, he's onto the raw meat thing lately or something? Or?
You weren't there for it.
No, I missed that.
About a month and a half ago, he had some weirdo up on his stream. And I say weirdo because this
guy was weird.
Eating raw meat of any kind.
Like poultry.
Chicken.
Yeah.
Ugh. Okay. Like, I like my steak medium to medium rare, but
I'm a rare steak guy for sure.
I like my chicken dead twice.
He was even eating raw hamburger on the stream.
Ugh.
Yeah, this guy was messed up. That's no two ways about it. This guy.
So that's. Ugh.
And he was trying to say that it was the only safe way to eat meat because you cook away all the nutrients. And it's like, dude, you are insane.
Well, yeah, first off, that part of the statement from him is wrong because if you're cooking a cut of meat from a grazing animal, deer, moose, cow, whatever, you're actually improving the accessibility of the nutrients. You cook birds because birds are gross.
Hear that, Bird of Prey? Gross.
You got to cook those birds right hard.
But don't worry, Bird didn't hear that. He's too busy with his
just
cinema
declared
Saturday.
war on Karoga.
Hey, there's one. I could never really find an answer to that. I dug around on your on the Anti-Trekker forum to see if anybody maybe said anything at some point. What's the whole Karoga Turdistan?
Oh man, when did that started with space engineers, I think.
No.
Or was it? No, it was before that, wasn't it?
That it started with that nation states web page that he found
That's
that he
right.
got
That's
all
right.
of us playing.
So yeah, Bird was playing this online game called Nation States, where you create a fake country, and he created the great nation of Karoga, and he wanted it to be a complete military dictatorship, of course, under his leadership. And I never got into the game, but I just kind of started saying, well, you know, since now at the time, my avatar, of course, was a poop emoji. And so I was like, well, if he's good. And the reason he called himself Karoga was because he is near Karoga, New York. And he just, and he just likes the name. So I was like, well, you know, I'm going to be Turtistan because, you know, why not? Makes sense. And so I created but Turtistan is the opposite of Karoga in almost every way. So while Karoga is a brutal dictatorship, Turtistan is a free democracy. And so we're basically just, we've been at war ever since. And, you know, Turtistan believes in freedom and all that, and Karoga believes in imprisoning orphans.
Yeah, I kind of got a lot of the generalities of it because there's some pretty good stuff that's come out over the years.
The orphans is the big thing. That's kind of where the war started, was over the orphans. I think.
Was it that storybook recently was just awesome.
Oh, that was so good.
That was ridiculous.
Yeah. Who wrote that story? Do you know?
I have no clue.
Don't remember.
Whoever wrote that story, that was good. Wonderful.
Yeah, but I kind of figured the Turtistan from your old emoji, but the Karoga part made no sense to me because it didn't come up in any kind of search regarding Star Trek or anything like that.
Yeah, Karoga is just is a city in New York, and Bird is in New York. So
yeah,
Bird's actually like in New York City.
Yeah, he's like Queens on Long Island, isn't he?
Yeah, well, Queens isn't Long Island. Queens is one of the boroughs, but I think he's in a subdivision of Queens. But he happens to be fond of Karoga.
Where does Long Island start down there?
It's New York. Nobody cares.
Well, technically, it's on the island of Long Island, but I'm sure, just like other little isms for different cities and whatnot, people that are in Queens do not consider themselves Long Islanders.
And yes, Mike Richards actually came up with the name of Turtistan.
Okay.
Credit where credit is due.
And actually, Karoga is like a little small town out near the lake where his folks had that house out in the country.
So he has fond memories of Karoga.
Karoga Lake, New York.
Yes. So, so Bird has fond memories of Karoga, and he also enjoys torturing orphans.
Oh man, that's like way upstate New York too. Holy cow!
And but you know, the Turtistanis are generally a peaceful people, but we have a problem with the whole, orphan thing.
You don't operate your salt mines with underage.
No,
you don't have minors in your miners.
Yeah, but Bird's mines are uranium mines.
Yes, and that's the thing is that's why they're all orphans. You see, because they don't last long down there. And, and he talks about how it's lifetime employment. Guaranteed. Well, you can figure out why it's lifetime employment because nobody lives long in the mines.
Yeah.
And then, of course, they have a generous retirement program for anybody that manages to survive to retirement age, which so far, though, nobody has chosen to retire, amazingly enough.
And Wesley says, don't forget the alpacans.
Well, the alpacans don't count.
Yeah, just like he doesn't let my bunny land count either. But
it's because, come on. First of all, when you say bunny land, everybody immediately thinks of Cinnabon.
There's 2 bunny lands. You got Cinnabon with the cute little fuzzy bunnies, and then you have me with the Monty Python killer rabbits.
Yeah. I don't think anybody thinks of your rabbits as killer.
I'm a big pink fluffy bunny. Leave me alone.
Exactly. So then we have Deej with his delusions of grandeur there.
I just thought it was somehow or another I missed some kind of content from the last few years that explained it, but it was just one of those things. It was like, someday I think I'll figure this out.
Yeah, it's just one of those weird things that just kind of started and never stopped.
Yeah.
And we'll probably continue until one of us dies, and then the other one will continue to gloat about how they won the war.
Just like the whole thing with Salty being a hobbit.
Yeah, no, that makes no sense. Jeez, I'm almost 6'2".
I know, but everybody still loves to call you a hobbit.
It's like, me and Joe are both big guys, and yet, nobody calls Joe a hobbit.
Yeah, because he's what, 6'2" or 6'3" or something like that, isn't he?
I think, he's about my height or a little taller.
Yeah,
and it's just, well, of course, technically he's only like 4 feet tall because he's never stood up in the last 20 years. But
Yeah, man, I watched his full about me video that he had done up not that long ago, actually.
It was a few years ago now.
Yeah, and well, compared to how long he's been put on his back, and holy cow, man, what a right out of left field. Hey, surprise. It's like gallstone problem, P.S. I'm going to wreck your life now.
Yeah.
Like, my brother had a gallstone problem, and he ended up in the hospital. They took it out, and then that was that. But nope. Joe gets nuked.
Yeah. Well, they took out my gallstone, just a few weeks ago. And that was or my gallbladder a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
That was exciting. They thought it was my heart, and I was like, "Oh, great! That's just what I need."
Yeah, I remember when you were talking about it. You're like, "Well, they're gonna see what's going on." And it's like, man, can someone just stop rolling snake eyes here?
Yeah. And it's like, well, the good news is your heart's fine, but that gallbladder's got to come out.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Mercer asks, is Jason Price related to Mark Price?
I don't believe so. I haven't talked to Mark Price.
Mark Price?
Yeah, Mark Price was the first official supporter of this channel, which is why you frequently see brought to you by Mark Price at the on everything, because I said that I would put brought to you by the name of the first person who supported me on Patreon.
If he's from the Northeast, then by blood, technically, probably, because my Price ancestors actually come out of New Jersey.
So kind of like Chakotay, it's just like the Price tribe, and
yeah.
Do you guys all go on Vision Quest together?
Yeah, we get on our Welsh kilts and then we just go right crazy.
And Mike Richards said the Hobbit theory came about because of the little door in your attic studio.
That's true. Yeah, I remember that. But you see, that was where Thomas lived. Everybody knows that Thomas lives in the little door there. So I don't know why everybody thought I was a Hobbit when Thomas is the one that lives behind the little door. So this is the fun part where you're down at bedrock level. Which, by the way, I don't know if you heard about this since you play some Minecraft, Jason, but with the next update, they're going 67 levels deeper than bedrock.
Yeah, I was using the beta for the Java version, and that was both awesome and also added quite a lot of more walking and whatnot. But I'll tell you what, when you see the cave systems that they have down,
I've heard it's incredible. Yeah.
Oh, it's absolutely phenomenal, and yeah, like the build opportunities if you want to build, full on cave dwelling setups, like any of the areas where the caves are really, really big, they're between 20 and, or not 20, they're between 30 and 50 blocks high in some areas of the caves, and they're just as wide. So yeah, it's quite something. Then they've got all these amethyst geodes that when you break through the outside into the inside, it's hollow on the inside, and there's all kinds of interesting stuff in there.
And then have you seen this new boss monster they've been talking about that's in the deep dark?
Not that I'm aware of. New mob.
I can't remember what he's called. He's like called like the, oh gosh. He has a very specific name. He's a unique boss, and people say he might be unkillable. Like, you're not supposed to kill him, you're just supposed to avoid him. And there's only been like a very little video footage of him shown.
Looking to see here. New warden mob.
Warden, that's what it is, the warden.
Oh, that thing. Yeah. When I was messing around in beta. Yeah. Yeah, it's bad news. He makes those clowns at those I don't know what are those guys called? The guys that have the big tower.
The guys have the big tower?
There's like pillagers. That's what it is. The pillagers.
Yeah.
Those guys are nuts. I don't know if that's in Bedrock or not, but the pillagers, they get this big tower base, and it's usually not too far from a village. And if you get into the village where the pillagers are nearby, raiding parties will show up, and they'll raid the village. And they usually carry a big banner. The pillagers are rather terrible when you're close by because they just keep spawning. So
well, I've run into pillagers a couple of times, but I've never seen their tower.
yeah, the tower, like there's usually something of interest way up on top in a chest. So if you're brazen enough, you can actually get up there. But if you've got weak sauce armor or you're not up for the twitch fest that it can kind of become to get past them, because a lot of them have crossbows, so they're just reefing on you the whole time.
Yeah, that's right. They need to make like catapults and stuff like or other weapons, so that for people like me. Oh, look! I found diamonds. I can't believe it. Finally.
Oh, you haven't gotten diamonds till just now?
No, this is my first diamond find here.
Oh.
Thomas found some diamonds earlier. Now, if I just had a pickaxe with what's it called, the enchantment where you get more drops.
Fortune.
Yeah.
I mean, Fortune 3 is as high as that goes.
Yeah.
So if you do the godlike pick that I like to be able to put together with the enchanting table is Fortune 3, Unbreaking 3, and Efficiency 5. So you just rip through anything, and the pick lasts a lot longer because of the Unbreaking, and then of course you get your Fortune 3, which usually minimum doubles your drops. So. And then what you do with those is as they get close to broken, just set them aside.
And then repair them.
And then repair them later when you've got the time. Because I'm sure they probably introduced it in Bedrock, but one of the big things they fixed in Minecraft Java was there was a outrageous cost to repair any kind of tool from a XP perspective. Like it took a monstrous amount of XP, and then the cost to continually repair the tool. So if you repaired it, I think if you repaired it the third time, it effectively became unaffordable. There was no way you could ever have enough XP on you to actually repair it.
Well, you see now, and I don't know how it is now. Maybe you can help me out with this. Is that the way it was when I played before was the only way to repair was you would take, like, let's say I wanted to repair my iron pickaxe that I have here. I would have to take my iron pickaxe and then put it into a blacksmith anvil with another iron pickaxe?
You should just be able to use iron ingots now. And actually, that should have been, even in the Java version, it should have just been.
Well, I don't know. That's what
ingots.
I remembered. But
yeah, well, yeah, because you can do just combining things. So you know how you tend to find a lot of nearly defective bows.
Yeah.
You can just on your person, you can just press E and open up the miniature 4x or 2x2 square workbench, and then you could just combine all of the bows together until they're a fully repaired bow.
Right, but is there anything you can use to fix a bow besides another bow?
I think with the anvil, you should be able to use string to repair it. I don't think, because I know for sure for regular tools like pickaxes and swords, that
whatever
you can absolutely just jam in diamonds and then it'll fix them.
Yeah, but is it cost prohibitive? Like, how many diamonds would I need to repair a diamond pickaxe?
If the pickaxe was nearly at the end, you'd basically be making a pickaxe, so you'd use 3 diamonds to repair it to full.
Which would be only worth it if you had great enchantments on it.
Exactly, yeah, and that's where that whole, back of the napkin math for making sure that you're not blowing resources on the wrong things, because there's nothing worse than
Okay, we have a question from the chat.
What's that?
Yeah.
Wesley says, ask Salty if he remembers the first time I showed him Bird Space Engineers.
Ooh, I do.
And an answer to about the little storybook earlier. It was Yitzy, I think, that illustrated it. And
I know
Yitza
illustrated it, but I don't remember who wrote
and
it.
Purple Valkyrie read it.
Right, but do we know who wrote it?
Well, I think it was between Bird and Yitzy.
I don't think Bird can write.
Well, I've looked on the video, and there's really nothing that says who wrote it. It just says
Because Bird's a
illustrations and text by Yitzy, narration by Purple Valkyrie. Does not say anything else about who wrote it.
Repair and disenchant.
It just says Yitzy Lemons. It's presented this book by Yitzy Lemons.
Nope, String doesn't seem to want to.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if it's a difference between Java and Bedrock, because there are little weird differences still. Yeah, string and a bow doesn't do anything, but on that thing. Yeah, I definitely intend on trying to get together something that for Minecraft Java as a server and just see what you think as far as having it as a whitelisted setup. So either that you can stream and play from, and have a few other people.
Get Minecraft Java.
You don't have to pay for it. It's part of the same license.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It should be. I can double check, but I'm pretty sure it's the same license. Because, I mean, it is, Microsoft, so.
Well, Microsoft. If they can get you to pay for something twice, they will.
Yeah. So bows are no for adding string to fix, but picks and things like that, yeah, you just have to have the same material
But
that's
there's really
on the head.
no point unless you have an enchant that you want to preserve.
Exactly. It's got to be. You got to have a real good reason to want to do it. You're way better off to just make another tool.
Right, and just run it to the ground.
Yeah. The only other thing that's beneficial about not running the tool completely to the ground is that at some point you can just take all the nearly worn out tools, like I was saying with the bow,
Mm-hmm.
and then just kind of like slowly stack them together in your on-person inventory, and then effectively recuperate back to having like a full-on whatever it is again.
Right.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure that you can. I think your Minecraft license covers whether you play in the Java mode or not, because it should be the same login. Because Microsoft is moving everybody over to use the same login. I got a notification the other day reminding me that my Mojang account has to move over to a Microsoft account.
It's a Mojang? I always thought it was Mojang.
I'm being all, Afghanistan.
Okay.
If you are from that part of the world, it's Mojang, but I called it Mojang for the longest time until I actually watched Notch in a video, and, well, he's the guy.
Right.
Or not, yeah, it was Notch, yeah.
And for those of you who don't know, Notch is the creator of Minecraft. And the person who sold out.
Yeah, it kind of made me sad.
You can't really blame the guy.
No, I mean, the amount of money Microsoft paid him, I mean, how can you turn away $2 billion and change?
I mean, think about that. He got half as much as George Lucas got for freaking Star Wars.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. For a game that he wasn't even selling for more than, what was it, like $30 a pop?
I don't think he was selling it for that much.
I think it was like 30 Canadian.
Okay, because I thought it was like, because I think Microsoft sells it for 30 now.
Yeah.
Or actually, it's like 25 now, but 30 for if you want to get a little bit of Minecraft coins with it. Which I have some Minecraft coins, but I haven't spent in them. Because I had to merge 2 Minecraft accounts because Microsoft forced me to buy the game twice. Which is weird. I don't know what happened, but when my computer died and I logged into another computer, it acted like, oh, you don't have Minecraft. And so then it made me buy the game again. But then when I logged into the game, it recognized me, and so since it merged the accounts together, it just gave me a bunch of coins. I guess because I paid for the game twice.
Okay, so here's the FAQ right from the Minecraft Help Center. Microsoft has announced it will be migrating all Minecraft and Mojang accounts to Microsoft accounts to improve security and to add other safety features.
To make sure that Microsoft is your number one tool. By the way, you'll be wanting to use Internet Explorer for your...
Yeah. What will happen to my Mojang account after I migrate? You won't need it anymore. After migrating, you'll use your Microsoft account to log into the launcher.
You won't need it anymore, which is technical speak for you won't be able to use it anymore.
Yeah. What are you changing about Minecraft Java? Are you phasing this out? Don't worry. The only thing that's changing is how you log into the game. We're only moving Mojang accounts to Microsoft, which gives you access to all of it. Java Edition will stay exactly the same and will continue to update and support in the future. It's super not clear, but here we go. If you migrate your Mojang account to a Microsoft account that has been used to play Bedrock on any platform, then yes, you'll be able to access both games. What if I already have a Microsoft account? Do I get to keep my Minecraft Java Edition username? Yes, you get to keep it. Let me ask the question the other way. Can you play with...
I mean, I don't know what the difference in the game is as far as the Java versus the Bedrock.
Java was the original design platform for
Right.
the game.
But I'm just saying, I don't know if there's any significant difference in gameplay.
The Java edition gets the features first most of the time, but there's a few unique things that the Bedrock edition got. The reason why I mentioned the Java part is because Bedrock was conceived to deal with mobile platforms, so iOS and Android basically, and it's not built on Java. And likewise, the version you're playing right here is not built on Java. I wouldn't swear by it, but I think it's built on Microsoft's .NET platform. So it doesn't have access to the insane library of Java add-ons and plugins that you can use with a Java-based server. And part of that might have even been the whole strategy that was going on before Microsoft bought them.
Store.
Well, not just that, but I think even Mojang was moving in that direction as well, because the whole Microsoft Realms thing.
Right.
Well, that was all down to there's no proof, of course, but right around the time that Realms came out, there was an enormous push to actually enforce the end user license agreement for all those Java server runners.
Hold on just a second. What?
Yeah.
What's up? Huh? Well, they don't tell you anything loud. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. My wife needs something.
Yeah.
She's just trying to get you out of the room to hit F12 for us. Damn it, I was just about ready to go Jaloja.
Yeah, you'd think finding an answer on this would be easy. I mean, I know you can't cross-platform play, but...
I don't know. I don't play Minecraft. I play a game that's Minecraft on steroids.
Bedrock players should be able to get Java Edition for free. How old is this one? That's from a few years ago.
He went away again, Mercer. He can't answer your favorite movie trailer.
Pretty sure Java players got Bedrock Edition because Java players were promised all future versions.
If I was to guess, Mercer, it would be Insurrection. That would be his favorite movie trailer.
Deej, did you happen to catch me mentioning I don't know if you were on the stream at all the other day. Have you ever seen Orange Band, the YouTube channel Orange Band Media, I think it's called? He did a mock-up of the Wrath of Khan trailer done in the theme of today, like so that if you were to do a trailer today, it would be all crazy and dramatic sounding. He just does these kind of random videos, but he did one for Khan and for Motion Picture, but the Khan one is phenomenal. I'll put it in the...
Oh, I did see that video.
In the StreamYards chat.
Yeah, I've seen this video.
Yeah, it's... oh, man, I freaking... Every time I watch it, I want to go sit down and watch the entire movie just straight out. Can you imagine how many people would have gone to that movie in '82 if that was the trailer for it? Although I don't know if people in '82 would have actually understood, or not understood, but would have appreciated that style of trailer, of course, because that really didn't become that style of trailer until probably, the late '90s.
Yeah, the music in it would make it sound more like a horror movie.
Yeah, I think it would have thrown too many people off back then, but I think it's a terrific trailer that guy put together.
They would have been saying, "What the hell kind of a Star Trek movie is this?"
Yeah, it's almost like a JJ Trek before JJ Trek. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's really weird. I can't figure out what the deal is, but hey, I'd buy Mike a license of Java if it needed to be, but yeah, the Minecraft server stuff for Java is pretty wild. You can do so much stuff with it.
No, I just play a game that's like this, but it's on steroids called 7 Days to Die.
Oh, I've heard of that one. I've never played it or seen it, but I've heard people talk about it.
Well, you're doing basically the same thing. You're building things up, you're mining and everything else, but you got tons of zombies and other creatures after you.
Mm.
And if you load the right mod packs, you can make it real crazy.
Oh, wow. That sounds very much like some of the crazy things that people have built for Java or for the Minecraft Java over the years. What's really crazy with some of that stuff that gets built for Minecraft Java is that a lot of it's given away and people are willing to work on this stuff for free. Some people stop wanting to do it for free and they'll charge for some of the plugins. But man, like there's arena fighting plugins that you can get so that it actually keeps score and it automatically assigns like a weapons kit to each player that joins into the basically like having what do you call that, battle arena stuff like PUBG and whatnot. And I mean, they just build all kinds of crazy stuff, and it's just like, oh, here it is for free.
Kind of like Fallout 4.
Oh yeah, all the mods.
That.
Yeah, I know. It's crazy what people are willing to put. It's like I program for a living and I get paid. I don't know that I'd really go out of my way to do that for free for very long. I'd want to start getting paid for some of that eventually.
I don't know what I just walked into that you're going to do you're not going to do for free. Sounds horrible.
Only works on OnlyFans.
Whoa.
And if you listen to Orbital Nation, he'll swear that I have an OnlyFans account.
So yeah, anyway, with the business with the Java stuff is that it allows way more latitude for modifying the game without actually modifying the game. The original Java design allowed for all kinds of stuff to be kind of stuck onto the side of it.
Right. So like you could put a mod on that would just affect everything.
Yeah, like before. Okay, so you know how you made the comment the other day, like a couple weeks ago, you made the comment about how when you were used to playing Minecraft before, the crafting table didn't have all the recipes automatically out there for you.
Right.
Well, that showed up in Bedrock probably because of you're on a mobile device, you kind of need a little assistance. But right. As soon as that showed up on the mobile device and it hadn't showed up in the Java version, some crafty people came up with a plugin for servers so that it allows people to have that automatic assist in their crafting tables. And it just goes from there. Like the frustration you were having there with getting Wesley to sleep at the same time.
Yeah.
There's actually a server-side plugin that you can get for Minecraft Java that actually tells the server to treat anyone sleeping as let the whole server act as a sleep moment.
Right.
Or you can have it based on a percentage. So if there was 10 people on and you wanted to have it so that at least half of you had to go to sleep, then 5 of the 10 players that are active would have to go and sleep. Or like I say, you just do it the cheaty way and just set the plugin to just, as soon as anybody gets into bed, that's it. It sleeps and it doesn't have to worry about anybody else not cooperating with the sleep cycle. Because those crazy wraiths.
Better survival. Better Survival adds new mobs such as the Cyclops, deer, bear, badger, and more. Dinosaur
So they do.
survival.
So they do. So okay. So they have started expanding the Bedrock mod stuff. Okay, I don't really pay much attention to what's available for Bedrock just because I've spent so much time on the Java side. So
You see,
But,
some of these, I would love to combine some of these. That's what sucks, is that these things are like,
oh, it's only one at a time.
right?
Oh, see, and now this is why. And I mean, it's some work on my part, and it's not that I'm not willing to do it, but I got to make sure I plot it out. I can actually have, I can build a server that that uses a big plugin called Multiverse, where I can actually have multiple separate worlds all accessible from one big lobby room. So
I remember playing on a server like that, where you would like have a bunch of portals that would take you to different places, and
yeah. So if you don't want something to fully combine together, you can have a world set up to be, just sky blocks or whatever. And you can have another world that's purely built for PvP, where you're fighting other players that want to actually, have a sword fight with you or whatever. And then your survival world is specifically for survival. And there was a really cool mod, or plugin, I should call it, called Plot World, and I think there's still somebody maintaining one similar, but it lets you build out a world that has plots that your players can claim, and then they can go on to that plot and build in creative. But that world is exclusively the only one where you have creative powers. If you're off anywhere else in the game,
then you're in survival.
You're in survival, and you only have creative within the perimeter of your assigned plot. Problem with that is you get a lot of penises, right? Because creative.
All right. Well, I gotta get going. You guys have fun with Minecraft.
You said penises.
I scared Deej. Just like, boat.
Deej like, I can't think of it. It's scary.
See you, man.
No, it's not that.
That's okay, Deej. We understand you're afraid of penises.
I'd rather talk about vaginas.
And then he exits immediately.
Yeah.
But yeah, you get a lot of, because the ability to make them bigger in creative, so you get some pretty crazy stuff show up sometimes. But it's not too bad. I mean, anyways, if you're managing the server, you can always go in and destroy it anyway. But yeah, no, I got into it a little bit because Matthew, my son, was playing quite a lot, and he wanted to play on servers and stuff. And another friend of mine was playing a little bit, and I started tinkering with building up the servers, and it just kind of got fun because it requires some IT-ish skills to set up and run them, and so that's always fun to me, and I was enjoying playing the game, and then of course it also, if you wanted to start getting other people that you don't know playing on it, the whole trying to make the lobby room or whatnot be more attractive looking, so building skills had to get better and look around for ideas. At one point, I actually had some people from Scotland, of all places, that were actually helping me do some of the builds. So,
well, that's creepy.
Yeah, it was pretty neat. I only ever had problems with one guy that showed up and was on for a while. He was some dude from Alberta that just went, like a kid. He was only like a couple years older than my son, and at the time he was like 13. But he just became like this real problem on the server. I eventually had to ban him. So, and that's why when you were saying the first time I brought up the idea of it, and you were like, I don't want about tons of people come in. I'm like, yeah, believe me, I'm pretty strong on the idea of whitelisted servers, especially if they're going to get used for, YouTube live streams and stuff.
All right, so let's see what we got here. We got a few torches, a few pieces of melon, and a book of landmarks. Okay, I don't know what good that is. And a chest. So this is better survival. Okay, and a compass that I'm in the middle of. Oh,
Huh.
wow, look at that.
That's neat.
Okay, so... Okay, so this is like a crazy pre-made world.
That's what it looks like, because those trees don't look like anything Minecraft generated, like natural Minecraft generator. And that's just to force you to stand up a little bit. That's probably just done for texture.
All right, so... Wow. So which way do we go?
Ooh.
I like the compass here. And notice that it's even telling you on the map what your position is. Like I'm going to remember anything.
Yeah, that's where's your piece of paper and start writing notes.
Yeah, not going to happen. I'm just going to get lost. I already know that.
At least with this, you know, it's pretty much close to 0-0.
Yeah. At least you could I mean, you give me a stone pickaxe and a wooden sword. Really? That's what you give me to start out with. Well, there's some trees over here. So let's just set up a base camp.
That's if they even let you knock this out. Let's see.
I'm sure they will. I'm sure the basic Minecraft rules apply.
Well, it's just no, but depending on how it's set up, there can be, and I don't know if there's a thing in Bedrock, but.
And speaking of jerks, hey Bird, how you doing?
Hey.
Hello world.
Hey Bird.
Birdo Brave. Hi.
Did you do your stream?
I did.
How'd it go?
The movie was a lot better than I thought it would be.
Which movie did you watch today?
United 93.
Oh, so the one based on the true events of what happened on United 93, based on the 48 seconds of cell phone that we have from the actual flight.
Yeah, there's maybe 3 minutes of
of
various footage and audio recordings to which they make a coherent plot. Yeah, it's actually a lot of it doesn't take place on the plane.
Right.
So,
it's like building up the characters before the flight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was pretty emotional, I gotta say.
Yeah,
I wasn't expecting it.
Were there any Kurogans on the flight?
No Kurogans.
Darn.
Had there been, of course, things would have gone differently.
They would have got through the door faster.
Oh, yeah, they would have. I mean, they would have recognized from the very beginning what was going on.
And the Kurogans would have been quick jump.
They would have known that. Yeah, the quickest way off was to open the door.
Yeah, that would have worked real well.
Ride the emergency ramp down like in Indiana Jones.
They would get in the refrigerator. That always works.
Yeah. It's lead lined. Yeah, I was gonna say, depending on how it can be done in Bedrock, they can actually, or at least I know in a Java server, I can set up so that there's a barrier so that you have to go a certain distance away from the start point before you can actually do anything.
That, so I'm setting
No, it looks like it's wide open. Looks like you could probably go back and tear that whole north, south, east, west to pieces even.
Yeah, but I'm not going to do that.
No, that's useful for you. Yeah.
I'm just going to work on. I'm going to make a little base camp here. And then just kind of. Man, the thing is that notice because that whole thing.
Oh man, that would just be a mob spawn.
Well, that's
terror.
The thing. Notice that's in every direction.
Yeah. Except for the trees direction. Those tall trees in the distance is pretty open, but
yeah, that's a long ways away.
Whew, yeah.
So okay, those are fence posts. Okay, I'm like
palm tree. Haha. That's the idea.
Oh, because it's shaped like a hand. Oh,
yeah.
Whoa.
What the heck? That's a Cyclops.
Yeah. Hi. Are you friendly?
All right. I'm assuming danger. That's danger.
Oh, great. And
I'm man. All right. So game is hard.
that didn't go well. Which way?
And I asked.
Which way did I go? Do you remember which way I went? North, west, east?
To the left. To your left. So that would be south.
South.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
sun's going down. That's not
Oh,
good.
man. Oh, and he's still there, too, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just terrific. Oh, that'll be a ouch if you do that.
There's the sword. All right.
Much running.
Feel the pain of my wooden sword. Dang, he can outreach my sword. Oh, great.
Oh, man, now he's going to be right here.
Well, this is just going to be a, spawn rush now. See, look at that. He can hit me when I can't even do it now. Okay, so priority 1, get better weapons. All right, so let me see. So he can't come in here.
No. So that looks like a good... Oh, but he can reach quite the distance.
Yeah,
man.
that's the thing. Yeah, he's got a heck of a reach.
It's like Rocky versus whatever his name was in the fourth Rocky movie.
Oh, Dolph Lundgren's guy, the Russian.
Yeah.
This is not gonna. Okay, so
that's just crazy. No,
I think we just need to restart.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, this is a tough little world here.
Yeah, that's a real hard one.
All right. So how do I have a feeling we're going to be like restarting?
You even have that on easy too. I thought.
I didn't notice. I didn't see what the difficulty.
I think it scrolled by as easy. Yeah. Let's go see here.
Yeah, let's crank it up to hard.
Yeah, because why not?
All right. So we got our sword. We got our pickaxe. Landmarks. I'm not sure what good that's going to do us.
Yeah, it's on easy difficulty. I just rewound in the stream.
Okay. Well, that's really helpful.
So imagine if it was on hard.
Notable landmarks: spawn, end portal, swamp hut, quarry, temple, spider house. Well, great. That's nice to know. Because, we're going to make it to any of that.
Yeah.
All right, so what is that? Polished andesite. Oh, yeah, that doesn't do me any good.
For building, yes, but for fighting, no.
Yeah, I need to get to... Great, and man. All right, where are those trees? It was to the south. Let's see if I can quickly get down here before another Cyclops shows up. I blame Bird. That's obviously a Kurogan warrior. One of the very few that actually exist. So this is a game. I think this level was designed by Bird and his Kurogan propaganda team to try and make it look like this is what Bird wishes Kurogans were like, as opposed to what Kurogans are actually like, which is when you play Minecraft on peaceful mode. And all right, so we get a little bit of wood. We'll just grab. Come on, give me a sapling. Really? No saplings? Come on, give me a sapling so I can replant the tree. Oh, good, a stick. Sticks are useful. Sticks are definitely useful. Come on. They call this better survival. Alright, so nothing there. Alright. I don't see any monstrosities yet.
And we know he's not affected by the sun because he showed up before the darkness.
Yeah, but the sun was going down.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. It keyed him off to show up.
Yeah. See, that's why I'm like, because the problem is that while I'm looking up at the tree, he could be like lumbering over here. I'm just trying to get enough wood to get some basic tools. But I need some stone. That's the problem. And then in order to... All right, so there we go. We got all that. Oops. Okay, don't see him yet. Okay, there's a sapling.
Oh.
Right, 3 of them. Yes, I needed 3 saplings, but, well, hey, we'll plant one there, we'll plant one there. Hopefully it'll be... It's like I'm in panic mode because I'm worried about that. Now watch, that was like a complete glitch in the game. He's not supposed to show up.
Yeah, or he was only supposed to show up if you actually left this island or something.
Yeah. See, nothing? Okay. I mean, maybe there's something that triggers him that I did, but I don't...
Yeah, I keep watching around while you're poking, and when you face out, and I don't see anything. Man, those big spire things off in the distance by those trees.
I know. I want to see what those are.
Yeah.
But I don't want to go see them.
Yeah, not till it's a little more safe.
So this...
What's going on in yonder stream?
Really? Nothing? Where the heck did he... Because I remember I was standing here when he came wandering up the hill. He didn't exactly sneak up on me. I just didn't know if he was a friend or foe.
Yeah, I was waiting. As soon as his arms come up, I'm like, no, okay, that's it.
Nope, not giving me a hug. You know. All right, let's see. Come on, don't just be a dirt pile. There's got to be stone under here.
Oh, turn to your left a little.
Uh-huh.
Okay, for a second I thought I saw one over there, but no, it must have been just those logs down in the water.
Yeah, those logs, it's like they're about the same size as the Cyclops, so...
Yeah.
And it does not take much to... Oh, I see a creeper down there. So it looks like normal mobs do spawn. So let's...
Oh, man.
Man,
You got to go up the stairs on the side edge. Yeah, right there.
Man, you can see that? Ugh.
Oh, you gotta... Yeah, you'll have to... Yeah, there we go.
Okay, back to where we started.
Torches.
Right.
Yeah, that's rough. Man, that's a tough start spot.
It looks all cool until you realize, oh crap, this is not good. Daniel says United 93 is way better than Oliver Stone's 911. Well, Oliver Stone, you know, yeah.
Yeah. Although the funniest thing about Oliver Stone is how much of it seems that JFK has come true, even though it was made up at the time.
Well, you know, I'll say Oliver Stone, like Platoon was a good movie. You know, Oliver Stone is a great director. It's just that he likes to let his personal politics get in the way of his story sometimes. And that is unfortunate.
Mm. Oh, did either of you guys watch his interview documentary with Putin?
I have not. I'm sure Bird who's a big fan of Oliver Stone, probably did.
Did you ever watch that, Bird?
No.
It was interesting.
So he taught. Was it an actual interview with Putin then?
Yeah, he actually went over and visited the guy for over the course of a couple odd years, like 3 or 4 years. It covered over top of the build-up for Sochi Olympics and one of the Russian elections. And it's like, you watch Putin and you're like, oh, dang. That guy is a frightening guy, let me tell you. And then, of course, what would one expect when you're dealing with someone who used to work for the KGB?
Putin, yeah.
Yeah, well, he was a East German KGB agent, and yeah, like everyone that thinks that he was just some normal Russian dude, no. To top it off, the fact that he absolutely spoke English and, of course, spoke German, so like he knows what people are saying around him. He's nobody's fool, and just watching the way that he would interact with Oliver Stone, I'm like, yeah, this guy, nope.
You know what? I'll bet those fences are to prevent the Cyclopses from being able to get in.
Oh, you know what? I bet they would. Yeah, because they would bump him up enough so that his height would probably not clear the top of the arch. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was worth watching. It's like,
oh, check it out. The crystal things glow.
Yeah, I saw that earlier when you were looking across. There must be tons of glowstone, or maybe it's one of those. There's lots of blocks that actually have their own degree of light emission from them as well.
Another spider. Come on, spider. Yeah, come on. Yeah, that's right. Come on, sucker. Die.
It's called The Putin Interviews. And it's available on Showtime.
Well, I'm sure Bird would like it. Yeah. One of his favorite hobbies is Putin. Come on, Bird. I'll be here all night. Whoa. I'm getting shot at.
How long is it?
Why couldn't they at least give me an iron sword? Dang.
Yeah, something with, bite and durability, because that thing's going to wear down.
I mean, at least I can make more wooden tools, but... Yeah, I'm glad I didn't just decide to take down all those fence posts when I realized, yeah, they're probably... I was like, why is there a fence post under the sand? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the builder side of me, the only reason I would do that is if I just wanted to make it be like you were on uneven ground or something. But, well, that explains things now. The size of that Cyclops.
Skeleton, it looks like.
Yeah, it's about 4 hours worth of watch, Bird, if you're actually interested in watching it.
Now, would you say that, well, since it's an actual interview, I mean, would you say that was Oliver Stone that he seemed sympathetic to Putin, or was he?
He pressed on certain issues. I wouldn't call him sympathetic to Putin, but you could also tell that there was no question that there was a degree of handling going on. Because, Putin doesn't want bad press. Sure. He did pass a law, literally, that you're not allowed to make memes about him.
Really?
Yeah. If you're... Yeah,
you can't reach the guy. He's gonna... Dang it.
Shooty. Yeah, if you live in Russia, you are not allowed to make memes of him, even if they're flattering. So, even if you do some, neat...
Putin memes are illegal.
Yeah. It's freaking crazy, but Russia.
Oh, great. Now it starts to rain, which will prevent the monsters from burning up. That's just what I mean. Oh, now I hear an Enderman.
Well, at least you're regenerating health slowly.
Well, yeah, but not for long. I'm starting my food.
Oh, your food, your saturation's almost below the point.
I do have 11 melons, but how long's that gonna last?
Yeah, they don't reset. They don't fill you up for as long. You know, that's the one thing I wish they would change in the interface, is that it would tell you more accurately how long your hunger is actually going to help your auto health regen. Because it lies, like there's
Aha!
Oh, hello.
All right.
What's that? That's a bit of a fall to the left and right of that. You got sand, or do you have any sand left?
I do have. I have sand up in the chest.
Yeah, because you could always use that to kind of, you know.
I have 47 sand.
Drop. You could drop build at least. Yay for gravity.
Hopefully. Assuming it's not 47 deep.
Oh, that would be mean.
Ooh,
that's deep. I don't even see them.
Yeah, but let's see. Let's try this.
Oh, that looks like it lines up with something better, doesn't it? Yeah.
No, it's breaking.
Oh, what?
There's something breaking it.
Oh, that's vicious.
All right.
All right, so there's a new strategy you can use, which is sketch, or that. As I say, you can always do the
drop in place kind of thing.
Yeah, there's like the side dig.
Dude, with my reflexes, that ain't.
It'd be instant death, would it?
Yeah, might as well just say, yeah, there's a new strategy called suicide. Works great.
Oh, daylight.
All right, so let's see. I just, I'm trying to tell, like, is that like all just this stupid, whatever this stuff is? Like, none of that is stone?
I don't know. It's hard to tell from this distance. I'd wait till the light and the rain. And then you're surrounded by water on all sides in this too, aren't you?
Yep.
Oh, frig. That makes that sporting.
Better survival. That's what this map is called. Wow. All right, so let's see. It does look like there's more than one type of material over there.
Looks like there's dirt on the bottom.
Oh, I thought I heard an arrow. Yep, there's another stupid skeleton.
Hey, if you knock him off, it might kill him. Oh, that's different.
Oh, come on.
There we go.
Yeah, but that hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, down to 9.
Right. Oh, yeah, I think that's actually stone down there.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's good.
Alright. So hopefully. Okay. Nothing yet. Yeah, better survival. I'm just reminding myself that's what the name of this map is.
Harder survival.
Yeah, that's what I think a better name is.
Even on easy is hard.
Bradley says, "Oh, I'm sure once you get far enough away, the map returns." No, this whole map is designed to kill you, I think. There's all sorts of mobs in this map that don't exist in the regular game. The Cyclops is just the first. Not to be outdone, there's the Bicyclops. Get it? The Bicyclops. Also known as a human.
A Biclops.
And there's caves over there. Oh,
man.
there's a Cyclops.
Yeah.
Okay, I haven't aggroed him, but look at the size of that thing.
He's got to be, what, 6 blocks tall? He's way bigger than an iron golem.
Yeah. Well, you
That's
saw
for
how
sure.
far he could reach.
Yeah. Yeah, his hitbox goes way past what looks like his hands do.
Right. So that one just happened to spawn close enough to aggro me.
Is that a bridge over there, or is that just to the left? Does that actually connect?
Yeah, that's a bridge.
Yeah. So he came across that probably. So.
Yeah, but I ain't trying to go over there yet. Oh,
No.
and it looks like he despawned. Either that, or he's about to teleport right in front of me and kill me.
I'm actually surprised at how far away you didn't have to get before it despawned, though, because normally, if you can still see him, they'll stay. But
yeah, but you can see him from a ridiculous distance too, because he's so big.
Yeah.
All right, so I got at least a full stack of stone. So at least let's get a full set of tools going, and then we'll explore the caves directly underneath us and see if there's anything good here. Let's see if I can figure out how to get back to the center. This is
right there. Yeah.
It's like, wow, this is a messed up island. All right. All right. So now let's do some work. So we got 27 jungle logs. Oh, we're gonna need more wood though. Well, let's make a. We'll take about half of that, because I'm gonna need to make a bunch of torches before I go under there too. All right, so we'll grab that.
You need some coal.
Yeah, that's why I'm going to need to get a bunch of wood.
Oh, you're going to do some charcoal?
Yeah. You kidding? I'm not going to try to mine right now with cyclopses in the area. I mean, geez.
What kind of maniac am I?
All right, so, but we will make a couple of axes for gathering wood, because time we definitely don't want to waste. We'll also, let's make a couple of pickaxes. I blame Bird.
You stack them the same way I do.
Oh, what, the same order?
Yeah, vertically above in the inventory.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I rotate them in that same way.
That's just how I've always done it. And let's see. When I have a full load of tools, I just put, except swords, I only usually have 1 or 2 swords. But I go 4 pickaxes. If I'm going wood gathering, I'll go 4 axes, but usually I'll only keep 2. Same thing with shovels. If I'm actually actively digging, I'll go 4 shovels. Otherwise, I'll only keep 1 or 2. Swords.
Stone sword.
Yeah. Swords, I'll usually go 2. Just 1 in a backup. And this thing we will use as
firewood.
Yeah. Can you burn wood tools?
I think you can.
Okay.
Some of them you can, some of them you can't. I think it depends on how wood it really is.
Looks like you can.
Now, I know you can't. You don't get a lot of burn out of it, but it will
fine.
burn. Yeah.
All right, and let's go grab some more wood.
Steal that tree. Now, is it that dark for real looking, or is it just the stream feed?
No, it's pretty dark. I
okay.
think it's gray skies.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe let's go to settings.
Because, man, it's like almost eerily dark.
Video brightness is all the way down to 0. Let's turn that up. Let's see. Which I think that was...
That might have been set by this game mode.
Yeah, it might be. That's a little better.
Yeah. Just helps to see dudes off in the distance.
So he's cheating.
Sure.
How is adjusting the brightness levels cheating? Oh, dang, look.
It's supposed to be dark.
Oh, man.
Hello. Oh, whoa. Hello.
Oh, man.
Look at that guy. And
oh, yeah, he sees you. Yep.
Hey. You know what? He looks like Bird. He looks just like him.
So that's like a Burt zombie looking thing, that guy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he's a villager that's been zombified.
Yeah. But
where'd Bird go? I know I saw him. There he is.
There he is.
Look, Bird. Look. See, you're in the game. Come on, say it. Say hello, world.
Uh-oh.
He's here to crush you.
Yeah, he sure is. Dang it. Ooh, I almost fell down into that pit. All right. And so at least we got these. And just about the right amount, too. And so let's make some fire sticks. Right.
At least those are by 4. Man, I can't imagine trying to deal with torch supplies. Oh yeah, if you had to do them one to one.
That would not be cool. Right.
No.
Let's see. We need to first secure. Oh, great. Another. Oh man, where's my swords? Go away, Bert. Problem is, I need food.
You are almost out of your melons, aren't you?
I got 8 melons left, and yeah, I mean, there's got to be food somewhere. Because I mean, obviously, I can always die and respawn, but that's
it kind of makes it rough. Yeah. You don't get to keep your XP as much either, so.
Here, let's put that stuff away. I just realized those are jungle saplings, which means I should be able to make those giant jungle trees, right?
In theory, yeah, you've got to have, to make the giant, you got to put 4 saplings, then you got to make sure there's clearance all the way up.
Yeah.
And then if you do have bone meal, you can always bone meal it to make it grow faster, so. But that's not a guarantee on each. I don't know if you've ever done that before. Use the bone meal and you hit it. You got to sometimes hit it like 4 or 5 times.
Trying to see, I don't see Bird anymore. Where are you hiding, Bird? Oh, come on, you really?
I think he despawned again.
Yeah, but I can't. Yeah, I can't place torches there.
Oh, it's because of half slab garbage. Yeah.
Well, at least it stopped raining.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh. Is that? Oh no, that's just weird design that they.
There's some steps there.
Steps, yeah. And that's that tree. Oh, look, you still get your drops. And there's one behind you.
Whoa.
Oh, I don't get to hear the game, so you just bolted all of a sudden. Like, but you left the drop. Yeah, for good reason, dude. For good reason.
Yeah, yeah, he didn't exactly despawn. He said, "Hello, world. It's Bird Prey 5." That would be so great if he would actually say something like that. Hello, world. Bird Prey 5. Kapla.
Maybe he just wants to play.
Yeah. Why you not like Bird Prey 5? Turn some of the melon slices into seeds and plant. How do you turn melon slices into seeds?
Oh, you put them in your on-hand inventory or into the crafting table.
Well,
and
that
then,
would have been
and
nice
then,
for someone to tell me that, maybe.
And then, but it's only one. Oh, does it give 3? Okay.
No,
I couldn't remember.
I took 3 of my melons and did it.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say because one of the types of food will convert to multiple seeds.
Problem
and
is, I need water and dirt.
Yes. Well, as long as the dirt is near water.
Yeah, and near the water is giant
the danger.
monsters.
Be the most dangerous melon harvesting.
Ay, ay, ay. Hello, world. Bird Prey 5. Come on, bird. Say that just once for me. Man, yeah, the whole thing is designed to not let you put torches down. That is so lame. Right.
Yeah, all the half slabs make it rough. Oh, there he is again.
Yeah.
You see his horn, just his horn go by. That's enough.
Why is he just not leaving me alone? There's got to be a way to get... Oh, wait. Is he de-aggroed? So...
Yeah, I think he's walking just on rando. Yeah.
But how do I get rid of him? How do you get rid of a wandering Kurogan?
Armor. You need armor.
Yeah, but you can't make stone armor.
Yeah, can you imagine? Then make it so that if they let you have stone armor, they could make it so that you couldn't run. That would be neat and evil.
All right, so I have 3 melon seeds, but I have no way to get, and I have plenty of dirt, but I have no way to get, oh crap. Hello, Mr. Skeleton. Gee, great. More bones, which is great for bone meal, but, but now I'm going to be starving soon. You see,
how long are you going to keep streaming?
I have no idea. Why you?
I got to just step out for a little bit, but if you're still on when I get back, which won't be that long from now, I'll jump back on.
All right.
So, I shall return if you're still here.
Okay.
See you in a bit.
So, Bird, do you have any suggestions for me?
Watching, I'm playing my game.
What are you playing?
My superior game.
You don't have a superior game.
Call of Duty Warzone.
Yeah, you said superior game. So what superior game?
I mean, it's far better than the blocky, builds and mine ridiculous looking square blocks over and over and over again.
So you much prefer to just die?
Or kill, or be killed, yeah.
Well, I think you're more of the be killed.
Well, you'd be surprised. Sometimes I get on a
I would be
streak.
surprised, yes. I would be very surprised. Now, I heard you cheated and increased your kill factor, right?
No, it wasn't cheating. It was
creative,
well thought out plan.
Right. So what did you do? You manipulated the game how?
I manipulate. I just realized that in single player mode, a lot of people fall asleep or get called away or busy or otherwise
Oh, so you
forget
just
that they're in the game, and they all end up falling out of the helicopter at the same time at the very end of the level. And if you wait till then, you can possibly land with them and kill a bunch at the same time.
wow. So yeah, that sounds like cheating.
It's not cheating. I mean, there's also a chance other people kill you. It's a risk. When it pays off big.
And so you cheated by basically hoping that people would fall asleep at their computers.
It's not hoping, it's just noticing that the pattern exists.
Mm-hmm.
It's like in Las Vegas. I don't know if you've ever been there.
Never have.
Well, if you headed up to your room at 2 or 3 or 4 a.m. and you just happen to walk past the various machines, quite often you'll find a few dollars in the machine from people who are literally so tired they forgot to cash out. Or they cashed out and left the money back when you used to actually leave coins in the machine.
So you just steal their money.
It's not stealing, they just left it. So you play the game a little bit and then you cash out and boom.
Right. So you are stealing, because why would you, if
it's not stealing.
Hold on. If it's not stealing, then why you play the game a little first?
Well, because you get a chance to win some more money.
Well, why not just guarantee you're going to get some money by just going in and crashing out immediately?
Well, you don't want to attract security.
Well, why not? If it's not stealing.
It's not stealing, but why take the risk?
Because it's
of having
isn't it against their rules?
No, not really. I mean,
well, if it's
again,
not against the rules, then who cares if it attracts security?
Because you don't want to have any type of run-in with security.
Right, and it's against their rules.
It's not against any rule. It's just, listen, the money is there. It's whoever gets it, gets it. There's no...
It seems like it would have to be against their rules if they're going to bust you for it.
I have called security to say, there's credits on this machine. I just sat down, they're not moved. And they said, they're yours now.
See, Mama Pray.
Well, you see, that Mama Pray is an honest person. But Mama
and
Pray,
they told her they're hers now.
Right, that's Mama Pray.
It's first come, first served.
Hold on. That's Mama Pray. She's doing it the right way, but you're advocating not doing it the right way.
But she only had to do that once. After that, it's free and clear.
For that casino,
you get the official.
For that specific casino, sure. I would agree that on that particular trip with that particular casino, then yes.
See, you don't want to bother them every single time. You don't get how gambling works. They don't want to be bothered. Okay? You call them, they're going to get annoyed after a while. It's best you just handle these things yourself.
I think that, Bird, you're just trying to make an excuse to be able to have a license to steal. I mean, I understand it is the Kurogan way, but, you know. Holy crap, what is that? Anybody know what that is? It's like a giant creeper zombie? That's not a good sign.
It's Karoga coming to teach you a lesson.
Yeah, it does look like it. Whatever it is, it does look like it's Karogan. I'll give you that. Wow, Bird is just looking for people that are napping. Because that's the only way he can improve his kill ratio, is to find people who are napping. That is the Birdinator. Yes, I think it is the Birdinator. Is that what you call it, Bird?
I can't see what you're looking at, but sure, I'll call it the Birdinator, sure.
Okay. Now there's a... see, now that looks similar, but it doesn't look as big. Maybe it was just the angle that I was looking at it. Must be. We need to figure out a way to get some... Oh, it's one of those underwater zombies. Okay. Gotcha. Aha. A cave. With a skeleton in it. Because of course it has a skeleton in it. Let's see. So now, let's see if we can get to the caves from this angle without dying too horribly. Crap, 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 crap. That did not go well. The Birdinator almost got me. Fortunately, he was no match for my mighty pickaxe. So the Birdinator is now dead. Sorry, Bird.
I think I'll be okay.
Alright, let me get what I have here back up to... Oh, what is that? Okay. Hey, Mr. Creeper. You know, it seems so somehow fitting that Karoga would be full of creatures called creepers. Look at that. And Alex is here. Let me see if his internet will allow him to connect this time. Hey, Alex. Maybe.
Hey, can you hear?
I heard you
Can
first.
you hear me now?
Yeah, I hear you a little bit.
No?
I heard you for a second anyway.
All right, so I trying from my car. Can you hear me now?
You're cutting in and out, Alex.
No.
I don't think he hears me.
Guess it's hopeless. All right. Sorry.
That's all right, Alex.
I hear you
You hear me? Well, I don't know. You keep cutting in and out.
pretty well. So,
Wrong button. But yeah, so Bird.
yeah, I hear you. It's fine. I'll.
So yeah, what we know so far is Bird is a giant zombie horn thing. Looks kind of like a Mugatu with no hair. A Bird got to. Put that in there. Put that in there. Good. And let's see. The water zombies are called drowned, says Bradley. Oh, okay. Did you ever answer how 9/11 should be commercialized? Oh, okay. Or commemorated. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I don't know, because the problem is that everybody wants to try and make 9/11 into some kind of political statement, and I don't like that. I don't know that there is a good way to do it, except for honestly, for us to basically, I think that George Bush, President George Bush, had the best ideas, that the best way that we can do it is to move on with our lives.
The best way would have been to rebuild the towers.
I agree. We should have rebuilt the towers. I think it's a mistake to build a different kind of building there. Really? You can't? Okay. What's up with the skeleton heads? That's weird. Yeah, I agreed, Bird, actually. For once we agree on something.
I gotta say, I'm surprised you agree.
Why?
Oh, because that was Donald Trump's plan.
Well, just because that might have been Donald Trump's plan doesn't mean... Why? Do you think I hate everything that Donald Trump says just because Donald Trump says it?
The thought had crossed my mind.
No. I don't like some of the things that Donald Trump has done. I've liked other things that Donald Trump has done. I think that some people hate Donald Trump just to hate him. I think other people love everything he says just because he's Trump. I do, I am sticking to my one and only conspiracy theory that he was trying to destroy the Republican Party. And that he's succeeding. But but as far as, I don't think that everything he said is a bad idea. And actually, the idea of rebuilding the original towers as they were, those towers were iconic. And that's why they were attacked in the first place. Is that those towers were a symbol of American excellence. They weren't the biggest in the buildings in the world, but they were unmistakably American. I do think that, unfortunately, we ever since 9/11, we've become increasingly paranoid, and we've become increasingly spiteful and hateful as a people. And that's been a problem. And it's not a right or left issue, because it's been people on both sides of the aisle that have done it. Now, granted, the seeds of some of that were around before, but it escalated after 9/11. And I understand. I mean, 9/11 was just, I think, one of those things that nobody was expecting, and it hurt a lot of people. Yeah, I am definitely not. Let's see. Once I figure out where I can get some decent building materials, then this game will probably start feeling a whole lot more like better survival. But until that, it just feels like, oh my gosh, I'm never going to survive this survival. Yeah, and now that health bar is down to pretty much nothing, not much I can do. We'll just work on mining until we die. Which I will blame Bird for that. Yep, not good. Let's see. Oh, crap. Alright. The skeleton is 99% gonna kill me. Yep. Respawn. Hey, at least let me get my sword out. Jerk. Oh, you're over there, okay. Oh, man. Now, one of you. Oh, hello. Oh, that was nice of him. Thanks for killing the skeleton. See, that's so not fair. But I don't know what you plan on doing. I ain't coming over there. There's Bird of Prey 5 there in all his glory. Let's see. Just does not, well, yeah, not much we can do. All right. Yeah, so now what? So, yeah.
He who controls
I'm not
the
sure what we're
spice
supposed to do.
controls the universe.
Can I explain why I disagree with your Trump theory?
Well, I understand. Look, you don't have to explain why you disagree. Everybody disagrees with my Trump theory. Because most people think that most people who are Trump supporters think that Trump is sincere with what he says. I don't, obviously. And the main reason I don't is because of his past. Other people think that he's had a genuine change of heart, that, okay, sure, he used to be a card-carrying Democrat and best buddies with the Clintons, but that was all the past, and that's not what he is anymore. Well, okay, fine. You know, I find that a little more difficult of a pill to swallow than others. But no, you don't have to explain why you think, because I understand most people would disagree with it. Because honestly, most liberals in this country think that Trump is a monster. Most conservatives in this country either think that Trump takes things way too far or that Trump is the savior. And I happen to agree with those that say that he does take things too far, but I do think that it is intentional. I think Trump knows he takes things too far. Because here's the thing, I don't think Trump is a dummy. I don't think you make billions of dollars on being an idiot. I don't. I think Trump is a very smart, shrewd businessman. And so I don't think that he understands human behavior. He understands what motivates people. And, you know, I think that people that think that, that Trump is stupid, and I know there are people out there that think that Trump is stupid, those people are naive, because on both sides of the political aisle, I know there are both conservatives and liberals out there that think that Trump is an idiot, and those, you should know President of the United States in our lifetimes has been an idiot. I'm sorry. I know that people, they want to say, oh, this person was an idiot, that person was an idiot because they disagree with them. Or maybe they weren't that articulate. But there has never been a sitting president who is actually an idiot. Stupid creepers. And the worst thing you can do, as far as... Dang it! Now I'm getting blown apart by creepers. Which, of course, this is Kuroga. About the worst thing you can do is underestimate people. And that's what people do with Trump. And Trump likes it that way. I think that's why Trump talks the way that he does, because he prefers to be underestimated. Oh, geez, another one? And I know that a lot of people disagree with me on that, but and I'm perfectly okay with that. And of course, another man. What's with all the creepers all of a sudden? Bird, why are you sending all the creepers after me?
You're misunderestimating the creepers.
I misunderestimated them?
Yeah.
Well, dang it. It says, Viv found another Trekker on Elder Scrolls Online. They were talking about the Klingon, talking in Klingon the entire time. And the people around there went, WTF, while some of them went, shut up. That's hilarious. Yeah, you want to drive people crazy. Speak in Klingon. All right, so let's see. That sounds hilarious, Valor. And Donnie's in the house as well. Actually, I'm going to be wrapping up here because it's about dinner time, and I have not eaten since breakfast. So, what do you got going on? You doing anything else tonight, Bird? Like for
No.
9/11 or anything? I know you did your
No.
9/10 stream yesterday, but I didn't know if you were planning on anything for tonight.
No, I'll just be watching TV or something.
Watching TV and eating orphans.
Yeah.
There you go.
I mean, eating with the orphans.
No, He's eating orphans. You heard it. He said it. He's eating orphans. And Donnie, I don't know why. I know you've been. I saw you earlier. I thought maybe you left and came back, but then since someone said hi to you, Alex said hi to you. Maybe I thought that you'd just come back. Anyway, guys. So, I hope that you all had as good a day as you possibly could. And you know, I can't believe it's been 20 years since 9/11. And I hope that we as not just, I know that we have more than just Americans here. So, but I hope that all of us can learn to move on past 9/11, but to not ever forget 9/11, because we don't want something like that to happen again. That much I think all of us can agree on. And that if something like that ever does happen again, better for it to happen in Caroga than anywhere else. I think that's something that everybody can agree on as well. Right, Bird? See? Bird agrees. All right, that's what I heard. All right. And John says, Question of Trek is coming up at 6:30 Eastern, so that's just 15 minutes. Well, 17 minutes. So good timing there. So with that, guys, take care. Bird, what's on the docket for tomorrow? What do you got? Twilight Zone?
Twilight Zone at 3 p.m. Eastern.
There we go. So, and of course, the stream that shall not be named tomorrow morning at about 6 a.m. And then don't know if I'll be able to stream in the afternoon or not. It'll depend on how I'm feeling. After 2 mega streams this week, I don't know how much I'll be able to do. But with that, take care all. And for Bird of Prey 5, well, we all know Caroga sucks. You're not going to say Kapla or Bird of Prey 5 out or something?
Kapla.
What he meant to say was
Kapla world.